All right. The Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance meeting of July 24th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Here.
Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Here.
Senator Fred Gregory, present. Senator Javani James Sr. Senator James, absent. Madam Chair, 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
July 24, 2024, Honorable Donna A. Fred Gregory, Chairperson, Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Dear Madam Chairperson Fred Gregory, please accept this letter as formal notice that I cannot attend the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance scheduled for today, July 24th, 2024, at the Earl Beatley Hall on St. Thomas, as I will be out of the territory handling a personal matter. Please mark me as excused and forward any documentation relative to this meeting to my office for my attention. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. I appreciate your consideration in this matter. Let me take this opportunity to wish you a successful meeting today. Respectfully, Javani James Sr., Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of today's roll call.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we've established a quorum. Could you please read today's agenda into the record?
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will meet on Wednesday, July 24th, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2025 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, Schneider Regional Medical Center. Invited testifier, Ms. Tina Comisión Esquire, Chief Executive Officer, Schneider Regional Medical Center. Block 2, St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation. Invited testifier, Ms. Tess G. Richards, MD, Interim Executive Director, St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation. This concludes today's reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to my colleagues. Today we will hear from the Roy Lester Schneider Medical Center and the St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation on them both defending their 2025 budget. This morning I'm going to ask, we do have the officials here, the Roy Lester Schneider family here, hospital family here, and I'm going to ask them to please put their names and titles on the record. And we're going to start with the Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Tina Comisión Esquire. You may proceed, and then we're going to move to my right, your left, and then we'll proceed to the other side. Before I go, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Samuel Carrion, committee member. Please mark Senator Carrion as present, as well as non-committee member, Senator Milton Potter. Thank you for being here, Senator Potter, as well as Senator Angel Bulquez. Thank you both for being here. All right, you may proceed with your names and titles on the record, please.
Good morning. Tina Comisión, Chief Executive Officer of Schneider Regional Medical Center.
Good morning. Darrell Smalls, Territorial Executive Director of the Territorial Hospital Development.
Good morning. My name is Brandon Richardson, Vice President of Information Systems, Schneider.
Good morning. Jordan Wathen, Senior Vice President, Financial Services, Schneider Regional Medical Center.
Good morning, Peter John Baptiste, Vice President of Facilities.
All right. Are you ready to proceed with your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
A pleasant good morning, Honorable Senator Fred Gregory, Chairwoman of the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee, Honorable Senators of the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee, other Honorable Senators of the 35th Legislature present, to all our Schneider Regional Medical Center staff, and to the listening and viewing audience. I am Tina Cummins-Young, Chief Executive Officer of Schneider Regional Medical Center. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee with members of SRMC's leadership team to present testimony on SRMC's fiscal year 2025 budget. Thank you for the support that you have provided to the hardworking SRMC team over the past year, and thank you for recognizing the critical importance of prioritizing funds for our territory's hospitals. All of our employees, clinical and non-clinical, work hard to provide excellent health care to our community. First, we need adequate funding through our appropriation to provide our staff with the supplies, tools, staff, and equipment that they need to do their jobs. Second, we need additional funding for capital repairs and replacements to ensure that we have a safe environment of care for our patients. Third, we need additional assistance with funding earmarked towards paying down the accounts payable owed by our organization that has accumulated over many, many years. We'll start with operational funding and talk about the GVI appropriation. For FY 2025, the budget ceiling that was recommended for Schneider Regional Medical Center was $32.75 million. However, the GVI appropriation for Schneider Regional for FY 25 should be $46.3 million, as per law, the GVI appropriation must cover two things. First, the GVI appropriation should cover the local Medicaid match. Under the federal state Medicaid program, the local government must cover its share of payments to the hospital for approved services provided to Medicaid beneficiaries. The federal government pays 83% of approved claims, and the local government must match 17%. Second, the GVI allotment must cover uncompensated care as it's defined in Title 19 of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 221, subsection 22. Regarding number one, the local Medicaid match, the local Medicaid match for FY24 is projected to be approximately $4.4 million by the end of the year. For FY25, the local Medicaid match is projected to be approximately $2.3 million. This number is actually lower, as there are more than 16,000 people losing Medicaid coverage before fiscal year 25. Regarding number two, uncompensated care, SRMC is on track to provide at least $32 million in uncompensated care in FY24. For FY25, SRMC expects to provide $44 million in uncompensated care. As mentioned, more than 16,000 people will be losing Medicaid coverage. There will be a significant number of persons showing up for care at the SRMC emergency room as self-pay who cannot pay their hospital bill, which will increase the uncompensated care total in FY25. To cover the two requirements under the law, the GVI appropriation should be $46.3 million for FY25. Regarding SRMC collections, SRMC also generates its own revenues to support the operations of our facilities. In FY23, we generated $56 million, and we are on track to collect $69 million in FY24. Our plan is to do even better in FY25, and we project generating $75 million in FY25. Approximately 3/4 of the funds that we use to operate SRMC come from our collections from insurance. and approximately 1/4 of the funds that we use to operate comes from the GVI allotment. While we would love to be able to fully support our operations without the GVI allotment, the realities are that the population we serve is aged and underinsured. Approximately 60% of the patients we treat are either covered by Medicare or Medicaid, which both pay well below the cost of care. And another 15% of the patients we treat are self-pay, which often do not pay at all. SRMC is now caring for all of the behavioral health inpatient care for the territory, as JFL cannot accommodate the St. Croix behavioral health population in their new JFL North facility. SRMC is also caring for 10 boarders or unsafe discharges for which we receive no reimbursement because there are a lack of discharge and placement options in the territory. SRMC spends approximately $6.2 million annually to care for these 10 boarders. There are no available nursing home beds in the territory and no contracted beds available outside the territory for these boarders or behavioral health patients. We next want to focus on capital funding. This year's proposed budget again proposed $0 for capital investment. Because we have lacked capital investments for so many years, and we are in an aged facility, we are continually faced with using operational funds to do immediate facility repairs. The Royal Leicester Schneider Hospital was built in 1982, and the infrastructure is more than 40 years old. Although certain areas have been updated over time, we are still operating with some of the original components which were installed when the hospital was first constructed. Further, the temporary modular structure that is in place at Myra Keating Smith on St. John was not designed to be a permanent solution and will need facility repairs until the new permanent Myra Keating Smith is built. FEMA has obligated money for new facilities. However, it will be at least another 5 years before the new hospital is ready on St. Thomas, and at least another 3 years until a new clinic is ready on St. John. And none of that FEMA money is approved to be used to maintain the current hospital facility on St. Thomas or the clinic on St. John. Having a capital budget for FY25 is absolutely critical. The current capital needs of the organization are $9.7 million. We have attached a detailed list of the required items to this testimony. We are emphasizing the need for line item funding in the amount of $9.7 million for capital repairs and equipment in FY25. If all of the money cannot be made available in FY25, then we recommend line item appropriation of $4.85 million in FY25 and a commitment to another line item appropriation of $4.85 million in FY26. This funding will go towards immediate upgrading, replacement, and repairs to the interior and exterior of the buildings, the AC systems, the generators, and other facilities capital equipment. As it relates to our power and backup generator system, this is one of the most urgent and critical items on our capital list. This system needs to be completely upgraded. The backup generator, switch gears, and transfer switches are all analog and need to be upgraded to digital systems. The switch gears and transfer switches were built in the 1980s, and manufacturer parts are no longer available. Limited parts are available for servicing our antiquated backup generator. The estimated cost to upgrade the transfer switches is $601,000, which includes the labor costs. We are also in need of a third generator to serve as a backup to the two that we presently have, since they are both 20 years old. The additional generator would be capable of supporting the building's entire load if one or both generators fail. The cost of the third backup generator is estimated to be $560,000, with an additional engineering cost of approximately $250,000 to connect it to the building load. The total cost to bring our backup power system to current functioning status is $1.5 million. Not replacing the existing generators and not adding the redundancy would lead to catastrophic failure and loss of life in the event of a major power disruption if the existing generators do not come on. We have all experienced the increasing unreliability of WAPA, and we have had to use our generators at Schneider Regional more than ever. This replacement is absolutely critical, and the redundancy of adding a third generator needs to happen immediately to safeguard against loss of life. Our air conditioning system is another very important item on our capital list. Replacements and repairs are needed to our air conditioning system. The air conditioning system has persistent challenges due to its age and due to degradation over time and impact from the hurricanes. We frequently have inadequate cooling in many rooms throughout the building. A temporary solution was implemented by placing portable units all over the hospital. But this is neither energy efficient nor cost effective, and it is not a sustainable long-term option. The total cost to fully repair the system is well over $1 million. However, an immediate solution could be put into place for approximately $200,000 that would resolve the foreseeable issues for the next 5 years. This would involve replacing the freestanding portable units with split units, which would cost approximately $110,000 total, and it would involve repairing 2 of our air handlers, which would cost about $45,000 each. The SRMC fleet is old and it's in need of replacement. The information that was sent to and reported by Post Audit as to the age of the vehicles was incorrect, and our apologies for that. Our transportation, security, and materials management departments require reliable vehicles, and these replacements are projected to cost a total of $225,000. As it relates to needs at the Myra Keating Smith Community Health Center, the condensers in the air conditioning system in the temporary modular structure at the Myra Keating Smith Community Health Center needs to be replaced, which will cost $27,250. The cistern is damaged and will cost $37,000 to repair. The morgue also requires a new condenser, which will cost approximately $5,000 for parts and labor. It will cost $9,000 to hook up both the cistern and the morgue to our backup generator. The fence around MKS is damaged, and as a result, we've had to grapple with livestock creating unsanitary conditions and damaging property on the premises. The total cost to repair the fence is approximately $158,000. There is also a need for new equipment at MKS, such as an automated chest compressor machine, an EKG machine, 2 ER stretchers, and updated vital sign monitor machines and lab equipment to ensure that continuity of care exists at this critical facility. In total, MKS alone requires an investment of approximately $400,000 to bring the current infrastructure up to date. We'll briefly run through some of our major budget categories. Salaries and wages for SRMC for FY 2025 are budgeted at $55 million. Fringe benefits are budgeted at an additional $19.6 million. Currently, our biweekly payroll is approximately $2.6 million. We have accounted for negotiated salary increases, the onboarding of permanent physician staff, and adding additional registered nurses and allied health technologists in our FY 25 budget. SRMC has 569 full-time employees, which includes 114 full-time registered nurses and 37 full-time physicians. SRMC also has 21 part-time employees and 49 per diem employees. We have moved our employees to STEP while we await the renegotiation of several union contracts, and we are scheduled to participate in union negotiations for several of our 9 unions in the upcoming year. Salaries and fringe together represent approximately 67% of SRMC's total operating budget. Materials and supplies represents 11% of our total operating expenses at a proposed cost of $12.2 million. Other services and charges, which include freight, professional services, and temporary staffing agency expenses, are budgeted at $16.7 million and represent 15% of the total operating expenses. The regular use of about 13 locum physicians per month costs SRMC approximately $7 million annually, as we cover not only their salaries, but also their travel, lodging, and transportation costs. We are working to reduce our reliance on locum physicians. The disposal of medical waste is also very expensive to the organization, costing approximately $500,000 annually. Utility costs are now budgeted at $6.4 million for FY25, which is 5.8% of our total operating expenses. Repair and maintenance costs are budgeted at approximately $1.8 million, which we know is insufficient for the actual repairs and upgrades that are needed. As it relates to our accounts payable, we are challenged by a long-standing high accounts payable. Our AP is currently $30 million. One of the largest payables is to GERS at $5.7 million. We do reserve and remit the employee portion to GERS, and we do not owe any employee withholdings to GERS. We are also current on the employer portion for all retirees, which should allow our retirees to collect their retirement. We do owe GERS for the employer portion for most of our employees from September 2023 to present, and that is what makes up the $5.7 million. Our organization also has a large payable to DOP for Cigna insurance premiums at $4.6 million. We do reserve and remit the employee portion to DOP for Cigna insurance premiums, and we do not owe any employee withholdings to DOP for our insurance premiums. However, from August 2023 to present, we have also been remitting the employer portion to DOP for Cigna insurance premiums. The outstanding balance of $4.6 to DOP is only for the employer portion of Cigna insurance premiums from August 2022 to August 2023, and we need to catch up on that outstanding amount. Our daily cash on hand fluctuates between 2 days and 10 days throughout the month, so we do not have available operational cash to make substantial payments on our AP. Additional funding that is earmarked towards paying down the accounts payable owed by our organization would be greatly beneficial to the financial and operational sustainability and stability of the organization. As it relates to our financial improvements, we have been doing an excellent job at improving our collections. We continue to increase our collections by improving our revenue cycle. In 2022, we averaged $4 million in collections per month. Now, our collections are consistently between $5 and $6 million a month, sometimes exceeding $6 million a month. We have engaged with third-party billing and collection agencies to increase our collections and to help us identify opportunities for process improvements. We are also working with our internal staff on monthly operating reviews, and we are training our department leaders on managing their own budgets. We are actively working with JFL to renegotiate payment rates with payers to more adequately reimburse us for care, which will allow us to collect more for the work we are already doing. For example, over the past year, we have renegotiated the UHC's Healthcare Advantage, Medicare Advantage plan, and that was renegotiated so that UHC Medicare Advantage now pays us at 105% of Medicare rates instead of at a flat 100%. We have also engaged with other GVI agencies to collect the outstanding balances owed to SRMC. We're also working hard at reducing our expenses. Our operating margins are not where we want them to be, and so we are doubling down on our efforts to control expenses where possible. For FY23, SRMC spent $2.4 million on overtime. In December 2023, we rolled out an initiative that took a hard look at overtime expenses. Since the rollout, we've been able to save an average of $15,000 per payroll, with an anticipated savings of over $300,000 for the organization by the end of this fiscal year. SRMC has also significantly reduced its spending on temporary labor, from spending $15.3 million in FY23 down to spending $10.4 million in FY24. This trend downward is due to our successful nurse recruiting efforts and us onboarding more than 70 registered nurses between the start of calendar year 2023 and July of 2024. We continue to work hard as well on generating new revenue. We're continuing to expand our services and to recruit patients to SRMC for outpatient services. We serve more than 15,000 people annually in our emergency department, and we perform more than 1,500 outpatient surgeries and procedures annually. We have expanded our service options with the opening of our gastroenterology clinic in October of 2023. With the addition of this service line, we are catching cancers earlier and saving lives. This is a service line that is truly beneficial to the community. We are also working to upgrade our cath lab so that we can offer interventional cardiology and interventional radiology services to the community. This will allow us to do complicated procedures on island and reduce the number of emergent off-island transfers and will help us save lives. At Myra Keating Smith, our volumes continue to grow across all of our service lines, which includes urgent care, outpatient services, and laboratory services. In FY21, we had 6,372 outpatient encounters, and we are on track to surpass a total of 7,127 outpatient visits in FY24, and we see that continuing into FY25. Our Meditech Expands project continues, and once we go live, we will have an updated medical records platform, and we'll be able to increase our billing and collection capabilities. The expansion of our hemodialysis unit will allow us to increase the number of patients we currently provide treatment to. We have relaunched our foundation, and since the relaunch of the SRMC Foundation in 2022, we have raised over $2 million. This will allow us to make progress, and is allowing us to make progress, on our three major projects, which is the upfitting of our emergency room, the expansion of our GI suite, and the build-out of our cardiac cath lab. At Schneider Regional, we are always focused on increasing our community outreach and improving the patient and staff experience. Our monthly Dinner with a Doctor series has now been running for over a year. We encourage you to join us either in person or online via Facebook to receive some great health and well-being advice from our talented team of professionals at SRMC. We want to continue to make investments in digital transformation to better serve our patients and to make our staff's jobs easier. We have to continue to strengthen and back up our systems and move to cloud-based applications and storage to prevent and better respond to and recover from cyber attacks such as the recent one that has affected our system. We want to allow the public the opportunity to give us real-time feedback on their experiences at SRMC. So we have recently placed QR codes around our facility with patient surveys that allow us to gather and be responsive to the public's feedback. We have also established a patient portal, which allows our patients to access their medical records. And if the public is interested in signing up, we encourage them to call us at the hospital at 340-776-8311 to ask for assistance with registration in our patient portal. In conclusion, our team at Schneider Regional Medical Center is working very hard to provide high-quality care to the residents of the Virgin Islands. We are focused on increasing the community's trust in our hospital system. We are committed to improving and enhancing our physical infrastructure as best as we can while we wait for a new hospital and clinic. We are very excited about the reconstruction of the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute, and we look forward to providing radiation oncology to our community again. We want our community to choose to come to Schneider Regional when they have a choice in where they go for care, not just when they must come to our emergency department. I want to thank our senior leadership team, our entire clinical team, our entire non-clinical and support teams for their continued hard work and dedication to SRMC and to the community at large. The FY25 appropriation for SRMC must adequately fund the hospital system for the Medicaid match, for uncompensated care, and for capital improvements so that we can deliver the health care that our community needs and deserves. Financial assistance in FY25 that is earmarked towards paying down the high AP would also greatly benefit the organization. Schneider Regional Medical Center is committed to improving our financial position and to expanding our service lines. We are working to help ourselves, and we will continue to be aggressive with our billing and collections. But the hospital needs and must receive appropriate financial support from the government to continue to provide high-quality care to residents and visitors of the territory. I want to thank this committee for the opportunity to present our budget to you today. I would also like to thank the Honorable Governor Bryan and his administration for their support. I'd like to thank our territorial and district governing boards for their continued support and guidance of our healthcare system. We greatly appreciate the payments that were made to WAPA recently on behalf of SRMC, which helped to resolve the outstanding amounts that were owed. The leadership and staff of Schneider Regional Medical Center are committed to providing comprehensive, high-quality health care and to being the provider of choice for residents of the Virgin Islands and the Caribbean. The senior leadership and I are available to answer any questions you might have. This concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, which remains alarming. You spoke about your accounts payable and the fact that you have not been paying your insurance premiums to the tune of some 4.6 million dollars, and then you have 5.7, and this is the employer portion of the employer portion to GRS. Let me just ask you, what do you believe the impact is on those entities who are not receiving their insurance premiums as well as a GRS portion of your amounts that's owed for your employees? What do you think the impact is on those on both entities?
Tina Cummins-Young, CEO for Schneider Regional, and thank you for the question, Senator Fred Gregory. Just to clarify, we are currently paying the insurance premiums for Cigna to DOP. It's actually being withheld from our allotment. So we've been current since 2023 and paying it. The amount that's owed is an outstanding amount from calendar years 2022 to 2023. It's about 12 months of employer premiums that were not paid. We are current for the past year in paying those insurance premiums. We understand that the arrearage is difficult for the entities that we owe, and we face similar challenges of needing to receive funds from folks that owe us. So we certainly understand that burden, and we like to be able to not only meet our current needs, but have sufficient funding to be able to take care of those outstanding amounts that are owed. For GERS, we are remitting the remitting the employee portions. The employer portion, we are behind by several months in making those payments as well, and it's due to the similar cash limitations of our organization.
So the department, the Office of Management and Budget is withholding your utility.
Yes, ma'am.
They're withholding your amounts owed to the employer portion for Cigna.
Yes, Senator.
And are they withholding your GRS portion?
They are not withholding the GRS portion. We remit the employee portion biweekly, and we work to catch up on the employer portion pay period by pay period as we can.
So yeah, and you have to survive. You have to do what you have to do. And I was just sharing with my colleague, Mr. President, that when the federal government awarded us the funds as a result of COVID, we really needed to be better for it. And to just continue to hear that we still have these types of challenges, and we see that, we needed to set our priorities. And that's the challenge here. And we did not set our priorities from the executive branch. They did not set the priorities. I'm just going to keep it real. And these types of matters should have been addressed to ensure. Now, I know that the issue with GRS, you couldn't pay retirement dollars. But if we have issues with our hospital, then we should have filled another delta to allow you to address this. We did not set our priorities. How much money did you get from the central government from tied to the ARPA dollars? Not, I don't know if you had direct ARPA dollars, but I'm talking about those that came to the executive branch direct, and then you got an award per se from the executive branch.
Tina Thomas-Young, CEO, Schneider Regional. Thank you for the question, Senator Fred Gregory. Of the total ARPA funds that came into the central government, the hospital received a pledge of $10 million of ARPA funds,
How much you get?
which was then reduced to $9 million. That was to be released over 4 years. So to date, we've received just a little over $5 million
Yeah, this
in
is
total of all of the money that came to the territory in ARPA.
This is very unfortunate and this very concerning. How does this get to be okay? You know, you've loaded on us. You know, every time our hospitals and our human services come before the legislature, we just get the real skinny, you know? And, you know, colleagues, I'll tell you, I'm first to take responsibility. So the ARPA dollars came into the territory, and many states took their governors to task on the expenditure of the ARPA dollars. Some states, within the institution of their legislature, they decided how they would allocate their money. We did not do that. And colleagues, I think it's time for us to look at what is left in the ARPA account and do what is necessary. Because I think we've given more than enough time on, you know, seeing improvement on how we deal with these dollars. But when we hear this, when we listen to this, how do we sleep at night? How? We know that we have what is universal health care in the Virgin Islands. So we cannot turn away anyone that comes to our doors. Is that correct, CEO?
Yes, Senator Fred Gregory. We have to treat everyone that arrives at our hospital for care.
Yes, we have to treat everyone. So and you said that you have pledged 10 million. Of that 10 million, there was a pledge of 9, another reduction in the pledge of 9, and you've only received 5?
I believe a little over 5, yes, has been released to date, and there's a balance
Of 4.
for us.
So there was a specific purpose for the 9?
We received the funds in 2 buckets. One was to support the retention of critical staff, and the second was to advance our healthcare IT infrastructure.
So if we're supporting the retention of critical staff, how do we continue to retain them?
We were allowed to do direct, like supplemental payments while we were waiting for some of the union negotiations to go through. Once those went through, we shifted and we got a reallocation for some of those dollars to be able to support the critical work we needed to do on expanding our hemodialysis unit. But it still leaves us with a lot of unmet needs for the hospital.
Yeah, I'm certain that there are things that the hospital have to do. Don't misunderstand me. But, you know, we know that we have a huge uncompensated care challenge. Every year we work on providing a budget in as much as possible that's aligned with our revenues to support the hospitals. We have to do that. But then when we have $500 million coming into the territory in free dollars, we needed to be better for it. And we needed to be able to see what we are getting, or got is the word for these dollars. So you know, to hear this today, we just thought that things were moving along a little better. At least I did, you know. All right, we're going to go to a 5-minute round, senators. We're going to start with Senator, I know it's Senator Blayden, you know. Okay. He's always here on time. Yes. We're going to start with Senator Blayden. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, viewing, listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning. CEO, Commission, and your leadership team there with you.
Good morning,
And
sir.
those also in the chamber. And thank you so much for your testimony. I must say, you have a lot of challenges ahead of you. And the hospital plays a critical role in our territory. I know in a post-audit report you said that you don't have any federal grant, but I did. I was going to ask about APA funds. You said you have received $5 million for what? Do you have anything in your budget for 25 from the APA funds?
Tina Comisión, CEO for Schneider Regional. We have a balance with the ARPA funds that are being held at OMB, but it's not directly in our fund or in our budget markup for 25.
But how much do you anticipate receiving in 25?
We hope to be able to expend a significant portion of the balance that's remaining for us. We have enough. We can't obligate the full $4 million within the next year.
Because you stated it's for retention and for your infrastructure when it comes to IT.
Yes, sir. So we're in the process of updating our medical record system to a brand new platform, which is going to better serve the patients and allow our clinicians to document better and allow us to bill better. And so it's a major initiative that's underway at Schneider Regional.
And in that space, did any go towards your infrastructure in terms of protecting the whole system from cyber attacks, etc.? Because you spoke to what happened, and that's critical, especially with our people information, data, etc. Was any appropriated for that also, and what are you doing in that space? Because that's very important.
Yes, Senator, it's hugely important, and we know it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. These attacks are becoming more and more common, especially on healthcare organizations, where it used to be financial institutions. Now really the targets are healthcare organizations. We have a firewall in place, we have antivirus software, but these attackers are very savvy, and we have to continue to create backup copies. We really need to operate out of the cloud, which then allows us to start right back up immediately and to better recover in the event of a disaster. That will require funding that has not yet been identified, but we are hoping that with what is made available to us within ARPA and other funding streams, we would be able to move in that direction as we bring up Meditech expands.
Okay, very well. Let's go to the post-audit report. Vendor payments, outstanding vendor payments. It's showing some 23, approximately by 0.5 million in outstanding vendor payments. To date, had that number changed?
The number hasn't changed significantly, I don't believe so, Senator. From what was submitted, we carry about $30 million in accounts payable to various vendors, some to government payers, some to direct suppliers and vendors that service us. And then some of those are insurance refunds, which we are working to resolve. So I think it is fairly accurate what you have in the post-audit report, sir.
And what's being done in respect to your outstanding debt? What's being done in that space?
Thank you for the question. We are working to remain current with our vendors as much as we can. It really is a daily and weekly struggle of using our limited available cash to keep our vendors paid so that they'll keep providing services and supplies and blood and the things that we need for the hospital, and balancing those day-to-day operational needs with then the facility repairs that just pop up because there's been a lack of capital investment over time, or equipment that needs to be repaired because that hasn't been replaced over time. Really is a daily struggle and a challenge for our organization.
Let me ask you though, in respect also to your contract and professional services, do you have any challenges in that space that's affecting your operation?
We have, Senator, been able to reduce our reliance on some of the contract labor that we use, specifically within the nursing and a little bit in allied health. We still have a very heavy reliance on professional services and contracted labor for physicians, and so we still have heavily reliant on locums. We're working to onboard over the next year the permanent medical staff that we need. We do have some other contracts for professional services, experts that service our equipment and our machines, and that support our financial operations in terms of billing and collecting, that we do have a challenge with maintaining current with. Yes, sir.
So how are you balancing
1 minute.
your challenges between contracting and or vacancies in respect to employees? How many vacancies do you have though at this point?
We have a significant number of vacancies. I would say to be fully staffed.
What's that number?
Sure. I would say about our delta is about 15 physicians. We probably need another 15 to 20 nurses to be fully staffed. I would say about another 10 to 15 allied health professionals. And then throughout the organization, there are
30
probably another
seconds.
25 critical, non-clinical positions that we still need to fill. So we do have a number of vacancies, and I have to thank our hardworking staff for leaning in and covering. And then where we can't cover ourselves, we do use external contracted staff.
So what is being done in respect to your human resources operations though, to help to augment that? What's being done in respect to recruitment, etc., training? Speak a little bit about that, please.
Sure. Yes, Senator Bladden. So for training, we have over the past year put in robust training programs for all of our staff. We want to continue to support the growth and development of our permanent staff. We have
Time.
engaged a recruiter to help us to go after some of the critically needed positions, to help us to continue to come off of some of that contract labor. We have posted our open positions, not just on our website, but now we're also posting through national sites like Indeed and the industry-specific journals, trying to really reach out nationally for folks to help us to fill our critical vacancies. And we're really looking for people that will be a good fit for our organization. So it sometimes takes a little longer in some areas than we like due to national shortages of those professionals and just, the challenges of living in our territory and finding the right fit.
Madam Chair, if I may close, how many separations have you had in 24? And how many have retired, and how many are slated to be retired in the 25 budget season?
In the past year, we had 74 resignations in FY23. So far, we've had 56 resignations in 24. This is a little higher than usual, and
Yeah.
some of that is because over the past year and a half, we've onboarded so many new staff members that it's just not a perfect fit. A lot of folks have moved to the island. Some of them just have decided that it's not where they want to live, and you could understand with the recent couple of months that we've had with WAPA, et cetera, that some folks are deciding that it's not where they want to remain.
How many have you onboarded?
Over the past year, we onboarded more than 70 nurses, and I would estimate, I don't have it right here in front of me, clinical, another 36 new hires. And then in addition to that, I know we've hired about 22 non-clinical employees.
Well, I don't want to abuse my time, but thank you so much for your responses, and Madam Chair, thank you for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bladen. Just very quickly, what are you all doing to recruit specialized doctors in the territory, in this district?
Yes, Senator Fred Gregory. For us, it's one of our main focus areas for this past couple of months and through the next year. We're working really hard on recruiting the interventional cardiologists we need to be able to stand up that service line. We're looking for additional support for our GI service line because we know there's such a demand for that service. We have recruited an emergency room doctor because we know that's a heavy demand there. We're looking at our other service lines to see how we add mid-levels and a nocturnist to support the internal medicine line. Dr. Rosenberg, our interim chief medical officer, and the medical staff office are working with not only our internal recruiter, but also with professional recruiters and other schools that are graduating the types of professionals that we need to tap into not only new graduates, but also their alumni network. So it's a hard press for us right now on getting the qualified physicians and mid-level providers that we need to fully staff our hospital so that we can reduce that $7 million that we're spending right now for that locum's temporary physician support.
So your success rate hasn't been,
Our success rate has been okay, and we're working to make sure that it's better. We really put all of our focus on contract nursing because that was such a critical expense for us. And now really the whole team has shifted where the focus really right now is on medical providers, physicians, and physician assistants, nurse practitioners.
all right. Senator Bulges, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and of course, good morning to our testifying panel from Schneider Regional Medical Center. I wanted to shift the scope of the magnifying glass over to the Myra Keating Smith Clinic on the island of St. John. And we know that they're operating outside of, well, within temporary modular structures and have several critical infrastructure needs. Can you please provide us with a timeline or sort of a breakdown on when you plan to address the AC system, the system repair, the morgue compressor replacement?
Sure. Tina Cummins-Young, SRMC CEO. Thank you, Senator Bulkus, for your question. We know that the condensers in the air conditioning system need to be replaced. In a lot of the temporary modular structures that went up after the hurricanes, these systems were not intended to be running as long as they are, and so many of them have already been in the process of being replaced. We know we need to do ours too. We have a quote for that, and it really is just dependent on cash. I think that
Do we have a timeline?
there's no definitive timeline. It really is upon cash availability. The system is currently functioning, but this is more of a planned repair, a planned replacement.
Okay, well, we know St. John has its critical needs, and I'm hoping that you take that into serious consideration because I will let you know that I receive a lot of phone calls about what's going on up there. Concerning the basically the modular units are being outgrown in the sense of the capacity. So what are the plans to, if any, to expand the capacity of those facilities, being that I don't believe there's any timeline for the main building, and if there is one, then perhaps you can let me know. But what is the plan?
Sure. So, and we have Mr. Darryl Smalls with us out of the THRT, so I think he can give us a little sense of the timeline for the future building. The best information that I have is that the new Myra Keating Smith permanent structure at best will not be erected and open for care for another 3 years. But we will let Mr. Smalls speak directly to that timeline. I know that it's part of a bundled project that's coming out for St. John, where the Myra Keating Smith Community Health Center and the school will be lumped together, and we're looking for qualified construction companies to come in and do that work. But as you know, building a facility like that is a very complicated thing, and it will take a while. There is no plan for another modular structure per se to be added right now, and the other spaces on St. John where we could function out of are very limited because there's not other facilities that lend itself really to that type of patient care. What we do want to do is rotate specialists and rotate providers out of the existing Myra Keating Smith so that even though maybe some specialists aren't there every day, they can be there once a week, every other week to provide that service to the people on St. John. Additionally, we are looking at how to use technology better to be able to expand services there and to better connect that smaller facility with our larger facility. So there is actually a plan right now to put in some telemedicine type devices, which would allow for that two-way communication over video and voice so that persons can come to the clinic and be seen by providers that are either, in St. Thomas or even in the states that we contract with.
And before Mr. Smalls speaks, we know that there's a growing volume taking place on St. John because, of course, the capacity of the modulars are not quite where they need to be to address the volume. But, you have urgent care, outpatient, laboratory services, and we're sort of forcing our people now to come over to St. Thomas like they've been doing historically, and we're getting tired of that. So we really need to take steps towards trying to be able to do exactly what you said, medicine, telemedicine services so that we can be able to accommodate that population. Mr. Smalls, can you please provide an answer?
Good morning, Senator. Darryl Smalls, Executive Director of the Territorial Hospital Redevelopment Team. As was stated, the Myra Keating Smith Community Health Center is slated or is part of the healthcare bundle that is coming out. I shouldn't say the healthcare bundle, but the St. John bundle that is right now scheduled to be issued during the month of, but I should say during the third quarter of this calendar year, after which we hope to have a contractor on board, hopefully before the first quarter of 2025. We are looking at an expedited construction schedule in any way possible. We understand the challenges faced on St. John and team working through the ODR. We are on track to get that moved if possible.
Okay, thank you for your response. And now,
1 minute.
concerning the significant shortfall between the recommended budget ceiling of 31 million and the required appropriation of 46.3 to cover Medicaid match and uncompensated care, what actionable plans do you have to bridge that 15.3 million gap without compromising the quality of patient care or operational efficiency, in the sense of, what if we're not able to accommodate, not saying that we can't, but we're not able to accommodate your full ask? What plans do you have to be able to accommodate?
30 seconds.
Tina Cummins Young, CEO for Schneider Regional, and thank you for that question, Senator Wilkes. And it's a really tough question because we have to take care of everybody who comes to the hospital, and we need the funding to be able to cover that care that we have to provide. It's really going to have a big impact on our community that so many people, 16,000 people, are losing Medicaid coverage. Because even though Medicaid didn't fully cover the cost of care, it covered a portion of the cost of the care. And without having that reimbursement, it's going to be very, very tough to buy the supplies, the blood, the drugs, the staff that we need to take care of folks. And so that means that it will delay care. It will mean that certain services that people are expecting won't be available. And
Time.
we have to appropriately support our hospitals so that we can serve the community.
Madam Chair, may I just wrap up? I appreciate it, Madam Chair. Your third-party collections, your digital transformation, the Meditech project that you have, the billing collections, you know what I'm saying. I'm just repeating it. I'm speaking to the choir here. But there has to be a very serious look at those third-party collections to make sure that they're actually optimizing the collections that I will say, and I'm going to give I'm going to bring my business out to the floor right now. My wife had to go to the hospital on St. Croix. She wasn't feeling well. This was a matter of 5-6 months ago. And we have tried on several occasions to pay a bill, okay, over the phone. Either the person is not there, we can't, we don't, something isn't working with the software. So I can tell you personally, it has been difficult for me to pay that bill on behalf of my wife. So a hard look needs to be taken at these third-party collection agencies, and the digital transformation that you're speaking about with Meditech, that needs to be taken seriously as well. Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. We'll now go to Senator Fonseca for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and we continue to pray and wish the best for your mommy. We know these are some difficult times for you. And a special welcome to the Roy Lester Schneider Hospital distinguished staff, and of course we give thanks and praises to the Most High blessing. Okay, there's an issue here that it's still occurring in the Virgin Islands with the kidney dialysis. And what has happened, right, is we potentially have not completely averted this matter. You see, when we took the TRO to stop the kidney center, I ain't gonna call the name, from closing down, the government took on the responsibility to pay the staffing for that facility. We prevented them as a government from closing down. So the nurses, etc., the staff who are treating the patients are the government's responsibility. And then with Mr. Chris Finch, who is in the audience here, the chairman of the hospital board, we then entered into agreement to solve the problem. See, the government couldn't take care of all of the kidney dialysis patients. There was an outside company was taking care of a lot of them. We wanted to make sure we don't go into that situation where after the storm, we couldn't take care of the kidney dialysis patients. We had to ship them off island and it cost millions of dollars. So in good faith, we asked the hospitals, the Roy Lester Schneider Hospital and the Wang Louis Hospital, to purchase the dialysis machines, the chairs, the reverse osmosis water system, the medication, the supplies, and etc., so that the hospitals can treat the kidney dialysis patients. And we've had a meeting. We had a meeting with OMB and the governor's office, and they have not come up with the funding. Right now, there's two bills before this committee, bill number 35-0276, and it's to provide a sum of $1,443,630 to the Wang Louis Hospital for the same matter. Bill number 35-0274 to provide the Roy Lester Schneider Hospital $1.9 million for this here. Right now, I think, Chris Finch, correct me if I'm wrong, the negotiated deal expires July 31st. So after July 31st, if that private kidney dialysis center shuts down, the government cannot provide adequate dialysis. So this budget, Governor, I am urging you that this item needs to be funded. We need $1.9 million for Roy Lester Schneider Hospital and $1.4 million. We've met, and the instruction was that we needed a deadline to have this done by July 22nd, which was the session here. So this is urgent. So I want to ask Tina Commission to give us the details of that $1.9 million that you need to take care of this matter.
Tina Comisión, CEO of Schneider Regional Medical Center, and thank you, Senator Fonseca, for your question and for highlighting, this major concern for the community. We know that dialysis care is tremendously important. It's life-sustaining treatment for people that are affected with kidney disease and advanced kidney disease. And so we have to be prepared to provide this service. We are the only other provider in our district of hemodialysis. This is a treatment that patients need 3 times a week. And if they don't receive their treatment, then they end up in a much worse state. They could be severely compromised and even die from not receiving their treatment. So we have to be prepared, because if they're not treated at the outpatient private facility, then they end up in our emergency room needing dialysis and maybe even up in our ICU needing extensive care. In response to the threat of the external entity closing, we prepared a budget and a plan for how we would treat these additional 55 to 60 patients that exist in our district. That included outfitting additional space within our current facility. So we have started the construction for another 12 stations to be able to treat patients 3 times a day, 6 days a week, so they can get the care they need. To set that up, there's obviously construction associated with refitting that space. There are new dialysis machines that are required. You have to have the chairs for the patients to sit in while they're getting their treatment. And you have to have, dialysis is very dependent on water, and you have to have an appropriate water treatment system, reverse osmosis system. Additionally, the medications that are needed to treat those patients are very expensive. And so you have to have the appropriate medications on hand, as well as the supplies, the bicarb, the acid, all of the supplies that you need to actually take care of those
30
patients.
seconds.
And all of those components are what was put together in the budget that was submitted that you referenced earlier. And so if Schneider Regional is expected to step up and handle this additional patient load, then we need the support to do that, because as was mentioned earlier in our testimony, we need additional funding to even maintain our current operations, much less to take on additional patients.
Yes, thank you. So you see the urgency. You see, if this was WAPA down here before us, right, the government would have come with a plan where they're going to get the money from WAPA to fix WAPA. Roy Lester Schneider, we just got testimony. There's 55 kidney dialysis patients on St. Thomas. It's even more grave on St. Croix. There's 60-something patients that the hospitals cannot treat. They don't have the capacity. So we need $1.9 million. Governor, you have to find that money, because in good faith in the negotiations, we have did this to avert a kidney dialysis problem. Madam Chair, thank you, and I apologize for going over, but this is a serious matter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
It is a serious matter. Yeah, I have to concur with you, but we can't really call on the governor to find the money. We got to find the money here. And we need to set our priorities, because, you're speaking specifically about both hospitals. And, we just passed a measure to cut Bush for $1 million. And I, wasn't so in tune with what you're talking about, but you've made a passionate plea. And, collaboration is what causes us to understand what's happening around us. We got to figure this out. We have to figure it out. Again, we got all of the ARPA money that come in here. Are we still having the same conversation? We have to be better for those funds. We have to determine what our priorities are. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. 5 minutes.
5. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. All of you are listening and present. First thing, Mr. Smalls, make sure you put in a maternity ward on Myra Keaton Smith, St. John. St. John has no more local St. Jonian Virgin Islanders being born. That's a travesty. Okay? So whatever we do, let's look into having that to have local Virgin Islander St. Jonians. Just my little pet peeve. CEO Commission, I support giving you wherever is needed, but again, our funds have to dictate. Now, when I see your collections, you said 24 will cover $69 million. If we give you the $46 million, $46.3 million to cover, your projections that you're looking at for 25 in collections, 75 million, exceed the 69. How does that work? What is done then with the 75 million in addition to the 46 that we give you? Or am I looking at it wrong?
Tina Comisión, CEO for SRMC. Thank you, Senator DeGraff, for your question. And no, that extra that we are generating ourselves helps us to be able to continue to expand services, provide additional patient care that's needed in our community, start to work on paying down some of the AP to the vendors that we have owed for many, many years, and just adequately cover the day-to-day operations of the facility. So while we're asking for more, it's because the expenses are also increasing. So as the expenses increase, we're going to do more to generate on our own, and we need the government to do more to cover those expenses. So we have to work together at covering the additional expenses that are going to come over the next fiscal year.
I got it, but I think maybe that's how it's looked at. If you're telling me you need $46 million, but you're generating 75, I subtract the 75, the 46, the difference I get, you have the money to sustain yourself. Probably that's, no, and I'm not saying, I think probably over the years, this is how administrations look at it, maybe how legislatures look at it, because that's basically how I'm seeing it now. So it's, we give you the 46, or do we back it off of what you collect? So the difference of the 46 to the 75, which is projection for both 25, we're looking at over $25 million.
Senator DeGraff, if I may.
Right.
Our total operating budget for FY25 is $110 million. Right. So to come with that 110, at least, that we need to operate, We need to generate our own money to the tune of 75 million is what we're planning to do. And we
Right.
need the support of the 46 or so million from the GVI to be able to to be able to meet the total operating expenses, which are at least $110 million and maybe more with the shift in the Medicaid population to
Okay.
uncompensated care.
So right now, as it stands, for your 24 expenditures, 2024 budget, starting fourth quarter, what is your personnel fringe, utilities, supplies, and other services and charges? What are your actuals? Personnel, fringe,
Our current,
yeah.
let me tell you.
All the allotments for up to the beginning of the fourth quarter, or the latest numbers that you have present with you.
1 minute.
Sure, sir. So our current run rate on our biweekly payroll is $2.6 million.
No,
That-
I want to know the expenditure that you have for 24. We
24.
are presently in the fourth quarter, but what is your total? that you
We're
received?
spending, we are on track to spend $68 million this year in salary and benefit.
So
We've bumped that up a little bit for next, that's salary and benefits.
No. Okay, do you have the breakdown of
30 seconds.
personnel expenditures for 24, fringe?
That's personnel,
Personnel and fringe is 68.
is 68 million this year.
That's what you have received?
That is what we're going to spend this year.
No. I want to know what you have received from OMB.
In terms of
Correct.
our allotment so
Your
far through the
allotments.
year,
Correct. General fund allotments, personnel, fringe.
we only receive an allotment and we make all of our salary and benefit payments ourselves.
Oh, okay, so
So
what?
we only receive the allotment. They don't make any additional payments on our behalf.
Right. So we are in July. How often do you receive allotments?
Time.
At the beginning of the year, if I may wrap up, Madam Chair. At the beginning of the year, they give you a lump sum, or every quarter you get something?
Every month, we receive an allotment from the government. It's about 2.6 million, and then they withhold for WAPA and they withhold for our insurance payments.
so
So far for the year, we've received about 26 million in support, less the withholding in terms of cash that's actually been remitted to us. So far for the year, we have spent more than $50 million on staff, salary and benefits. It's projected to hit 68 million this year in salary and benefits alone.
No, but
so we've gotten 26 million from the government.
Wait, you're going too fast.
Okay.
I'm just trying to wrap up. I'm
Sure.
trying to look at it. How we do in the legislature. You have the post-audit report. You have a copy
Yes,
of the
we have the post-audit report.
Right. The post-audit report breaks down personnel, one amount. Fringe, if you look at page 4, the pie chart gives you personnel for your 25 acts, 55 million. Fringe, 19 million. Capital outlay, 0. Supplies, other services. Can you give me your actuals of personnel, fringe, supplies, other services and charges and utilities based on how we have the pie chart, based on the information that you submitted to our post auditors? So if you can give me that you have collected for 2024 actuals. Your projection
So,
for 25,
sir,
like I say, I would support. I don't have an issue with that. But I want to see what you have collected, what you have received in 24 thus far.
In FY24, we've received so far about $26 million in allotment from the government.
26 million. Okay. And we have August, September. We have 2 more months to go. How much do you expect to receive from the government?
At the end of the fiscal year, we expect to receive the full 31,750,000 that was allocated to us for FY24.
So 5.7 more million in the next 2 months is what you will collect.
Yes, we get about $2.6 million a month in our allotment.
Right.
So we have about 5.8, right? Is that right? 5.2 coming. We have 2 more months of allotment coming, August and September, at
And-
2.6 million each,
Do
for
you
5.2
set-
million total still to come.
Do you set a profit margin?
There is no profit margin, sir. We are barely operating. We barely receive enough. We don't receive enough money to cover all of our expenses.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Priorities, priorities, priorities. I don't think we really understand these challenges, and I've said it before. We don't understand these challenges until we ourselves or our family members end up in the hospitals here. We need to set our priorities. And of course, we have a lot. We have a lot. We have a lot of challenges, but we have to lay them out in order of priority. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the Schneider Regional Medical Center family. And of course, good morning to those in the chambers as well, Chairman Finch and others. I want to thank you for your testimony this morning. And of course, you gave us a lot to chew on. Your numbers, you talk about that there's a budget submittal request of $32 million, and you believe the actual should be consideration for the FY25 should be $46 million, which represents a $14 million delta. You also talk about projection of receiving revenues in the amount of about $75 million going forward. How do you reconcile the difference? Are you hinging that the 16,000 uncompensated care predicates on us more aligned with $46 million in uncompensated care across the board?
Sure, Tina Comisión, CEO for Schneider Regional, and thank you, Senator Francis, for your question. I will introduce it, and then I will let our Senior Vice President of Finance speak to some of the mechanics of the financial calculations that were done. But 16,000 persons coming off of Medicare represents about a 48, almost 50% drop in the Medicare rolls. We know that those patients still need care. We know that when they get injured, they will still come to the hospital. When they're sick, they will still come to the hospital, and we have to provide care to them. So what we did was we reduced the Medicaid calculation by the percentage of fewer beneficiaries under Medicaid, and we have done a similar calculation to assess how much that cost of care will be as self-pay, which we know really we do not collect very much, if any, on. So it is just a financial calculation of taking care of a population of 16,000 more uncovered lives is how we came up with the delta between what is uncompensated care this year and what's uncompensated care next year. And Mr. Wathen, if you want to add anything to that.
Good morning, Jordan Wathen, Senior Vice President, Financial Services for SRMC. The $75 million collection projection for the budget for FY25 was done before we learned about these number of Medicaid beneficiaries that may lose their coverage. And so there will be a corresponding drop in collections based on that uncompensated care, because that large delta of that 14 million or so is based on no longer receiving that Medicaid collection we otherwise would have gotten. So when the budget was prepared, that assumed we'd get the Medicaid collection for those patients, but now we've learned that about 50% or so may lose coverage. And so there will be, of course, a corresponding drop in collections if that in fact happens. So that additional amount for uncompensated care is basically just an offset.
Good. I think it's a good analysis. I just wanted to make sure that we're doing a deep dive to ensure that, in fact, we need to observe that here in the legislature. And really, how do we reconcile that amount of payment on going forward? So I'll move on from that, and I'm hoping that we could have an opportunity to perhaps tabletop that whole discussion, because I think it's very important for us to be able to do that. In respect to vendors' payment for FY24, I know you spoke a lot about your aging vendors' payment of the tune of about $23 million. What is the FY24 vendors' payment pending at this time?
Good morning again, Jordan Wathen, Senior Vice President, Financial Services for SRMC. The current accounts payable balance is around 32 million. And we do everything we can to pay that down. Again, it's just based on...
That's for FY24. I want to focus on FY. We do budgets in real time, so I wanted to focus on 24.
It's for FY24. I would say less than 8 million.
1 minute.
Less than 5 million.
Right. I would estimate the number for AP balance based on FY24 is somewhere between $5 and $8 million.
$5 and $8 million. Very well, thank you. And real quickly, as my time run, have you received a zero balance on your WAPA bills?
Yes, sir, we have. The outstanding balance was forgiven. However, we are now starting to receive monthly bills again. There still is a sort of like a garnishment on our allotment where money is withheld for WAPA, but I think the calculation must be a new number
30
because the amount that's
seconds.
been withheld is different number than before, smaller number.
And you actually reconciling to ensure that, in fact, what you're being billed is what is the actual cost?
Yes, sir, we do, of course.
Okay. And how what are you have put in place so that you don't find yourself in the same predicament again going forward with the WAPA bills?
Well, to be honest, WAPA, just like any other vendor, we do our best to stay current. But unfortunately, right now, because of our cash position, we are forced to make very difficult decisions on who we can pay each week and who we can't. So we don't want anybody not to get paid. But unfortunately, for the short-term future, we'll have to stay in that sort of mode of making difficult decisions.
Okay, rapid fire, real quick. PAFORD nurses. What is the impact? Do you currently still have PAFORD nurses on board?
Time.
No, Senator Francis. We have no PAFORD personnel working at Schneider Regional.
None whatsoever.
None.
Do you owe them any money at this time?
There is some money that we owe to them for a 10% match for work that was completed at Schneider for a previous period. However, there is a dispute between us and PAFORD as to what that amount is. We are working with them and willing to continue to work with them to reconcile those amounts, and we are happy to make the payment to them once we can agree on the amount that's actually due and owed.
How about paying what you agree on that you owe them and then chew up the remainder?
We have not had success in doing that reconciliation with them to date, so that's been a bit of a challenge.
Okay. And my final question in this round is that can you briefly discuss what's happening with the cybersecurity issue? Have you been impacted by the CrowdStrike as well? What's happening with that?
Yes, Senator Francis, great question, and thank you for the opportunity to address the public on it. SRMC did note a disruption in our IT system on Sunday. We took immediate steps to lock down our system and to initiate our disaster recovery plan. I have Mr. Brandon Richardson, who is our VP of Information Systems, who can speak to the issue more, but our IT teams are hard at work restoring our information, and we are working with the federal and local authorities around this cyber attack, and I will let him speak a little bit more directly to what the team is doing and what the effects may be.
And just to caution that, of course, you can just speak to what is, stuff that would not be confidential or breach. You're free to speak on that.
Thank you.
Good morning, Brandon Richardson, Vice President of Information Systems. We did not get affected by the CrowdStrike, the thing that happened with Delta. No, we didn't get affected. Relative to the situation at Schneider, as CEO Commission made reference to, we did enact our disaster recovery plan. We're currently still doing that. We are working with our local partners as well as the federal partners in regards to the best course of action. We are looking pretty good, but I don't want to say anything more until we are fully back up. But right now, it seems like we're going in a good direction.
And I do want to assure the community that patient care continues. We have downtime procedures where we are fully comfortable with doing paper charting. We're still, operating as normal in terms of surgeries and day-to-day patient care on the floors. Our emergency room is open treating patients. We're still, able to access our medications and other things that we need to do for the day-to-day patient care. So that continues uninterrupted. And that's why we prepare for these types of situations. And it's really unfortunate that we've had this type of attack. Our hospital doesn't have money to pay ransom, so they chose the wrong, hospital to attack. But, we are working through the process with our federal and local partners.
I think it's important that you also put on record whether or not there were any breach of confidentiality, patient's information.
That's the ongoing.
At this point, we can't speak to that as part of what's being investigated, sir.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Before I go to Senator Carrion, let me ask the CEO Commission, in respect to your testimony, you have zero for capital outlay, but at the same time you spoke to the challenges of the 40-plus-year-old facility. And nothing will happen with FEMA within, say, the next 5 years, etc. So how are you balancing that out? And there's nothing that can be done in the interim?
Thank you, Senator Blyden, for that question. It really is tough on a day-to-day because we are not making, and we haven't made over many years, that investment in our capital in terms of our facility and our equipment. It's really day-to-day. So if piece of equipment breaks down, we have to then reallocate money that was going to normal operations to pay down vendors, to keep current with vendors, to then shift and now replace a piece of equipment, or pay to repair a piece of equipment, or pay to repair something that failed within the facility, or do additional work on our AC system to try to put a temporary fix together so that we can keep providing patient care. It is unrealistic to have a $0 capital budget, and that's unfortunately our situation and what we are living with day to day, and we have to adjust that, and that's why this year we're really, really appealing for a specific line item funding for capital repairs, maintenance, the things that need to happen to keep the building safe for patient care.
Okay, let me ask Mr. Small then, the line item that you're going to request, what's that amount we're looking at in terms of repairs for the hospital?
I think that's best answered by Mr. John Baptiste. What we have in our budget is $4.85 million, at least for this year, and another $4.85 million. We really need a total of 9.7. If we got 9.7, we would spend it all within the next fiscal year. But if we were only to be able to get a half, because we understand the cash position of the entire government, we would prioritize replacing our generators, working on our AC systems, putting in some more UPS backups and upfitting the electrical situation within our radiology suite, and doing some critical clinical equipment replacements. I'll defer to Mr. John Baptiste if there's anything that he wants to add to supplement my response.
Peter John Baptiste, Vice President of Facilities. One of my main concerns is the automatic transfer switches. They have been installed since the hospital was built. And every time WAPA goes out, my concern is one of the generators will not come on, because they're responsible for switching from WAPA to the generator back to WAPA. Russell Electric is a company who manufactures that product, and every time they do a report, they say, okay, you need to upgrade your system because it's outdated. We have no supporting parts available for that specific automatic transfer switches.
And we were not able to get any type of generator from FEMA after the hurricane for the hospital?
Not the size that we need. We have a 900 and a 750. I don't think they have anything over 600. So that's why we presented adding an extra generator that could cover the whole building in case one of the other ones go down.
Very well. Thank you so much for your responses. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Good morning to the staff and to the CEO of Schneider. I have a few questions in regards to billing. So you're saying the total operation of the hospital is $110 million, correct? But with billing is an issue. Sometimes it takes about maybe 1 or 2 years for a patient to receive their billing. Why is that? Why is it taking so long?
Tina Cummins-Young, CEO for Schneider Regional. Thank you, Senator Carrion. I think that's unacceptable. It's much too long. We have a lot of work to do to improve our billing and collecting. We're trying to get more timely with sending out bills. There will always be a little lag period. If a patient has insurance, we bill the insurance first. That takes a little time to work through that process. And then if they have a secondary, to send it to secondary before we fully understand what the patient responsibility is. But at most, that should be 3 to 6 months. There's no reason that a patient should be getting a bill for the first time a year to 2 years later. And we know that's the reality because people tell me that, who I trust, and we have to work to fix that. We're going to be working hard to continue to drive revenue cycle and working with the business office on that.
What's the plan to fix that? Because we know you have, financial issues. We know there's uncompensated care. But if you're moving so slow in your revenue collection, then of course you're going to be lagging behind with your payments to the vendors. And it's going to affect your overall budget, within the hospital. So that requires an immediate attention. And I think part of the problem is that because some of these semi-autonomous agencies know that they depend on the government, that if they fall short, they just come and asks us for more money, and that's usually what happens. But everybody has to take the responsibility to do what you have to do. Government agencies, they just can't come here and ask and ask and ask, especially if you're not doing what you have to do in your collection process. So what is being done? Because this is not something new that's just happened. This has been happening for a while. So what is the strategy to change this around immediately? And then secondly, is this being done by a third party, or is it being done internally within the operations of the hospital?
Sure, Senator Carrion. So it's happening, in terms of the billing, it's happening both with internal staff, and we're being supported with an external third-party billing company, and that's helping us with our collections.
And that's even worse if it's a third party that is involved within the contract. What you have with that third party, that should be unacceptable. So there has to be an aggressive approach and a strategy. So that's what I want to hear.
Yes, we have to continue being aggressive, Senator Carrion. I 100% agree with you. Since sitting in the seat and working with the team, we have, over the past 2 years, dramatically improved our collections. So we used to really be a $4 million a month organization, and now we are, over the past year, maybe 2 years ago, we started to move to 5.2 million a month. Now we're at 5.8, 6.2 million a month, and we're going to continue that trend. And it really is blocking and tackling, attacking every single aspect of the revenue cycle, from when a patient comes in, making sure we're collecting the right information.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Sure.
So the issue is, are you lacking staff to be able to do it? Is it the system that you're using in place? Why 1 and 2 years billing?
It's a combination of things, in all honesty, Senator Carrion. We have to do a little bit better with our processes. We need a little improvement to our system where it's easier to drop bills. We need to just be more diligent about sending out bills timely. We need to reduce our days not final billed, and that is continued work in identifying the right partners and helping us with third-party professional billing, and it's continued upskilling of our existing staff on tackling the amount of claims that we have to send out. And we have actually put into place a way to send out self-bills directly from us sooner. So as soon as a patient is discharged, those self-pay bills should be going out. So we're hopefully collecting more on self-pay, and there's less uncompensated care for the government to have to support.
Who is your third-party provider for billing collection?
Currently, right now, we're working with a company called Jindal X. They're helping us with insurance collections primarily. We do have a third-party vendor that helps us with calls to self-pay patients. That's MDS is their name.
And what are the terms of their contract?
They both work on contingency billing, so they receive a portion of, they receive a percentage of the collection depending on the age of the account.
And how much an unpaid patient bill does the hospital currently have in their books?
I'll defer to our VP of Finance to give the number of outstanding accounts receivable.
30 seconds.
Good morning, Jordan Wathen, Senior Vice President, Financial Services. So based on our most recent balance sheet from May, our patient accounts receivable balance is just over $12 million.
Just over $12 million. And
so that includes amounts owed from insurance and patients.
And that is of May?
As of May 31st, yes, sir.
But how accurate is that if we're billing maybe a year and 2 behind? So
that number is basically a reconciliation, or the result of a formula of saying everything that has been billed out, but nothing has been adjusted or collected on yet. So
that's money that has been billed already.
Yeah, service has been provided. Money has been.
I mean, we know the services have been provided. The issue is not services provided. The issue is the billing, because you provide the services and then you bill 1 or 2 years later. So the figures that you're giving me, does
time
it shows what is actually owed in receivables, or it's what you have reconciled that you have billed out, but you might have still things that you haven't billed?
So it's the amount owed in receivables represents the money that has been billed out as the billed charges. So this is just a kind of a hospital accounting thing. So it doesn't necessarily represent the full amount we expect to receive in collections, because for each insurance company, there's a contract on here's what we charge. It may not be exactly what you pay.
Which means the amount could be double what you're sharing with me.
Well, so the 12 million represents charges. The expected collection is probably more like 7 million or something like that.
Okay.
But the typical delay for patients receiving a bill and hospitals getting paid isn't necessarily on a delay in billing, but more so on the insurance paying. And so, from my experience, typically the larger the case is, maybe you have a long length of stay in the hospital or surgery with high dollar implants, something like that, insurance companies traditionally take much longer to pay those out, and they also are much more likely to look for any opportunity to deny a claim. And so sometimes there's back and forth on insurance company will file a denial, and they have to submit to us, the reason for that and give us an opportunity to respond, provide additional documents if necessary. And sometimes there's back and forth there, and that can take several months.
To your question, Senator Carrion, I think that a lot of times the bills are there, or it shows like an amount to be billed in our system, and so the bill is there, but the bill does not get to the patient. The bill is not being sent out. So sometimes what I hear is that the first time a patient is contacted is when they're contacted by a collection agency. And really, it's not a collection agency, it's a third-party billing company that's like an extension of our billing office, but they are the first time, that's the first time they're picking up the account, the third party, and working it and saying, I'm seeing this bill is sitting open in your system, let me go and chase it. And what we have to do better at is sending that bill out, because we know there are some people that as soon as they get the bill, they're willing to pay. Senator Bolkus, gave us that example today. We have to do better through our billing office at sending out the bill that's sitting in our system needing to go out, and so we can collect more on the self-pay accounts, and that does, to your point, create less uncompensated care and creates more cash flow for the hospital. It's part of the overall effort that we are working on with our revenue cycle, and it has to get better. I share your concern.
Ken, through the chair, can you submit to us a report of that? A report on that billing that you share with us, and also the strategies that you plan to implement to correct this measure, because even in my personal case, I could speak for myself also. The first time I realized I had a bill was when the information came through a collection agency, and never received anything directly from the hospital. So if you have a billing team, then they need to do their job, and I think this has to be a priority for the hospital because there's a cash flow issue. So this has to be really one of the top things that you need to do to be able to generate revenues that I think is so necessary and crucial. Thank you, Madam Chair, Felinisi.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So, I'm looking at your leases, and there's one that jumped out at me. So we are paying, the hospital is required to pay the lease terms for the redevelopment team. This is your matching component portion? That's what I'm reading here, so I need to understand the hospital redevelopment team, 1.4. What is this tied to?
I will, Senator, thank you, Senator Fred Gregory, Tina Comisión, CEO for Schneider Regional. I will defer to Mr. Smalls to fully answer the question, but we do have some obligations that we pay in advance for the THRT, and then that's a reimbursable fee that comes through their management expenses, and so that is then reimbursed to the hospital. But if I have misspoken on that, I would certainly appreciate Mr. Smalls' clarification.
So this is tied to your FEMA reimbursements?
Senator, yes, it's tied to our management costs. So just to correct, when we receive an invoice, I do a drawdown, and then we get a payment from our management costs, which is then deposited into the hospital account, and then the hospital will issue a check on behalf of the team.
So you pay it up front and get reimbursed?
No, we don't pay it up front. When we get the money deposited, then we make the payment.
So it's a wash?
Yes.
Okay, so, because I see it here as one of your leases. So it is your lease, but it's paid from the federal government, from FEMA?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Then you also have a few other leases. These are for traveling nurses?
Senator Gregory, those are leases that we retain mostly for the use of locums medical staff who come, and that's some of the expenses we'll be able to get off of when we're able to fully staff our medical staff, and we no longer have to pay the travel and housing for locums that come. We lease those properties because it's less expensive for us to house the visiting docs there than it is to pay every night of hotel.
Oh, absolutely. So that's what 125, 30, 20, $127,000 per se that you pay for these leases. All right. Okay. I'm going to go to the next senator. Senator Blayden has a point of information. You recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. CEO, Commission, in respect to revenues, in addition to billing, in your testimony you spoke to the some 16,000 individuals that will be losing Medicaid coverage before the 25 budget season. And when it comes to Medicaid, presumptive eligibility, and what are you doing in respect to assuring that every patient that passes through there that's eligible, that you're capturing them? What's being done in that space? Because that's another source of revenue also. So what is being done in that respect?
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Great question. Tina Comisiong, CEO for Schneider Regional. We, as part of our intake through patient access, every patient that doesn't present with an insurance product, we are trying to register them for presumptive eligibility. It is something that they have to agree to sign up for. Most people are when they understand if you don't get the presumptive eligibility, you will have this bill. But unfortunately, there are a number of persons who present without insurance who still can't qualify for presumptive eligibility. Even though it's a self-attestation, you still have to meet the requirements, and self-attest that you meet the requirements. And a lot of people who present are either above the income threshold that they have to attest to, or they don't have the legal status to apply and receive presumptive eligibility. So there's still a number of people, even though we ask them to sign up for it, can't qualify for it.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to Ms. Comisiong, CEO Comisiong, and the members of the executive team at Schneider Regional. I wanted to ask you, CEO Comisiong, the impact that the process of garnishing your allotment, how does that impact patient care? I would imagine that it impacts your ability to be flexible, to make decisions on the fly. But how does it ultimately impact patient care?
Thank you, Senator Potter, for the question. Tina Comisiong, CEO, Schneider Regional. It definitely affects patient care. It directly affects patient care, having our allotment garnished. While we understand how important WAPA is and paying WAPA, and we understand how important it is to stay current with the health insurance premiums, we also understand how critical some of these other vendors are that provide the supplies you need, the sutures for cases, the blood that you need for emergencies, the trauma equipment you need, when you have to take a patient to the OR. It is difficult because we don't have enough in terms of collections and GVI support to afford all of the needs of the hospital and to pay all of the vendors. And this takes some of that flexibility in choice and in juggling away from us because now you have less cash to make those difficult decisions. So we understand it. We know it's our obligation. We live with it. But unfortunately, it means that some other critical vendors don't get paid, and some of those vendors not getting paid definitely does affect patient care.
Absolutely. So I would imagine that you, as the CEO, pushed back a little bit when that was presented as... Okay.
Yes, Senator Potter, we have expressed our concerns with the garnishment.
Okay. With regards, I know you had an opportunity to share with us some of the good things that are happening at Schneider, and there's a lot, as well as some of the challenges that you're experiencing. I wanted you to share with us of all of the financial challenges that you're experiencing at Schneider, what would you say is the most significant financial challenge that the hospital is currently facing, and how does this FY 2025 budget resolve it or positively impact that?
Sure. So, Senator Potter, I would have to say it's both the amount of uncompensated care that we have to provide and the aging deterioration of the facility that really challenge us the most. So we have to provide care to everybody that comes. We don't collect for some of that care. And the building just being 40 years old, the mechanical systems, things are failing. So both of them are really, really tough for us in terms of managing the hospital on a day-to-day.
I have a dental hygienist. I visited a dentist some time ago. I was sitting in a chair, lying down, and the window faces the hospital. And she said to me, window was closed, Senator Potter, I have something to ask you. And she opened the window. She said, is there any way that we can remove the mildew that's facing the eastern, I think can you ask the CEO about that? I know a building, world-class facilities. We have millions and millions of dollars. But in the interim, this is the hospital that we have. Is there any way something like that? It's a basic, in my view. Does your cash flow challenges impact those types of decisions?
Thank you, Senator Potter. Excellent question. I'm so glad you asked it today because that is the reality that we face. So we've gotten quotes on power washing and painting the building. They are $400,000 maybe to do that. And when you think about that or the immediate patient care needs inside the hospital and paying those vendors, we defer to the immediate needs and the patient care that has to happen. But it highlights the creativity of our team. And I'd invite you and the public to drive by today and look at the back of the hospital because what we have done is just said it's unacceptable. We can't live with it. And we have asked our facilities team, what can you do internally? And what they did was with our own staff, worked on the weekend, got a lift themselves, and are power washing with a rented or a power washer that we own and doing the best they can to make it look better. And it really does look better. So that is some of the creative things that we have had to do to make it work, to make the building still work for the public. And I really want to commend our facilities team for leaning in and doing that themselves because we didn't have it to pay an external vendor to come and do it. And that's a lot of what we do. We get creative and we do the best we can with the funds that we have available to us.
I respect that. Kudos to the team. What specific metrics will you use to measure the quality of care provided during the fiscal year 2025? And how would that compare to national standards?
Sure. Tina Comisión, CEO for Schneider Regional. At Schneider Regional, we take quality of care very, very seriously. We are reviewed and assessed by the Joint Commission, which is a national entity. We are also subject to all of the standards of CMS. And when we talk about prioritizing funds, we definitely prioritize funds around quality outcomes. We have mandatory reporting on certain critical clinical elements that we submit monthly. We do concurrent chart reviews. We do retrospective chart reviews. We have them come in and look at our files and trace patients from the door until discharge. And so one thing that we're really, really proud of is the work that we do in terms of patient care quality, and that's going to continue. And we're actually due for a survey at the start of the next year, and we plan to be ready for that, both for our lab and for our entire hospital system.
Madam Chair, if I may just conclude. As far as patient outcomes, is that something that we track at Schneider Regional year to year? Patient outcomes in fiscal year 2023 versus 2024. Is that you have that type of data?
Yes, we do have that type of data, Senator Potter, and we are happy to share that with you. It looks really great. We actually beat national standards on many, if not all, of the metrics that we track. And there are really no major red flags in terms of quality. One thing I will say is despite the financial challenges, we have a very, very talented clinical team of docs, nurses, folks that can work anywhere. And we have a very, very tight performance improvement and quality team that makes sure everybody is doing what they need to do for safe patient care. So I'm confident with our quality scores. I think the community should be confident with the care that they'll get at Schneider Regional, even if the building looks a little bit in need of repair, the care that you're going to get is loving care and it's quality care and it's as good as you'll get anywhere, better than you'll get, I think, in other places. So we encourage people to stay home and to trust Schneider Regional with their care.
I appreciate that. We need more access, Madam Chair, to quality health care, not less. And I know that this body is going to be facing some tough decisions during these budget hearings. I'm not a member of the committee, but I agree with what the chairwoman said. It is about priorities, what you prioritize. And if it's a choice between having $1 million to cut the grass versus $1 million to fully outfit the cath lab, or $1.5 million for the dialysis machines, I think it's a no-brainer. So I think we are going to have to make those tough decisions as to what are priorities for our territory. And healthcare has to be number one. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the flexibility.
Thank you, Senator Potter. And I'll tell you that, I have always fought for ensuring that we are able to provide the necessary resources, financial resources to our hospital. And as long as I have known my mother, she has never been hospitalized. And she's 91 years old. And I have spent the past 6 days in Roy Schneider Hospital. As a matter of fact, my good Senate President, he had us in a marathon session. I think we left here like 1 o'clock. 40 morning, like we just say, right? And I went there 40 morning. I left there about 3 a.m. that morning. And, despite the challenges, I will tell you that my family, we are very pleased with the care that my mother is getting at the hospital. The CNAs, the nurses, they're just absolutely awesome human beings. And, we just have to figure out where our priorities are. We continue to ask about recruiting and, how do we ensure that we are able to attract doctors and medical professionals to the territory. But we really need to figure out what is it that we need to do. And we know what we need to do. We have infrastructure challenges. We have challenges with our schools. We have to be able to ensure ensure that we are able to attract medical professionals. It's not attracting, because we've had a lot of great people that has passed through here. The question is retention. How do we retain them in the Virgin Islands? So we have to address our infrastructure and the issues that we have with our energy, which is driving up our cost of living. So we have to figure out how to weigh this. I know that a lot of times we make some decisions here that are based on what's in our face at the time, but we really need to look at the long-term challenges. How do we make the decisions that will impact the long term? We have to remove ourselves from looking at what's in front of our face, the challenges that are immediate, and look at what's down the road. So we really need to. We have some work to do. We do. Senator Francis Jr., you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And on the backdrop of that conversation, I wanted to ask, because obviously it's not if, it's when we're going to need to utilize these facilities. We have an aging community, and I'll tell you that I struggle every single day. You just don't know when you're going to need that facility. And I've had to use the hospital with family situation. What is the conversation that's being had with the administration, especially in respect to the advancement, if necessary, of the pending $4 million from the ARPA fund? Is there any conversation about prioritizing and maybe advancing some of that money so that you're able to meet the needs of the hospital at this time?
Thank you, Senator Francis, for the question. Yes, we have been discussing with the new interim director of OMB, Ms. Woods, our need for the release of some of the ARPA funds, and we have a meeting scheduled with her within the next 2 weeks. I think it's a week from now, to talk about how much is left in the fund and how much we might be able to access sooner rather than later to advance our health IT needs and to address some of the other current needs of the hospital. So we are always open to more funding being available because we certainly can put it to good use.
So I would imagine that you're starting at OMB, but if necessary, you'll also take it to Government House because you want to make sure that this matter is prioritized. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator Francis. And we have found that, they also understand the priority and the need to support healthcare and to support the hospitals. And so we look forward to a continued partnership with them so we can do what's best for the community.
And I'll just wrap up here. I also imagine that the board is also involved in that discussion in terms of the priority needs and the discussion because, of course, you have individuals from the executive branch that sits on your board.
Yes, sir. We raise these issues every month at our finance committee meeting, which, as you mentioned, does include the Commissioner of Finance, the Director of OMB, and our board chairs are both advocates at the district level and the territorial level for the needs of the hospital, and I'm sure that they will continue to have those discussions with the executive branch and with the governor on our behalf.
Thank you. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask CEO Comisión, just based on your testimony, you said approximately, as page 2, approximately 60% of the patients we treat are either covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or Medicaid, which both pay well below the cost of care, and another 15% are self-pay, which often do not pay at all. And I'm assuming the remaining 25% would be insurance.
Yes, Senator Potter.
Is this a typical distribution, or are we unique in that sense, in that distribution?
We're very unique in that sense, Senator Potter.
A more normal or typical distribution?
Yeah, it really depends on the environment that you're in, right? So we are in a tough environment where our payer mix is really heavily skewed Medicare, Medicaid, self-pay. I think it reflects kind of the overall economy, and some patients with choice and that do have the insurance product choose to leave the territory. And that's why we're really working hard to build back the community's trust and try to encourage persons with insurance to choose us, make it a nice place for doctors to work so that they want to bring their patients to us and do their elective cases with us. But our payer mix is difficult, and it's unique to our location, and it's unique to our territory. In other states, there are multiple hospitals in most jurisdictions, and so they share that burden of uncompensated care, self-pay presentations. We're not able to really divert. We handle everybody that comes. We have a higher number of folks that can't get coverage because they are here as not as legal citizens of the territory. So it's unique here in a difficult way.
Thank you.
I'm glad that my colleague brought that up. So we know that we have universal health care. You come to the emergency room and you actually pay or ask to pay when you're leaving. How are we encouraging our the individuals that come to the emergency room? Because I can't even say the citizenry because it's just for everyone while you're here. But is there any opportunity for us to have a conversation about, can you pay $25? Can you pay $50? How do you? What's that messaging that happens at that counter? Mm-hmm. Once you're leaving or coming to the hospital, to the emergency room?
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Tina Comisión, CEO for Schneider Regional. I think we have an opportunity to have more of the discussions that you're suggesting and to encourage persons to go on to payment plans, even if you can't pay the full amount of your visit up front. Can you pay something? Can you agree to pay something over time? Do you have a credit card that you can put some of this charge on? We've looked at putting in emergency credit system, like it's through Care Credit, where you could sign up for that coverage, and then we could charge the visit to that the credit card plan, and you pay the credit card down over time. So there's opportunities for us to do a little bit more in upfront collections, and we need the public to understand and be sensitive to the fact that it's not just free care. You do need to pay something on your way out. After you've been treated, you need to make a little payment at least on your way out the door. And so we just have to keep working on it. It's a difficult conversation. It's hard to have that conversation before the person has care because under EMTALA, we're required to stabilize and treat them. But we need to do everything we can to collect anything that we can to support the operations of the hospital.
So what type of signage? Do you have signage? Do you have, I mean, I'm basically saying, you know, exit in the hospital, exit in the emergency room rather. Is there, I don't know what the conversation is, you know, with the, what do y'all call them? The patient
Access rep, and we need to actually have a cashier,
Right,
Senator
you have
Fred
a
Gregory. We
cashier.
need to have a cashier sit at the door, like at the window by the exit, and really catch patients as they're exiting the emergency room and start having those conversations with them, make plans with them, set a time to talk with them once their immediate situation is resolved about how they're going to address their hospital bill.
But I think there must be a different way to do this. There's a different way. You see, you have a cashier. So when you're leaving a dentist's office in particular, they'll take you in a little room and say, so this is the thing here. And it causes people to at least go in a pocket and give whatever they have or pull out a credit card. You have to really look at changing that approach. Because it's not that folks that visit, all of us, can't afford it. It's the system does not force the issue. It doesn't force the payment. It doesn't help to trigger the conscience to make some sort of a payment. Some people really can't pay.
Yeah.
We're going to debate that.
Yeah.
But there are people that come through that can make a payment. And then, so, you know, having that window there, I think you need to make some reconsiderations about that whole exit process at your emergency room. Because I've been there recently and I'm seeing that, you know, you just walk out.
Your point is well taken, and I agree with you, and I thank you for the
You have
suggestion,
to come to
Senator
the
Fred
room.
Gregory.
We got to
I
sit down
agree.
and talk about this is what happened in here. Do you have insurance? You don't. Whatever that conversation is. So, you know, we're going to need to get some sort of a payment from you. You have to say it. If then they say if they don't have it, that's different. But that
We have to press
discussion
a little
needs to
bit
be
more
had.
on it. I
Yes.
agree with you.
It has to be had. Senator, carry on. You recognize for your point of information.
Just quickly, Madam Chair, just to add to what you're saying, because of course I've been to a few facilities, especially lately, for family members and myself. So it's just a process that would encourage individuals to make those payments. Sometimes as you go in for an emergency room, and they send a family member, okay, go to the admission area, and there's like a registration fee. So at least to be able to collect something there, or even when someone is being discharged, before they're given the discharge document, those are given in a specific room with the prescription from the doctor. They have to first make some sort of payment before they receive even those discharge documents. But the system we have in place is just open, free for all, until you receive a bill, which could be like a year or two. So we're lagging behind. So we need to do a more aggressive approach and create a system in place to be able to get something, even from those individuals that you mentioned that might be, their status might be illegal, they work. And if you have a system in place, they would provide some sort of payment there and then. So we must do better. So these are some good suggestions you can implement.
Thank you for your comments, Senator Carrion, and you have my commitment to relooking at that process and being a little bit more aggressive with it.
Yeah, that system needs to definitely be looked at. I know that there's an opportunity for you to collect. You may not collect all of it, but there's an opportunity for you to see your revenues increasing based on how you treat that particular part of the hospital's operations. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the same issue, the discharge documents come from the nurse on duty or they come from an administrative person?
The discharge instructions, Senator DeGraff, are usually shared by the nursing team. Patient access is involved in the discharge, but it is a discussion usually had with nursing and the patient and their family at discharge, where to follow up, what their medications are, et cetera.
Right, and that's in addition to what we're speaking of. Once you get that information, then that's when people walk through the door. So
Yes,
I think
sir.
it should be where that administrative person is a part of that even after the nurse, or while the nurse is there, you refer them to that administrative person before they go through the door as a part of the instructions, or the administrative person first, then you go to the discharge nurse for the follow-up.
I agree with you, Senator DeGraff, and you have our commitment to relooking at that process. Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you for that, Senator DeGraff. So you share with us your payables, but you haven't shared with us, I don't remember if you talked about your receivables.
Tina Comisión, CEO for Schneider Regional. While we didn't specifically list the receivables by the entity that owes us, we do have a considerable amount of accounts receivable, both from patients, insurance, and other agencies. We have been working collegially with the agencies and meeting with them one-on-one to talk about their outstanding amounts, and we do have commitments to collecting on those and for them paying them. So we've already met with BOC, and that was a very good meeting. We've met with Department of Health Commissioner. That was a very good meeting. We have a payment that we're awaiting from Department of Labor as it relates to catching up on workman's comp that they've already signed off on a settlement agreement. So we're working collegially with them where we can offer a settlement. We are willing to do that so that we can have some incoming cash to support our operations.
Okay, and I know earlier this year when we were addressing the challenges that you had with paying WAPA, there was a discussion around the fact that the first floor, that would be the second floor, which is the community medical, what do you call it,
Community Health Division of Department of Health.
Department of Health. They occupy how much square footage?
Offhand, I'd say about 23,000 square feet.
23,000 square feet. And how much do they pay you for that?
When we looked at it, Senator Fred Gregory, it was just under 10% of our spatial use, and we have had discussions with them about contributing for the overhead, especially for the WAPA payment. It hasn't yet happened, but I think that hopefully within their FY25 budget, there will be allocation for covering that expense.
Yeah, but what are you shared with us previously, because we actually moved legislation to require the Department of Health to at minimum contribute to the overhead. You had given us an amount. We have it we did not override the bill, but we have it in that bill. Do you remember what that number is?
Senator Gregory, I'd say offhand, it's about 28,000 a month. It's just over 300,000 a year. I think it's about 325,000 a year would be their just WAPA overhead contribution, and that's not money for Schneider necessarily. It is literally just to pay their portion of the WAPA bill.
Right, it's to pay their WAPA bill, to pay their energy costs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was about 325 annually, because right now they're not paying anything.
That's correct,
So
Senator.
all of the expenses are borne by you.
By Schneider on our main bill. That's correct, Senator.
All right. And because the reason why I'm bringing this up is because you shared with us that they are taking the funds off the top before your allotment is released for your energy, for WAPA. But there's no consideration for the fact that Department of Health, which is a completely separate, that's an executive branch entity, you are a semi-autonomous entity that's actually covering the costs for their day-to-day operations, utility operations rather. So that's something that it's time that we look at it. You guys talk about it, but we have not really addressed it. And if we have this thing where we like to talk about equity and equality, we need to deal with this. Yeah, this needs to be dealt with. And I don't know that we need to put it in their budget to pay you. We need to figure out how to take it from them to say this will cover the expense for the relationship that they have with you. So we're going to need to get that information back from you. I don't know how your team is calculating the costs. How are you doing that?
Senator Fred Gregory, we do it as a calculation of the amount of square footage that they use, their spatial usage as compared to the whole hospital, and then the total hospital bill, they get that percentage is what's allocated to them for what they owe because they're not separately metered.
Got it. Okay. There was a point of information. Oh, Senator Bolkes Jr., you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. CEO Commission, I believe in your testimony you indicated that there was about $7 million annually for temporary staffing and locum physicians?
Yes, in total, Senator Bulkas, we not only directly pay the physician, but we also have the travel associated with bringing in the locums here. So locum physicians alone cost us somewhere between $6 and $7 million per year.
So, for the record, how many locum physicians or temporary staff do you currently have?
We bring about 13 locum physicians a month, not all at the same time. There may be 3 to 5 locum physicians per week, covering various specialties, and then they continue to rotate for the vacant spots that we have. So it's about 13 per month, and that generates about between 3 and 4 million in direct pay to them, and then plus all of the associated travel expenses.
Okay, that's a substantial amount of money, $7 million annually. Are there any efforts to sort of find some cost savings in that area? Any strategies to try to bring that number down?
We're working aggressively, Senator Bulkas, to do those permanent hires so that we can relieve ourselves of the locum physicians in the same way we did for nursing, which we were very successful at. Now our focus is on physician staffing.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bulkas. Let me see the time. All right, colleagues, we're going to do a quick 2-minute round. We're going to start with Senator Blyden. You recognize Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the post-audit report, it shows many different contracts and/or professional services that's expired, and it states in the comments, pricing agreement. All of those contracts, have they been a price agreed on by now? If not, what's going on in those spaces?
Yes, sir. Tina Comisión, CEO for Schneider Regional, and thank you, Senator Blyden, for the question. At the time of submitting the contract listing, this was the date, and it's actually missing a column that speaks to the renewal terms. So I have noted on my version of the post-audit report, which I've already spoken with the post-auditor about, we will send an updated copy, but you have my assurance that most of them have either auto-renewed, have been already renewed, and there are only a handful there that have been terminated. Well, there are a handful of them that have been terminated or discontinued. So the contract listing is actually nicely up to date, which it hadn't been in previous years. We've put a real focus to that recently.
Okay, thank you for that. Now let me ask you in respect to, let me go back to Mr. John Baptiste. In respect to the generators, the question I asked with FEMA. So the load, you stated
1 minute.
you need more than, how much was the load, how much K was the generator from FEMA for? How much kilowatts are those generators from FEMA?
Peter John Baptiste, Vice President of Facilities, 600 kW. And
That's it?
That's the highest capacity also they have available on island. Our generators are 900 kW and 750.
So question, and let me ask you, in respect to your operation and your electrical
30
grid,
seconds.
is there any way, if necessary, because it's critical in terms of having backup generator, is it any way feasible for your operation when it comes to equipment? You can divert a certain amount of equipment to specifically to that generator and continue with the others, or is there anything that can be done? Because I'm just trying to find a way to receive it for free to help you maintain what you're doing without having to spend all that cash, because as you know, you're going to be billed within 5 years. So,
Time.
And you're going to have a new system. Of course, it's going to come with all the equipment necessary. What can be done?
You can't really divert.
If anything.
Yeah, Peter John Baptiste. You can't really divert the power. What happens when the generator comes on, the first generator comes on, carries the emergency load. Anything that's critical, like in the OR, ICU, and the second generator can't carry the other outlets that comes on. So there's no way to actually divert and cut off. They just, that's how it's designed.
It would require a redesign of the system, which is more expensive.
The third generator would cover the whole building in case something goes wrong. The 1750, like 1.7 kW.
Very well. I'll have a further in-depth discussion. I'm thinking of something else, but Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. So it's called sunk costs. So we have to spend the money, although we have a rebuild. The hospital still has to operate at optimum levels. So regardless of what, the money still have to get spent while we're talking about rebuilding. So, Mr. Smalls, how are you?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. So this rebuild, the rebuilding of the Schneider Regional Medical Center. We're hearing a lot of different things. We heard about the bundling and etc. Where are we?
Senator, as it relates to the Royal Schneider Hospital, and I would say the Myra Keating Smith Community Health Center. I mentioned before, the Myra Keating Smith Community Health Center bundle is slated to go out the third quarter of 2024. The Royal Schneider Hospital bundle, we're looking at by the third quarter of 2025. I happen to sit on that committee. I stress the importance, having worked at Schneider since 1992 and understanding the infrastructure and the challenges and enduring Hurricanes Hugo, Marilyn, Irma, Maria. So I feel the pain, I understand it, and I do everything in my power to stress the importance of trying to get that project moving faster rather than, later.
Did you say the third quarter on 24 for Myra Keating?
Yes.
So we are in the third quarter.
Right, the latter part of it, yes. Right now we're looking at September.
September. Okay. So do you think it's on track?
It's on track. Obviously, we're going through the first bundle right now and learning the lessons, the challenges, and trying to make sure that when we put this other solicitation out, we incorporate a lot of the issues that we have that has come up thus far.
And how does that impact what's the name of your team?
The redevelopment
team, yes. How does that impact? How does this bundling impact the redevelopment team?
Clearly, we continue to have discussions of how it would be incorporated or how we will work collaboratively together. Obviously, my role, because of my experience in the territory, I've been asked to look at the bundling from a different perspective and trying to see how the team members that I have and the systems that we have in place from our procurement to financial and how that could assist with this whole new bundling project.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see how this is going to pan out at the end of the day. Now, we see that you're feverishly moving forward with the Cancer Center. So tell us a little bit about that. What's happening?
Yes, the Cancer Center is moving forward. Right now, we're slated for completion and ready to be open by, I'm going to say October 1. It's really September 30th, so I'll just say October 1 of 2025. The construction is full speed ahead. We've ordered the major pieces of equipment, the linear accelerator, CT. We have some solicitations that will be going out over the next 30 to 60 days for FF&E, minor medical equipment, signage, low voltage, that type of stuff. So everything is coming together. Have we had challenges on the job? Absolutely. One of the things that we have uncovered thus far when we started doing the selective demolition, because of the impacts from hurricanes Irma and Maria, the water infiltration, we did have some rusting of the steel. We've had another challenge where we started excavating on the site. There were some unforeseen utilities which are going to have to be relocated. And now that we are looking at the roof, we're looking at some other deterioration. However, when we're looking at in the totality of it from a scheduling standpoint, we don't see any major hiccups at this point in time. We still feel that any modifications that are going to be required, that we'll be able to still get it in within the established schedule. Obviously, it's going to have some changes from a financial standpoint, but we hopefully, when I say hopefully, the way the contract is written, there are some provisions anticipating that there would be some cost increases, as well as the overall fixed cost offer that we receive for the Cancer Center. That total funding Anything that surpasses the contracted value, we should be able to have everything covered within that fixed cost offer.
Okay, well, thank you for that response. So the main hospital building, we have a total rebuild, and I want to congratulate you and your team for really fighting. I don't think people really understand how much energy and work went into actually getting a total rebuild for the Schneider Regional Hospital. I want to congratulate y'all for that.
I want to thank you and thank my team publicly because as you alluded, it was a Herculean effort that started immediately following the hurricane. Every week, key members of my team, we met with FEMA, the consultants at the time, a lot of historical information, photos, videos, documentation. And at this point, like you said, we were successful across the entire territory. Right now, we are looking at a total of just over $2.3 billion across the territory.
Say that again.
$2.3 billion that my team and I, we were successful in working collaboratively with WAPA and getting the necessary funds to reconstruct not only the Roy Schneider Hospital, the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute, Myra Keating Smith, as well as the Governor Wanda Fleury Hospital, not to mention all the temporary projects that we have ongoing that we continue to work diligently on to make sure that we have temporary facilities as well as get ready for our permanent facility.
Okay, so with the Schneider Regional in particular, of course, because I guess of the timing of the actual approval of the total rebuild and the fact that y'all literally had to fight to get this done, because of your proactive nature, because you guys recognize the importance of making sure that you needed to keep our patients safe, you all did some work to mitigating work right after the hurricane, so that kind of caused some of your challenges with getting this done quicker or at the time. But the question that I have is, I know that we don't have the opportunity here in this district for a temporary space for our hospitals because of the timing of the total rebuild.
Well,
right?
For the most part, you're correct, Senator, but a decision was made because following the hurricane, Roy Schneider Hospital was being looked at as a renovation project. We made a conscientious decision at that particular time, hindsight being 2020. Our temporary facility is actually the hospital.
Yeah.
We agreed to utilize the hospital as our temporary facility in the interim until the new hospital could be constructed.
So tell us, because I've been looking at the space and my financial brain can't figure out how the hospital going to fit in a space. So tell us, so the new space, the new location, tell us what we will expect, what we can expect to see in the next 5 to 7 years as it relates to where our hospital will be. And I know that you're doing the rebuild of you're doing the renovation rather, and the upfitting of the cancer center. So the cancer center now will not be attached to the new hospital. I looked at that yesterday, I was like, ooh, it will not be attached to the new hospital. So tell us, just give us a quick perspective on where we could anticipate seeing our new hospital sitting, and how do we align that, our new hospital, with where our cancer center will be sitting?
I guess you could see the smiles on my face and chomping at the bit of the opportunity. I look forward to the opportunity to present it to the community from our perspective, from an engineering and architectural standpoint of how a new, modern, state-of-the-art facility could be constructed. As you alluded, all of our facilities are on, I'll call it, I don't want to call it restricted, but basically we can't expand horizontally because of whether it be road infrastructure or other utilities in the area. So therefore, the only opportunity is to go vertical. So right now, Schneider Hospital is 5 stories. We are looking at going taller than the 5 stories because, again, we're restricted. I know a lot of conversations that I've had with some of the medical staff, the administrative staff, is why do we need such a large hospital, so to speak? So if you allow me, Senator and fellow senators, we have a 250-bed facility at 200,000 square feet. Our patient rooms are double occupancy. We're going to single occupancy. To kind of put it into perspective, our patient rooms, like I said, are double occupancy. To make one single room, we need 1.5 of those 2 patient rooms, create a single patient room. So therefore, that is one of the reasons that's going to drive the square footage. Are we looking at constructing a 200-bed facility going forward? No. We're going to be meeting with the staffing of Schneider, which we've already done in the case of JFL. So we know what the numbers are looking like in JFL. It's going to be somewhat similar, but that will pan out. Can it be constructed on the site? Absolutely. We've done a lot of the rendering, design, well, I shouldn't say design, but rendering and space planning and seeing how it can be done. The Cancer Center in the future, yes, will be connected to the new Roy Schneider Hospital. Conceptually, we have a plan in place that we could construct the entire new hospital on the existing site. Once completed, transition all of our services into the new facility, and the last phase will be the demolition of the existing structure. That is how we conceptually conceive of this project being done and being done within the 5 years. We're looking at new construction methodology of how to fast track these projects, how much of this stuff can be pre-manufactured, brought to the island, lifted by a crane. We have examples of hospitals that are done, whether it be in the United States or across the world, where you literally can construct an entire patient room, an entire operating room, off-site, and you bring it and you place it in site, and you're just basically connecting your utilities. So again, we're looking at all types of construction methodology of how to do it. We have some young engineers. We want to continue to grow the engineering teams, working with our architects and being able to overcome and see how we can fast track these projects and bring healthcare to the, I don't want to call it 21st century. I'm not sure what we're calling it now, but basically state-of-the-art facilities that are going to be resilient, as well as we're talking about from a financial standpoint of how we're going to be able to maintain these facilities. Because that's the other key factor. We can build everything that we want, but then how do we maintain it? How do we ensure it? And that is something that we're looking at collectively going forward of how we're going to achieve that across the territory, not just for education, not just the hospitals, but education, our road infrastructure, WAPA, waste management, everything. So it is being looked at collectively and seeing how we're going to plan going into the future.
Thank you for your.
It's going to be constructed on the existing site. If you look at the Roy Schneider Hospital, we have the parking lot on the southwestern side of the property. Back on the back side by the emergency room, you have an additional parking lot area. And then to the north of that, there's another parcel of land that belongs to the government of the Virgin Islands that we continue to work with through the Office of the Governor and Property and Procurement. So we literally wrap around the rear side of the hospital by constructing a whole new hospital. And then, like I said, tearing it down after. So we're going to lose the parking at the rear, but then you gain it back in the front. One of the questions that has been asked across the territory, why don't we look at or consider constructing our facilities on other lands? One, does the government own the land, or would we have to procure? One of the things that is not or was not considered or contemplated in that thought process is, right now by code, a hospital is supposed to be connected to 2 electrical feeders. Right now, the infrastructure is already in place in both the Roy Schneider Hospital as well as Wanaflewi. If we decided to move it 10 miles down the road, who is going to pay that utility cost now from a WAPA standpoint to put in the new WAPA feeders underground and overhead, as well as the water distribution, the waste management lines, the data communication, whether it be via or via NGN? All of these other factors have to be taken into consideration if we were contemplating relocating them to another site on any of our islands. And even for Mariketing, WAPA has a plan of putting underground feeders all the way up to Mariketing. If a decision was made to change it to somewhere else, that whole plan would be scrapped and we would have to see if it's feasible from a financial standpoint of how getting those underground to that location.
Thank you so much for providing us with that information, because everybody wants to know.
Yeah, we have some
Yes.
conceptual designs already,
Yes.
but just waiting for the time where we could present.
All right, thank you.
And the conceptual, I just want to clarify, the conceptual designs is not for a new hospital. The conceptual designs are how we can fit it onto the property.
Got it. Just make sure that you have a financial counselor when we leave in the hospital and the emergency room with this new hospital, okay?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, we have to. We have to have that space. We need the space for it. Otherwise, to your point, you need to make sure. So how we going to maintain this? It briefs well. You build a new hospital, maintenance is important. Very similar so with our schools. So we have to know what that future will look like, and we have to plan for it. All right, Senator Bolquez, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the post-auditor's report, there was an indication that Schneider Regional has, their daily cash on hand flow fluctuates between 2 to 10 days. What is your current cash on hand?
I'll defer to our Senior Vice President of Finance, Mr. Wathen.
Good morning, Jordan Wathen, Senior Vice President of Finance. So this is a payroll week. So yesterday, money was sent down to the bank for payroll. So as of today, I didn't check this morning, but it's probably between $1 and $1.5 million available.
Okay.
So that would equate to 3 or 4 days cash on hand.
Okay. And with no federal grants expected for 2025, I didn't hear any indication of that in your testimony. Are you actively pursuing any grant funding opportunities to facilitate your operations or any projects that you have planned?
Yes, Senator Bolquez, we actually have engaged very recently a grant writer just on contract, limited hours, to search for grants that we could be eligible for. We will plan to pursue the TAP grants that are available to the territory and continue to look for other grants. We think we are eligible for some. It's a matter of writing for them and working collaboratively also with Department of Health, which may have some grants available for health promotion, so we can be part of that, keeping people healthy versus just treating them when they're sick.
Okay, very well. And
1 minute.
Your accounts payable is somewhere between 30 million, including significant amounts owed to other government entities. And I'm assuming WAPA is at the top of the list based on our current situation. What is the plan to prioritize some of those most important account payables?
Yes, Senator Bolquez. So thankfully, WAPA's, we did have an arrearage with WAPA that has been resolved with the recent action of the government making that payment on our behalf, which we very much appreciate. We do still have the arrearage, as was mentioned, to GRS and DOP. Those are two larger government payers. And we
30
have
seconds.
some amounts that are owed to individual smaller vendors. And we are working to balance the day-to-day needs of the hospital as well as making payments on those outstanding amounts, sir.
Okay, and the opening of the gastroenterology clinic and the upgrades to the cath lab. What projected type of revenues are you foreseeing because of the opening of these new facilities? Will that help augment some of the setbacks that you've been feeling lately?
Thank you, Senator Bolquez. Yes, we think that both of those service lines are going to be profitable in addition to providing much-needed care to the community. The GI service line, because everyone needs a screening colonoscopy at age 45, we will be capturing folks that have Cigna and other insurance products, not just the Medicare and Medicaid population, although we'll be treating them as well. So it'll be a little bit of a better payer mix for GI, and so that should help with the bottom line, as well as we are really catching cancers earlier or even before things become cancerous. So we're literally saving lives with the addition of that service line. With the introduction of interventional cardiology, we think there will be opportunities to generate revenue and keep revenue on island for things that are going off island right now. But importantly also, it's cost avoidance. So right now, the majority of our transfers off island are for persons that are having immediate cardiac issues. Each of those air ambulance transfers costs somewhere around $30,000. And so that is a lot of money that's going to be saved by the local government and the health insurance plans, which we hope will then be reinvested into fitting the care that's available in the Virgin Islands. And we really have to credit the community in stepping up and contributing to the foundation, which is how we have funded both of those projects. The money we got through the foundation has allowed us to build out spaces on the 5th floor to introduce the clinic. Because there's such a demand for the procedures, we're building a second procedure suite, and all of that is being funded by donations through the foundation, not tapping into operational funding or GVI funding. The same thing with the cath lab. We needed new equipment for the cath lab that is well in excess of $500,000, and there's probably $1 million+ in Upstart for a service line of that nature. All of that funding is coming from the generous support of people that believe in what we're doing and that have given to our foundation.
Okay, thank you for your responses, and please keep the focus on that Meditech expanse and third-party collection agencies. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. We're going to have to take a quick 5-minute break. The committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. The committee is back on the record. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so Mr. Smalls, I'm glad for that detailed explanation that you gave us with the new Schneider Hospital, going to be bigger rooms, et cetera, et cetera. I want to go real quickly to the Cancer Center because, correct me if I'm wrong, Director Commission. In the Virgin Islands, there are about 500 Virgin Islands get diagnosed with cancer every year. What do you say the number is?
Good afternoon, Senator Fonseca, Tina Comisiong, CEO of Schneider Regional Medical Center. We know there's a very high incidence of cancer, and it affects so many of us directly or indirectly. It's touching the lives of so many people we know, and we are very anxious to get cancer care back into full swing in the Virgin Islands. We are so happy with the progress that's being made at CKCI. We, as Mr. Smalls has mentioned, have already ordered the new linear accelerator, so we're going to be able to do radiation oncology again right here in St. Thomas and be able to serve the entire Virgin Islands and folks from the Eastern Caribbean.
Wow, awesome. You read my mind. I didn't even get to answer the question. You make people think we rehearse this, Okay, so will it also have a CT simulator, the new cancer?
We're going to have a new CT machine within the Cancer Institute, yes, sir, and it's going to be a state-of-the-art machine that can do, very advanced mapping. And we're also hoping to be able to add a PET scan, which is a modality that up to 30% of patients who are going to need radiation oncology need that modality too. So we are very excited that would be added to the new Cancer Institute.
Okay, awesome. So now I want to go about currently, because I know the Wang Louis now, they have a 128-bit CT scanner, which is state of the art. What is the status on Roy Schneider? What do we have?
Thank you, Senator Fonseca, for the question. Tina Comisiong, CEO for Schneider Regional. We recently, within the past 2 years, have added a brand new CT machine that's a 64 slice that can do very advanced calcium scoring and other imaging on the new CT machine. This was a necessary upgrade. It took us, very far ahead of where we were before with the 16 slice, and it serves essentially all the clinical needs that we have right now for our hospital.
And we also have an MRI machine in the hospital?
Time? No, we do not have a MRI machine, Senator Fonseca. It is a plan for part of the new hospital that we will be building. Currently, there is an MRI machine available on island at St. Thomas Radiology, which partners with us when we have patients who need MRI services. We do have a process for transferring patients there to get that done.
Okay, you send them over there. And how soon, what's the wait to get an MRI done?
So I can't speak to, let's say, an outpatient needing MRI services because we don't directly control their operations. But when we have an inpatient that needs MRI services, St. Thomas Radiology very graciously accommodates them pretty quickly onto the schedule. And within a day, they can get their MRI done usually.
Okay, so within a day. Okay, good. So your kitchen, I was trying to see the revenues for your kitchen. Is your kitchen profitable in the hospital?
Yes, so our dietary department, our cafeteria serves both the inpatients, which is hugely important, their nutritional component of their stay, as well as serving the community through an outpatient, or like a community open cafeteria. We offer excellent meals at a very affordable price. It's one of the best places to get breakfast and lunch in St. Thomas, and we remain open and happy to welcome the public to come there for further meals.
Okay, so you have 569 full-time, 21 part-time, and 49 per diem. So that grant writer that you mentioned, they are what, a contractor per diem? Are they included in this number here?
No, sir. They are a contractor, and they provide just limited hours per week in looking for grants for us. And then as they're identified, they will help work with our team to complete the grant applications and submit them on our behalf.
Okay, and Madam Chair, can I wrap up? Time was called. Okay, real quick. So the transfer switch is 601,000, the new generator is 560, and the engineering is 250. You're looking at 1.4 million more or less, right? So, Mr. Smalls, the quick question is, in the new hospital, 5 to 7 years, we will buy a new generator. How would that be? Will it be all new equipment, or I just trying to get to the disposal of this here if we was to get that.
All right. Good afternoon, Senator. With the new facility, we, by code and resiliency, we're going to have a total of 3 generators for the new facility. So basically, the facility can run off of one by itself, but the first 2 will come on and share the load. So you will always have redundancy within the new facility.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. CEO, have you reached out to Department of Energy or FEMA for any assistance with power generation? Now or for the future?
Tina Comisión, CEO of SRMC. So we have had discussions directly with VITEMA and through Mr. Smalls with FEMA about our need. We've really more so spoken with ESF8 and VITEMA for the immediate need for the generators. And we know that there are plans in place for the future building to include more energy efficient options, reliable, renewable energy solutions, and new generators.
Oh, so
through
all
Mr.
that's factored
Smalls'
in.
THRT program.
Excuse me, all that's factored into the rebuild?
Yes, sir, that's part of the rebuild.
Okay. Okay. Now, once the hospital come back up online, would you be looking at the Cleveland Clinic type? Just using that name, module or model for the territory going forward, where we could look at medical tourism for the Caribbean and for the world?
Yes, Senator DeGraff. I mean, we plan to be a center of excellence in our brand new state-of-the-art facility, and we think that there's certainly opportunities to serve our neighbors in the Eastern
1
Caribbean,
minute.
as well as attract folks who would love to come to the beautiful Virgin Islands to get their care. And certainly when the Cancer Institute reopens, we think there is an opportunity for medical tourism.
Okay. And finally, your unions. Based on the budget, what I'm seeing here, your personnel listing came to
30 seconds.
42 million, 3. A difference of the 55, you're asking 12 million, 7. Now, what unions have negotiated and received increases, any retro owed to them, and what unions are we looking to accommodate between now and for 2025 budget?
Thank you, Senator DeGraff, for the question. We have moved almost all, I'd say that the vast majority of our employees to step on where they are on the current scales. We are planning to go back and do renegotiation of most of our CBAs as they're currently expiring or have expired. We're actively in SIU negotiations. We know USW is going to come up. We have IAMAW, which we've started to exchange some proposals with. That's being scheduled through OCB. We plan to do AHEP, which is for our employed physicians. We have recently done VISNA and RNLU, so our nursing unions are good. And we're, a lot more diligent in staying up to date with our collective bargaining agreements.
Okay, so 25, you able to do that negotiation and get it would cover the funding that you're looking for would cover all of those unions?
Yes, sir. In our budget for FY25, we have built in the amounts that we would need to afford the raises that we think will come through those negotiations.
Okay, and retro?
Yes, and we don't have any major retro outstanding at this time.
Oh, you do have?
We do not have any major retro outstanding.
Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
So I need to follow up quickly. So the contract, we've discussed this before. The security guards at
Yes.
the hospital, what's the status of their contract and the increases, et cetera?
Yes, Senator Fred Gregory. So IAMAW is the security officer union. We were prepared to go to negotiations. We had a date through OCB. We've already submitted our salary proposals, et cetera, to them. That date was moved. We don't have a new date for when that negotiation is going to happen. But we are anxious to get to the table to renegotiate our security union contract. And we have moved those employees to step on the current contract while we await the negotiations to occur.
So they're part of the overall IMAW negotiations?
Yes, IMAW is the union that covers our security officers.
I see. All right. And that you're supposed to go to the table, but you haven't.
Yes, we had a date and the date got moved. So we're ready. As soon as we're called back to the table, we are ready to do those increases for our security union.
Okay. Senator Francis Jr., you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam CEO, you spoke about the reduction of overtime and savings that will be result from that. What area are you seeing overtime and that reduction?
Thank you for the question, Senator Francis. I'm actually going to have our VP of Finance speak to this because this is one of the projects that he has been working on since onboarding with our organization.
Good afternoon, Jordan Wathen, Senior Vice President, Financial Services. So we incur overtime in almost all departments. The ones that frequently have the most are security, operating room, patient access, sometimes our operators, laundry, maintenance. So it's a lot of areas that require 24/7 coverage.
So the first areas that you mentioned
Yes, sir.
are critical areas.
Yes, sir.
So that overtime is being incurred as a result of not having the necessary manpower?
A lot of it is due to vacancies, yes, sir.
So how are you going to be able to address that? Is there going to be a shortage as a result of that? Or you put in a cap or something, or how are you controlling that overtime?
Senator Francis, thank you for the question. We actually just did a hiring fair. We did a job fair that was very successful to recruit for those specific positions.
1
We got a
minute.
number of qualified candidates for our security positions, for laundry, and for dietary.
Yeah.
We have since extended offer letters and onboarded some of those individuals. Part of it is retention, and that's why we need to get to the table to fix those salaries. We're currently at the table right now with SIU actively this week, and we're looking forward to getting back with IAMAW. That should help us to be able to improve the rate and retain the staff that we need, and then cut overtime.
Okay, very well. And we have been talking about borders for quite some time. You have assessed that there's a $6.2 million cost association with borders.
30
Are we
seconds.
treating this as abandonment, or are you having discussion with the Attorney General's office or Department of Justice in respect to how do we start to see some inroads in addressing the situation of borders?
Thank you for the question, Senator Francis. Borders continue to be a major issue for our organization. It is, we have to spend a considerable amount of money hosting or housing these patients in the most expensive bed in the territory because there are not good discharge options. We still have to provide nursing care, physician oversight, the supplies to take care of them, the WAPA overhead, the drugs that they need. And it really, really is a burden to our system. When we calculated that 6.2 number, that is 10 borders, 365 days a year at the Medicare rate. So this is not even like our full charge or what we would
Time.
charge a private insurance company. This is really a very realistic low figure for what it costs to take care of these borders every year. We have not taken the route of working with the Attorney General or Department of Justice yet on these issues. We have started to work some with Social Security Office. So for folks who are getting benefits, we either want the benefits to stop going to the family because they have abandoned the person who the benefits are intended for, and trying to see about getting them redirected towards a hospital to at least pay for their care. We are working very closely with Department of Human Services. I'm very encouraged that with the new commissioner, we'll look at creative options. I know that they want to help us place the borders, but they don't have any additional contracts in place and funding for new contracts for beds outside of the territory, and there are really no beds in our district. There are beds available potentially on St. Croix at Herbert Grigg, but they don't have the staffing available. It's much less expensive to the government as a whole, if we're thinking of one government, to add some personnel for that long-term care facility on St. Croix and transfer the patients there than to house them at the hospital, which is the most expensive care location. So we're hoping that we can get some realignments in the budget that way and have the patients placed in a better setting for the patients too, because it's not ideal for them to be in the hospital.
My time has been called, but I'd just like to wrap up by saying I think that we really need to have a real discussion about how collectively we could address this thing. If we require legislation, we need to do that, as well as to really come up with some work around this, because every time you come before us for budget hearing, we keep hearing about this border issue, and now this cost is real. So I think that we really need to close the loop on that and have some discussion. Madam Chair, if I just ask that if you could have them discuss what is the barriers for implementation of the Meditech, where are we? Are we seeing any light at the end of the tunnel? I'll appreciate that. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. President. You may proceed with responding to
Sure.
his question.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And I'll start, and I will have Mr. Brandon Richardson weigh in some. But the Meditech Expanse project is very important to us. We really are looking forward to getting to the go-live date where we have a brand-new EMR in place. It's going to make it better for how our staff take care of patients. It'll make it better for billing and collecting. It'll make it better in terms of the patient having access to their own records, et cetera. So we really need to move in this direction. We have done a considerable amount of building for the new system. We have a little bit more work to do with our technical consultants who are helping us complete that project. And then there's a number of third-party software agencies that we need to connect, interfaces that need to be built. But we really are trying to push for a go-live in the first, I guess, quarter of calendar year 25. And I'm hoping that we're going to hit that date. Mr. Richardson, is there anything you'd like to add?
Very well said. No, only thing I would just like to mention is that our current system is, of course, it's end of life. Very difficult to get support.
Name it.
Oh, sorry. Brandon Richardson, Vice President of Information Systems at Schneider Regional Medical Center. The system is currently end of life. It's very difficult to get support for it. With the new system, I would say we are probably about 80% complete in terms of build. There's a with the new system, it allows us to do a lot of the new state-of-the-art functionalities that we cannot do with the current version. So we're looking forward to moving forward in that direction and getting it up and running.
Thank you for your response. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want some clarity regards to the lease agreement. I know that Madam Chair had questioned it for the hospital redevelopment team. What's I mean, if I did the calculations, so it's a 6-year lease, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So the amount that I'm seeing in the post-audit report is representing those 6 years.
Yes, Senator.
So it's 240 a year, 20 monthly. What's the square footage of that space? Because it's kind of expensive.
It's a brand new building at 5,000 square foot.
5,000. And what's the size of your staff? Number of members.
Currently in this district, it's 8 and growing. We do go back and forth between. We have meeting rooms for that space, as well as storage for all of the plans and specifications that we're going to be receiving.
So it's 8 staff members on St. Thomas.
Currently, total of 15 altogether.
15 altogether. And you said growing, so you're planning to get some new employees. Yes. How many more?
We are projecting.
On St. Thomas.
Projecting, based on our budget, we were looking.
1 minute.
Budget, we were looking at growing, I would say within the next 2 years, upwards of 20.
Okay, because for 8 staff members, 5,000 square footage at $20,000 a month. That's kind of high.
We in the process, we had to do what was available in St. Thomas, and that was on the lower end.
But then engaging in a 6-year contract,
30 seconds.
Price, a total of $1,440,000. We have to do better managing our funding. We have to do better. With regards to your financial transparency reporting, how frequently are the financial performance metrics reported to the hospital board, the relevant oversight bodies? Mm-hmm.
From Schneider Regional proper? Yes, we have a monthly finance committee meeting where we provide all of our financial statements as well as a dashboard of key metrics, including volumes and other items that are tracked regularly. So monthly, the board is aware, and we have district board meetings monthly, as well as finance committees of the territorial board, as well as the full territorial board meeting every month.
Okay. And lastly, going back to this lease, this was approved by who, Director Small? This lease?
It's through the board, and just for clarification, is not being paid by the hospital. This is through our management costs.
Still money that we have to properly manage. I mean, whether it's paid by the hospital, our general fund, or federal dollars, we have to be more wise in how we manage the funding that we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. So let me ask you, CEO Commission, what's currently happening with your hospital systems?
Senator Fred Gregory, are you referring to the IT systems of the
Yes.
hospital? So we, unfortunately, were affected by a cyber attack, ransomware attack, and that effectively limited or shut down our access to our electronic medical record, as well as some of our internal drives, internal folders. Proactively, the internet and some of those connections were shut down to allow the IT team and the federal and local authorities to investigate the attack. We instituted a disaster recovery plan that we have in place, and we are currently on downtime procedures while the system is being investigated and brought back up in a safe way.
So is it being ransomed? Is there a ransom?
It's a subject of a ransomware attack. Yes, there is a claim for ransom, and we're working with the federal authorities around that claim. And because it's an active investigation, I'm happy to answer anything that we can answer, but there's some limitations.
No, I don't need to know all the details, but I was just wondering, because did you make reference to it in your testimony?
Yes, ma'am, I did,
You
and I
did?
think we got
Okay.
one question earlier on the
Okay.
record about it.
All right. And that's, as far as you know, that's both hospitals or just your hospital that you're managing?
I have communicated with leadership at the One F. Louis Hospital, and they are not affected. At this time, we're the only hospital, to our knowledge, in the territory affected by it.
It's unfortunate. Okay. Yeah. Senator Bulkes, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is Schneider Regional or even Juan F. Louis hospitals part of or opted into the BIT's GNOC system?
Brandon Richardson, VP of Information Systems. No, we have not.
Okay. All right. Very well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So do you have cyber insurance?
Brandon Richardson, Schneider Regional Medical Center. No, we do not.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to get into the details of that. I just wanted to know exactly what was happening there. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. CEO Commission, I would be remiss if I didn't give you an opportunity to weigh in on Schneider Regional's disaster preparedness, given the fact that we're here in the midst of a hurricane season. The facility is already somewhat vulnerable. What efforts or what investments have we made to improve our emergency preparedness in light of the hurricane season?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Potter, for the question. Tina Comisión, CEO of Schneider Regional. We take emergency preparedness very seriously. We meet with VITEAM on a monthly basis. We also are an active participant in the ESF8 group. We have standing emergency management plans, which we share with CMS and Joint Commission and the federal, and the FEMA has access to our emergency plans as well. We always increase our stock of drugs and hemodialysis supplies at the start of a hurricane season, knowing that we may be cut off from access to such things if the ports are closed. In terms of the physical structure, we have taken steps since the last hurricane to harden some of it, so the window systems, et cetera, have been reinforced. We do have vulnerabilities just in terms of the overall physical structure. I would say our largest area of concern is what's been discussed extensively today, our generator system, because having to run our generators for long periods of time would pose a challenge to us maintaining safe care. We've upfitted our helicopter pads on both St. Thomas and St. John, so we're able to work with the Navy and or Coast Guard for immediate support after a storm.
Thank you for that. I wanted you to weigh in the last couple of seconds that we have left on sharing with us the emergency room prioritization. How does it work when persons come to the hospital? You have limited rooming capacity. How do you assess the priority of patients who are there at the hospital?
Time.
Thank you, Senator Potter. So every patient that presents at the emergency room is important to us, and we understand that you're there for a reason because you are seeking care. And every patient is triaged. At triage, they determine your level of acuity and put you into the queue depending on how serious you are. So folks that come in with chest pain, shortness of breath, et cetera, are put right to the top. Active bleeding, those patients are handled first. And then folks that have other complaints that are not as time sensitive are placed lower in the queue, and they are given rooms and attention according to where they fall in the queue. And we want to get to everybody quickly, but unfortunately, it just depends on what's actively happening and who else is presenting at the time that you come to the emergency
So there's
room.
an RN who was there assigned to manage that process?
Yes, we have an RN assigned to manage the process for both walk-ins and patients that come via the ambulance. We have other clinical staff that do assessments of vitals, et cetera. When folks first present to the emergency room, they give that information to the emergency room nurse and the emergency room doctor, and they assist in the actual prioritization of patients.
Okay, so the process works well from your vantage point.
Yes, that process works very well. It's a science that they have mastered. It's just we want to get to everybody quickly because we don't want anybody to have to wait. And there is everywhere around the country a wait associated with going to the emergency room that we try to shorten by working on smoothing out our processes.
Okay. I wanted to ask Dr. Smalls, I know he mentioned earlier that obviously given the size of our jurisdiction, we can't build out horizontally. We are going to be forced to go up vertically. And you mentioned that currently the hospital has 5 stories. What is the anticipated story level for the new facility? I don't think you mentioned that.
Right. We didn't mention it because we're not there yet. Good afternoon, Senator. No, I didn't mention it because it's still in the conceptual phase. But one of the things that, as you alluded to, we can't move horizontally, so you have to go vertically. One of the other things is the fact that we have equipment on the roof. Most modern buildings, we have what's called an interstitial floor. So basically, one of the floors is not even going to be used for patient care or anything like that. It'll be all equipment, all our air handlers and what have you will be on that floor, all within, the budget as well as our design capacity and needs, and looking at potential for growth.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your flexibility.
Thank you, Senator Potter. So to my colleague's point, we're 5 floors now, correct?
That is correct.
And you're talking about the vertical trajectory. So how many floors are you anticipating?
Again, it's hard to say here in the St. Thomas district because St. Croix is 3 stories and we're looking at 8. St. Croix is 5 stories. St. Thomas is 5 stories. So are we going to be in that range? But looking at what opportunities presents itself from a design standpoint. A lot goes into developing when you start looking at vertical expansion. You're
I
looking
asked the question. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you have to look at distances, travel. Look at fire exits. There's a whole bunch of design factors that create that. One of the things that we're going to be very conscientious of is that we do have neighbors to our north that do have a view, and we're mindful of that. That whatever we construct, that we don't
That's in
impact.
which district?
In the St. Thomas district. Yeah, we have all the buildings, like I said, to the north of the property, so we're also looking at that, making sure that we don't impact on them as well.
Well, I asked the question because based on current law, you only could go up 6. And a lot of pressure, 6 floors. So the legislature, the leadership of the legislature, through the Senate President, needs to know what's happening, because if we need to be moving legislation to accommodate that, within reason, of course, that's what we have to do, because we don't want to wait until, the legislature always finds itself in this pressurized position where all these plans are made, and then, oh boy, we can't do this because we need legislation to say we can go up more floors. But right now, the limit is 6.
Right. No, I'm familiar with the law of the 6 stories, but I'm also familiar that it's also based on your ground elevation. So because of our topography, you do have the opportunity, because we have a project here that's taller than that, but because of where I'm going to call it the ground elevation is, it gives the appearance that you're only 6 stories, whereas because of the slope of the terrain, you accommodate below. So
The building underneath.
yes. So all of that would be taken into consideration and, of course, adhere to the existing code.
Well, I mean, if there's an opportunity for us to, our job is also to be a part and to ensure that whatever needs to happen within reason, we support it. So I just want to make sure that there is that collaborative inclusion.
Absolutely, I
as this work
appreciate
goes
that.
on. Yes. All right. We have exhausted our discussion for today. This has been a long discussion. I want to thank the members of the Roy Schneider Medical Center team and your staff and management, of course, for all the good work that they do. I know there's a tremendous amount of challenges that you face. And like I said earlier, and a few of my colleagues echoed the similar sentiments, we have to set our priorities here and determine, what's important to us. There's no doubt that we have a number of challenges, from our infrastructure to our schools, to our hospitals, to our human services care, etc. But we have to set our priorities, to our energy, which is, sometimes we think that's the number one priority. But we have to make sure we take care of the health of our community, health care of our community. So we have to really figure out what those priorities are. So I don't know that we've come together in a very long time to really look at what are those challenges and how do we align them and figure out how to prioritize them. So I think, the time is right for us to have those types of discussions. CEO Esquire Commission, I am going to allow you a 30-second close.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory, Tina Comisión, CEO for Schneider Regional. And good afternoon again to all. Chairwoman Fred Gregory and honorable senators, thank you again for the opportunity to present before you today. I'm deeply grateful for your time, for your thoughtful questions, and for your dedication to the health and well-being of our community. Across the country, 50% of small community hospitals are operating in the red, especially with insurance companies, tightening and reducing reimbursement rates, and with serving an increasingly aged and uninsured population. And our community is no different. We have our struggles. We're working hard at Schneider Regional to take care of our community. As I conclude, I want to reemphasize, the critical importance of prioritizing funding for healthcare, and ensuring that Schneider Regional can continue to provide the highest quality of care to the residents and visitors of the Virgin Islands. Our request here today for a total appropriation of $46.3 million for FY25 helps to cover the uncompensated care and the Medicaid match, as well as requesting additional line item funding of $9.7 million for very necessary, long overdue capital repairs, and any assistance that can be provided with allocations towards our outstanding debt are certainly appreciated. This is really essential for maintaining our hospital on St. Thomas and our clinic on St. John, and enhancing our services to meet the level of care that our community expects and deserves. We always welcome your help in working with the federal government on renegotiating our Medicare rate. We know we serve a lot of Medicare patients, and we think there's an opportunity for us to receive a more fair allocation from Medicare for the care that we provide to their constituents. SRMC has made and will continue to make significant strides in helping ourselves, in improving our financial health, in doing better with our billing and collecting, increasing that monthly collection amount, and we're going to continue to be focused on reducing expenses. We're very excited about our new gastroenterology clinic. We want to encourage people to come to Schneider for their care. We are also very excited about the improvements to our cath lab and, standing in where we need to support hemodialysis care in the near future. We want to continue to enhance the care we provide to the community. We want to keep more services on island. We want to continue to save lives. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our entire SRMC team for their unwavering commitment and hard work every day taking care of the community. I particularly want to thank our entire senior leadership team and Ms. Stephanie Oriole for her invaluable assistance with preparing the testimony today. To all our valued partners within the community, other agencies of government, thank you for working with us. And special thanks to the generous donors to the SRMC Foundation. Truly, your contributions have made a significant difference in our ability to expand our services and have helped to stand in the gap where our collections and the GVI appropriation don't meet all of our needs. So thank you and continue to support the SRMC Foundation, please. To the patients and families, thank you for trusting us with your care. And thank you for your continued support and partnership. And I hope everyone has a blessed day. Thanks again for the opportunity to present with my team today.
Thank you, and thank you for spending a portion of your day with us. We know that you're very, very busy. The committee stands in recess for 15 minutes. The committee is back on the record, and we have the St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation that's before us this afternoon, but I am going to ask the Madam Clerk to read the last item on today's agenda into the record.
Block 2, St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation. Invited testifier, Ms. Tess G. Richards, MD, Interim Executive Director, St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the testifiers to please put your name and title.
Good afternoon.
Titles on the record. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Tess Richards, Interim Executive Director and Medical Director at St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Stephen Myers, and I'm the CFO for the St. Thomas East End Medical Center.
All right. And only one staffer is accompanying you today?
Yes.
All right. Very well. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair of Finance Committee, Senator Donna Fret-Gregory, members of the Finance Committee, other members of the 35th Legislature, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Dr. Tess Richards, the Interim Executive Director and Medical Director at St. Thomas East End Medical Center, hereafter referred to as STEAM-CC. With me today is Mr. Stephen Myers, our Chief Financial Officer. Thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to present on our budget this afternoon. I'd also like to thank our Board of Directors and our staff at STEAM-CC for their hard work, their perseverance, and their support over the last 12 months. This last year has been very, very challenging for us, but what I've learned is how dedicated our staff is to this community. So thank you. Thank you, staff, and thank you, STEAM-CC Board of Directors. St. Thomas East End Medical Center, or STEAM-CC, is a federally qualified health center, and we've been serving this community for more than 30 years. And the purpose of an FQHC, or Federally Qualified Health Center, is to make sure that every single Virgin Islander has access to quality health care. And while STEAM-CC offers services to everyone, our main focus is to make sure that the underserved population of the St. Thomas St. John District is provided access to care. This community is well aware of how critical it is for STEAM-CC to remain open and available to serve our vulnerable population. Every year, STEAM-CC provides care for people with no money and no access. And in developing our FY 2025 budget, we looked at our growing at-risk population and the ever-changing needs of our community. We very carefully aligned our budget request for 2025 to meet those needs. Therefore, STEAM-CC is increasing the ask from the government of the Virgin Islands from $2.1 million to $3.26 million. But what has STEAM-CC done to support our budget request for 2025? What have we done to let this body know and this community know that we will continue to be fiscally responsible? So here's a recap over the last 12 months of what STEAM-CC has accomplished and some of the changes we've instituted since we were here last time. Externally, last year, despite our challenges, STEAM-CC did very well with federal reviews. Our annual report card from our governing body, HRSA, which is Health, Resources, and Services Administration, is called UDS. And every year they look at what we do clinically, they look at what we do financially, they look at every single thing that we do. And our report card is a reflection of that. I actually put in our testimony an attachment that the senators can look at that is a reflection of the excellent report card that we got from UDS this past year. STEAM-CC also had an operational site visit by HRSA in November of 2023. The operational site visit is an intense 3-day evaluation of every aspect of the center from the federal government. During the site visit, the federal reviewers came to the center and they evaluated everything we do and how we do it. STEAM-CC scored extremely high with a score of 97% at the end of that visit. After a few minor adjustments were made, STEAM-CC is now at 100% compliant per the federal government. That's what we did externally. Internally, STEAM-CC's main focus over the last year has been to train our team to operate like a business in order to improve the center's financial position. A key part of that has been to streamline the budget for the center. Balancing STEAM-CC's budget continues to be a critical part of operating the business, and business is a key word, because even though the love of our community and our passion for health equity is what drives us every day, STEAM CC is still a business, and we are doing everything we can to make sure that the staff operates with that in mind. And to accomplish that, there just needed to be a greater understanding of some of the things that we do, some of our operations. So we looked at expenses. We evaluated every single expense and said, what is this bill for? Is this warranted? Do we need this? Is there a way to cut this down? Are we getting the best product and the best service for the best price? Then we looked at our policies and procedures around what we do. What are the center's policies? Does the staff know and understand these policies? Do they work? Are they effective? And if not, what do we need to do to change those policies and optimize our revenue collection in order to carry out our mission? During our last budget hearing, STEAM CC leadership reviewed our cost-cutting plan with you that was developed to mitigate the center's financial crisis. Leadership was also given a number of recommendations by this body. So below is an update on the progress of the recommendations given by this body. We were told to cut our monthly expenses. STEAM CC cut monthly expenses by about $250,000 within the last 12 months. STEAM CC decreased the physical footprint in the mall, thereby decreasing our rent by about $40,000 per month. STEAM CC negotiated out of the land lease, which was an approximate 90-year, $30 million plus liability for us. STEAM CC decreased payroll by about $2.5 million each year. We changed the composition of staff from only having 9% of our staff actually generating revenue to now 27% of our staff actively generating revenue. We hired 2 full-time dentists. We hired a dermatologist, the only one who is on the island. We hired 2 primary care providers. And next month, we are hiring 3 more. We're onboarding 3 more. They've already been hired. 2 internal medicine and 1 pediatric. STEAM CC is expanding our services, which is one of the things we had as a recommendation. We are now expanding our 340B pharmacy program even more. Recently, a very big pharmacy on island was added to our 340B program, so we expect to generate the revenue from that. We also have contracted care managers to help provide more care to our patients, which serves 2 purposes. It increases contact with patients because they call the patients when our providers are not available or when we do not have enough providers. But it is a revenue-generating encounter, so STEAM CC is also able to generate revenue from that. Lastly, STEAM CC is reopening our own in-house laboratory. This, too, is beneficial for 2 reasons. 1, patients can have their labs drawn right there at the center, which increases compliance and is much more convenient for our patients. But STEAM CC is also going to generate that revenue from the lab encounters. STEAM CC is committed to our mission, but STEAM CC cannot continue our operations and continue to provide care for our at-risk population with the current GVI allotment of $2.1 million. The cost of services and supplies continues to increase, but the GVI allotment remains the same. STEAM CC uncompensated numbers continue to increase, but the GVI allotment remains the same. So if you look at the graph on page 8, that's entitled Patient Count Distribution, and then the one called Visit Count Distributions, for those of you who can see our graphs. We have some graphs in our testimony. Unfortunately, we could not put up our PowerPoint for those of you who are watching. But the data is just giving you an idea of how many patients we see every year and how that's changed over the past several years. We're also going to talk a little bit about payer mix, and we have graphs for that. Compensation rates, we have graphs for that. So this first set of graphs shows the amount of patients that we see and service every year from our community. In 2023, STEAM CC saw 6,623 patients with 17,814 visits from those patients. So currently our patient count and our visit count is still not back to pre-pandemic numbers. Part of that was because we didn't have enough providers. But now that we are bringing new providers on, we anticipate that our patient numbers will normalize over the next 6 to 9 months or so. As far as age and gender are concerned, that's our next graph that we have. We are still very female heavy, with about 2/3 of our population being female. So obviously we need to start reaching out to our male population, bringing them in for care. We also have a much larger adult population than we do pediatrics, but our patient base does not truly reflect the age distribution in the territory. The recently Kids Count book from 2022 said about 19% of our population is under 18, but twice that is actually what's coming to STEAM CC. So clearly, again, an opportunity to bring more people into the center and generate more revenue once we, okay. The next graph gives you an idea of some of the more common diagnoses we manage, providing insight into the services we provide. This is important because these conditions reflect the main chronic medical conditions at the hospital and throughout our community in general. Hypertension, diabetes, asthma, obesity, depression, and anxiety are some of the most common diagnoses. Again, this is an important point because if we are not open and fully operational and not available to manage their chronic medical conditions, these patients will likely end up acutely ill at our already overburdened hospital. STEAM-CC focuses on providing the much-needed behavioral health services for our community. In 2023, the majority of our behavioral health patients were seen for depression and anxiety. The center realizes how important behavioral health is to our overall well-being. As a result, our clinical team screens everyone age 12 and over for depression and anxiety. The goal herein is to provide support to everyone in need. As an FQHC, STEAM-CC is required to follow the mandates and guidelines set forward by HRSA, our governing body. There are many reporting requirements and requirements about services that we must provide to the community we serve. Just like the hospital, STEAM-CC is required to provide care to everyone who walks through our doors, regardless of their ability to pay. We firmly believe that every Virgin Islander deserves to have someone who prioritizes their health and welfare. Our mission at STEAM-CC is to eliminate barriers to health care for those who are poor, uninsured, or simply lack access to doctors and basic health services. But that mission comes with its challenges. Very often, the care we provide remains uncompensated. Some of the patients do not pay their bills, and some of the patients cannot pay their bills. We also have many patients who are seen at extremely discounted rates because they are on our slide. As an FQHC, we are required to have a sliding fee discount program that is referred to as a slide. For patients who do not have any insurance or do not have sufficient insurance, their individual financial situations are evaluated, and they can be enrolled in our sliding fee discount program. Again, the sliding fee discount program is one of our HRSA mandates, so we must have a sliding fee discount program. STEAM-CC's sliding fee discount program is how we help our patients at the center. STEAM-CC recognizes and responds to the needs of our underserved population. At STEAM-CC, it's our responsibility to help our patients meet their medical and dental health financial obligations. However, our support does not stop at the doors. STEAM-CC also has memorandums of understanding with outside vendors who provide services to our uninsured and underinsured patients. These services include blood work, mammograms, pap smears, diagnostic imaging, so things like x-rays, ultrasounds, transportation, medications. Because in order to truly help our patients, we have to be able to ensure they have access to complete care. If we give them referrals for testing or prescriptions for medications and they cannot afford it, we have not done our jobs. Therefore, our budget request reflects funds we set aside to assist patients who are unable to pay not only for their visits at STEAM-CC, but also for the consulting services, diagnostic testing, and medications for which they are referred. When a patient is on the slide, the center is paid very little for services compared to what the center is paid for someone who has commercial insurance or medical assistance. Just to give you an idea, the chart, entitled Compensation Based on Payer Mix, compares the compensation from different payers for a few of our most common vendors. Compensation for our self-pay patients is very low. More than 1/4 of our patients are on the slide, which equates to a lot of money that we are unable to collect because we are mandated to provide care at these discounted rates for our sector of our population. The sector continues to grow, and we continue to see increases in our self-pay patients numbers. We have already seen an increase in our self-pay numbers from 24% in 2022 to 29.5% in 2023, when patients who qualified for medical assistance during COVID years no longer qualified for medical assistance. At this point, we anticipate that our number of self-pay patients will be increasing even further because of the recent changes in Medicaid enrollment. The patients who lose their medical assistance are likely to become self-pay. The next set of graphs below reflect the number of patients we have seen for the past few years who are self-pay, how much we charged for services, how much we collected for services, and how much we adjusted because the patients were self-pay or part of our sliding fee discount program. In 2023, STEAM-CC treated 1,939 self-pay patients, which is an increase of 16.5% from 2022. Self-pay charges for 2023 totaled $2.28 million. STEAM CC collected $191,000. That balance of $1.88 million is uncompensated care. The charges versus collections graph shows the considerable gap between the amounts billed and the amounts collected by STEAM CC. And the fees STEAM CC charges are not decided arbitrarily. Medical fees cover employee salaries, the cost of medical supplies and equipment, office supplies, office equipment, and everything else involved in running a business. An important point to note is that fees STEAM CC charges for Medicare are CMS-approved charges. The fees STEAM CC charges for private insurance are VI EquiCare approved charges. And the fees that STEAM CC charges for medical assistance patients are the fees on the contract signed by medical assistants. The main threat to the center continues to be financial instability, largely due to insufficient revenue generation. There are several factors and forces that adversely affect our revenue generation. One, in 2023, provider shortages resulted in decreased patient numbers and patient visits. Two, payments from insurance companies and medical assistants can take a very long time. Three, patient payments from medical assistants and the private insurance companies are often less than projected and expected. The center received only 58% of the charges for medical assistance, 17.4% from Medicare, 8.4% from our self-pay patients. The decrease in Medicaid enrollment post-COVID increased self-pay numbers, which increased STEAM CC's uncompensated care. I refer you to the graph on page 10 entitled Self-Pay Charges Per Year. Note the increase in adjusted charges from $1.06 million in 2020 to almost $1.9 million in 2023. The recent decrease in Medicaid enrollment will likely increase our self-pay population, thereby further increasing our financial burden of uncompensated care. This is another reason we needed a larger allotment. Larger patient base means they need more money to be taken care of. Our patient population consists of approximately 11.8% Medicare, 11.7% with commercial insurance, approximately 47% with MAP, and 29.5% who are self-pay. These numbers are reflected in the graphs that I sent you all, okay? Are you looking for them? 3/4 of our revenue comes from MAP. 29% of our patients, like I said, are self-pay, but only 7 to 8% of our revenue collected is from self-pay patients. But regardless of their ability to pay for care, all of our patients deserve to receive good health care. That is why at STEAM CC, we do what we do every single day. We make sure that even if a patient does not have any money to pay for their services, they still receive care. However, that puts us in a difficult financial position because we still have to pay our bills and meet our financial obligations, even if our patients cannot and do not. We have touched on what FQHC is and why we exist. We reviewed who our patients are, provided examples of the services we provide, reviewed some of the chronic medical things we manage, and discussed our payer mix. So the value of STEAM CC to this community is clear. Now that we have a picture of who we are, what we do, and why we must continue to provide services to this community, the remainder of this discussion will be about our operating budget request for FY 2025. STEAM CC's streamlined budget for FY 2025 is $7,770,108, which is down from $10.8 million in FY 2024. STEAM CC's request from the government of the Virgin Islands for the upcoming fiscal year is $3,266,424. Budget components and justifications. Our personnel salaries. The salaries for our 70 employees and the projected new hires has been budgeted at $4.6 million. This includes our providers, clinical support staff, business office staff, administrative staff, and again, our projected new hires. Employee benefits. Employee benefits are offered to employees to express our appreciation to our staff and to show them that we are invested in their health and their future. The center's budgeted 2025 rate is approximately 25%, which equals $1,125,266. Our benefits package includes life insurance, disability insurance, health insurance. We pay our FICA, unemployment insurance, workman's compensation, and of course our retirement plan. Contracts and professional services. Contracts and professional services have been budgeted at $196,000 and $427,000 respectively, for a total of $623,600. Our professional services are our annual audit, our legal fees, our bio-waste disposal, laboratory services, pharmaceuticals, radiology, and our electronic health record system. Our contracts are our IT consultants, our translating services, and our on-call services. The cost of supplies utilized during patient care include things like medical and dental services, laboratory reagents for point-of-care testing, immunization supplies, and basic office supplies, budgeted at $189,200. Travel and continuing education. The cost of business-related travel and training has been budgeted at $20,000. This cost is approximately 27% attributable to the administrative staff and 73% to patient care, security staff, business office staff. Examples of business purposes include education or industry updates and reimbursement, patient care, quality assurance, ERISA requirements, and travel costs incurred to attend meetings or for continuing education, as well as for local and national industry associations. Costs will be controlled through review of local seminars, teleconferencing, and webcasts instead of out-of-territory conferencing whenever that option is available. As far as our facility, Steam CC rentals, spaces, land, and off-site storage at $600,000, down from $1.1 million. Communications, so the cost of updating and upgrading and updating our in-house telephone system, our paging system, creating a patient telephone tree is at $36,000, down from $60,000. Utilities, water and electricity at $132,000, down from $239,000. Repairs and maintenance at $100,000, which is increased from $55,000 last year. The total for facilities, $868,000, down from $1.53 million last year. Other services have been budgeted at $150,500. That amount includes recruitment, which is budgeted at about $60,000. Recruitment includes engaging a recruitment agency, posting classified and journal advertisements, candidate interviews, telephone listings. It also includes promotion, advertising, and events, which is budgeted at $30,000 of that $150,000. Promotion expenses include patient mailings, patient newsletters, health promotional materials and events, outreach, National Health Center Week, open houses, patient education and engagement, and health screenings. Staff uniforms, bank charges, postage and dues, and subscriptions are also included in our other services. Insurance. Our insurance cost has been budgeted at $60,000 and includes the cost of building, contents, director's liability, valuable papers, and bond insurance. Our Federal Tort Claims Act is actually what covers our malpractice, so we don't include that in that list, just so you know. So our budget breakdown. Personnel services, $5,768,808. Professional services, $427,600. Contracts, $196,000. Supplies, $189,200. And the miscellaneous, $320,500. Facility, $868,800. That gives us a total budget of $7,770,108. Our revenue breakdown. Our 330 grant gives us $1,464,580. To date, our GVI allotment has been $2.1 million. Our projected program income is $3 million. That gives us total income of $6,564,580. Our total budget is $7,770,108, which leaves us with a deficit of $1.2 million. The revenue breakdown with our requested GVI allotment: 330 grant, $1.464 million. GVI allotment, $3.26 million. Projected income, $3 million. And our total income, $7,731,000, a break even. The requested GVI allotment of $3,266,424 will help STEAM CC get to a better financial position. As a result, STEAM CC will be able to bring on more providers, resulting in better access to care for our most vulnerable population. STEAM CC needs the allotment of $3.26 million to ensure the center can pay current bills, hire staff, expand the range of services offered, extend our hours, and absorb the increase in uncompensated care resulting from the recent change in Medicaid enrollment. While the $3.26 million will help us balance our budget and allow STEAM CC to break even, it does not address our old debt. STEAM CC is working towards increasing our program income with the addition of new providers, the in-house lab, the 340B program, and expansion of services in order to address our outstanding financial obligations. Approval of the requested $3.26 million allotment for STEAM CC will afford us the opportunity to grow as a center, optimize patient engagement and experience, and increase access to quality health care for all Virgin Islanders. Thank you for allowing me to have my testimony. We'll address any questions that you have at this point.
Thank you for your testimony. And let me be the first to commend you on making a significant effort to reduce the expenses at STEAM CC. I will like to further drill down, however, as we have this discussion about how we're dealing with our FTEs, because it's important that if we have individuals who are providing good service and good work for the organization, that we keep them employed. So we're going to have a deeper dive discussion around that. But I've seen where particularly, and let me be specific, when I talk about the reduction, I'm talking about the facility component. I see that you have reduced the facility and communications and utilities and repairs by almost $1 million, $868,000. So we have to commend you for actually making an effort to do that. Okay, so as we go, we will, some other areas, my colleagues share with me that while there were reductions, you weren't specific. So we're going to get to the specificity at some point. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your point of information.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, if you look on page 5, and well, let's start with page 6 first, of the 2025 report, right? You're giving us the patient count distribution for the year 2019 to 2023. That's what you're giving us now in 25. But if I compare your report from last year, you gave us the same report. So why are there no numbers for fiscal year 2024? You gave us this information last year. What happened to the updated numbers for fiscal 2024? And it's the same thing for the visit count distribution, which is page 5. You gave us the same amount from 2019 to 2023, and you haven't given us for 2024. So why haven't you updated this? Is this just a cut and paste report here?
No.
But you gave me the same information. I already had this last year, the same numbers.
So then there is an error in how it was being sent to you, because the last graph at the bottom, you saw that it should have said as of July 25th, 2023 on that graph.
What page are you referencing?
He's referring to page 5
and page 6. Both of those graphs I got
one person at a time.
Sorry, he said page 5 and 6. I was just clarifying what was on the graph last year said as of July 25th, 2023. So if, in fact, the numbers are the same, then that is just an error in how they were fixing them, because we do have up-to-date numbers.
No, I don't think that's an error. It's a cut and paste. You got to call a spade a spade. All of the numbers are the same. You have not given us anything for 24. Last year, you gave us, in 24, you gave us the numbers up to 23. In this year, 25, you are still giving us the numbers up to 23. What happened to the numbers for 24? There are no numbers from last year here. That's what I'm saying. That's not an error. You have not provided the information.
Okay, so the numbers that we give you from our UDS numbers are calendar years. They are not fiscal years. That's why last year's numbers that said 2023 were up until the week before we got here, and that's why it said up to July 25th, 2023.
Okay, let's.
So that's why. But I will take a look at what you're talking about, and I will correct it. If in fact it is incorrect, I will be sure to get that back to you, Senator Fonseca.
Okay, so let's resolve this. Let's try our best to resolve this. Specifically, what page are you referencing, Dr. Richards?
Well, it's Senator Fonseca referencing, I think he said it's page 6, so I'm getting to page 6 right now.
Right, well, you made reference to, because this says visit count.
Right. He said page
Distribution.
6, but that's my,
Wait,
that's not
hold
my
up,
page 6
hold
at all.
up. We can't, we have the stenographer. Okay? So the visit count distribution 2019 to 2023, right?
Yes.
So 2023, for the sake of this discussion, is the January 1 to December 31st of 2023, correct?
Correct.
So the question that the senator is asking, where is the data up to, let's say, June of 2024? That's the question.
Well, I can certainly provide data from up to June to 2024. Yes. Okay. So that is not, we were doing an entire calendar year. I can certainly do that and send that to you all. Absolutely.
Yes.
Sure.
So that's what we're looking for.
Sure.
He's
Okay.
looking for
Gotcha.
the count to
Sure. Okay.
24 to date.
Sure.
You see?
Okay.
Okay,
Gotcha.
good. So,
Okay. I'll get that sent to you. Thank you.
okay, so if you could get it back to us, we'll
Sure.
appreciate it. Now, I see that you guys have hired a dermatologist. So tell me the need. I mean, I know that we have dermatology needs in the territory, but as we're looking for doctors in the specialized areas and the challenges that we have with high blood pressure, diabetes, asthma, depression, etc., how did we make a decision to hire a dermatologist in a time like this?
So yeah, thank you for asking that question, because I think that that's a very good question and one that needs addressing. So we do have our primary care providers, but what we wanted, which we discussed last year, was to shift our payer mix. And we're shifting our payer mix by having a specialist, and she is the only dermatologist on St. Thomas. So in order for anyone to see a dermatologist on St. Thomas, they have to come to STEAM CC, regardless of what insurance they have. So it's actually quite a calculated move. We, again, wanted to shift that payer mix from just medical assistance and self-pay to include some commercial payers. And by having a specialist, especially the only one on the island at the center, we anticipate seeing an increase in those numbers. And we actually have started to see more commercial payers start to come in because we have a dermatologist there.
So have you been tracking the revenues that you are generating from that particular payer mix?
Yes. So we are tracking the patients that Dr. Prince is seeing. We are also tracking every dollar that comes into the door, and that's part of our issue. That's part of our difficulty. Is we're seeing patients. Our charges are huge, but the collection is not there.
But that's the thing. So that's exactly why I asked the question. So you have to see every single person, regardless of their ability to pay, at STEAM CC. Correct?
So with a caveat, for
Okay.
primary care.
For primary,
Not
okay,
for
so
a dermatologist.
good. So
No,
let's understand
that's
that.
not primary care. That's a specialty, and specialty services are treated differently. So if they want to see a specialist, they're going to pay just pretty much just like anyone else. We will have some discounted services, but that is not primary care. That's a specialty. So that's a little bit of a plus for us, not going to be something that's discounted on our slide.
But
to the
the
same
reason
degree.
why I asked the question is because when I asked you about it, you still spoke about you're seeing the patients, but you're not seeing the revenues. And we're speaking specifically to the hiring of a dermatologist. So
we are seeing that the revenue being generated, but not just in dermatology and pediatrics and internal
wait, but
medicine
stay with
and
me.
family medicine.
Stay with me. We're speaking about
all of them.
the dermatologist that you hired. That I'm trying to understand how is that truly, does us hiring a dermatologist where private concern will have to come to a clinic, your clinic, to receive dermatology services, how is that helping the revenues at STEAM CC? That's basically what I'm asking. Not meaning to cut you off.
No, that's
but I'm
fine.
trying to
That's
really stay focused on that particular area that is of concern.
So Mr. Mayers can probably expand on this a little bit more. But what I'm saying is, by bringing in a dermatologist with people who have commercial insurance that will pay for the services, rather than relying on self-pay that does not. So that is how it's benefiting our revenues, because now we can have commercial payers come in. Commercial payers tend to pay a little bit better than a self-pay, tend to pay a little bit better than medical assistance. So by having that specialist there, we anticipate seeing more and more commercial commercial patients come into the center, thereby increasing our revenue generation and the collection of that revenue, because it's a private insurance rather than medical assistance and a self-pay. So that's how we're seeing it.
And that particular doctor works full-time?
She does not.
Okay, so...
She works 3 days a week.
So she has private practice here?
No, she does not.
Okay, all right.
She only works with us 3 days a week. But if I may, the problem is exactly what we were talking about before. Our charges are huge, but our collections are not quite there. So right now, as we speak at the center, we have a revenue cycle specialist team that was sent on the recommendation from someone at the governor's office. And they're actually looking at every single thing we do, including every single doctor, every patient they see, how they bill, how we collect, how we follow up, so that we can maximize our collections. Because yes, we need some support from the government, but we also want to operate as a business and increase our own program income. And so to do that, we're asking them to come and give us their recommendations.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, sorry, my name is Stephen Mayers, I'm the CFO.
Yes, Mr.
I just wanted
Mayers.
to add something here, just to give you some degree of assurance. We are running this particular part of the operation like a business. So in essence, when Dr. Richards talks about the revenue part, there's also a cost issue. The dermatologist is not free. And so one of the things we're also looking at the cost revenue structure to ensure that it's a profitable operation for us. So this has been going on for the last 6, maybe 7 months now, and we are evaluating it. Rest assured that it will be profitable or it will not be there. That is the bottom line.
So you are the intention is to assess to see the benefit of that particular specialty at STEAM CC?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay.
We look at all of our operations like that, these days anyway.
Okay, just making sure that, we are, because when you laid out the what we know of our challenges here with high blood pressure, diabetes, asthma, obesity, etc., that jumped out at me. Okay.
So if I may,
Yes.
Senator, point of clarification. So, we mentioned we had already hired other providers. The 2 other providers were primary care, so they will be addressing the hypertension and diabetes.
Okay, so you have 2 new primary care doctors?
That are already there, that are providers. And then we have 3 more coming on in August. 2 are internal medicine, and 1 is a pediatric provider.
Okay,
so
you
certainly
have-
paying attention to the hypertension and diabetes.
So you have 1 peds?
Yes.
And 2 primary care?
And 2 internal
Internal medicine.
starting in August. And we have 1 family medicine and 1 internal medicine that has a provider, 2 providers that have already started.
Okay. Okay. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. I'm going to start with Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Interim ED Richards and CFO Myers, and thank you for your testimony. Let me start with page 4 of the post-audit report. It's showing the Tutu Park Mall rental space for $582,000 for 2 spaces. What the square footage? And are you utilizing all of those spaces?
Yes. It is now I want to say it's 10,361. Last year, it was 20,954 square feet, so we have cut it significantly. And the only spaces we have left now are the clinical space and the dental space.
Okay,
but I will get that absolute number for you,
Okay,
but it's somewhere around that.
Okay, very well. And you, also in your testimony, you spoke to on page 4 of your testimony. Also, you spoke to that you contracted care managers.
Yes.
What about the cost of that contract, and how much employees these care managers have replaced?
So the care managers, your first question, there is no cost to the center directly for the care managers. The care managers have not replaced any staff. They are supplementing our staff. So say I see a patient needs to come back in 3 months, we get the money from it.
You say contracted them, so no cost for the contract. That's what you said.
Right. So yeah, I'm gonna explain that piece, and Mr. Mears again can explain
He's
that a little
saying
bit
because I have a lot of
better.
questions.
Right. So we the care contractors, DigiMed, they call the patient. That generates an encounter. We bill for that encounter. We take half. They take half. So
Okay.
there's no direct cost. We
Okay,
just get revenue.
Okay, very well. Now you stated that you have 70 employees.
Correct.
How much separations have you had for the past year?
So we've had 3 people actually resign, but as I'm sure you've heard recently, we've had to do furloughs and cuts. Is that what you're referring to? The furloughs and cuts?
Yes,
Okay.
numbers.
So we've had 14 furlough, saving us $293,000. 21 salary cuts, saving us $210,000 for a total savings of $503,000 annually.
And how many vacancies do you have?
The only vacancies we really have are provider vacancies, but they are about to be filled. And outside of that, it's really behavioral health providers that need to be filled. Outside of that, we don't have any true vacancies once we get patients back, the staff back up to their normal hours.
Do you have any consultants?
We do. We have IT consultants.
Any other area?
No, we don't have any other area.
Okay. Let me ask you in respect to your operations.
Sure.
When it comes to benefits, Social Security, Medicaid, IRB withholdings, do you owe any of these entities any payments?
Yes.
And can you give me a breakdown, please?
Sure. We owe IRB about $500,000. That sounds about right. Workman's compensation and unemployment, our reporting is now up to date, and we've started to make payments to unemployment as recently as yesterday. They're going to finalize whatever that balance is for us and send it to us. They've actually been very helpful in getting that information to us. 403B, we are current. Health insurance, we are current. And I think that's all you asked me about.
And what's the reason for this? What the reason for owing IRB $500,000?
Those are old bills that we're still trying to struggle with. A lot of our AP is just old stuff we're still struggling with.
So do you anticipate any more furlongs moving forward?
We certainly hope not. That's not something we want to do ever again.
1 minute.
We had to do it. But we would prefer to get our allotment and bring everybody back to full-time and increase everyone's salary once again.
It's always hard when you have to furlong your employees, it's not a good thing, but at the same time, I understand what you're trying to do in respect to providing basic service and at the same time being able to make your payments. You have any outstanding vendor
30
payments?
seconds.
You have any outstanding?
Vendor payments?
Yes. Yes.
What
I mean,
that
a lot of it is our old AP again.
Slow down. Take your time. We can't talk at the same time because she's taking notes. What that amount?
$3.1 million.
$3.1 million.
Correct. Including all of our old stuff.
So, what the plan? How do you plan to go about paying these vendors? I know most of them, if not all of them, are local vendors.
Right.
What's the plan moving forward?
So as I mentioned in our testimony, by increasing our revenue generators and our revenue generation, we plan to address our outstanding debts. We were able to maintain ourselves over the past year. We haven't gone into more debt because we're kind of holding our own as we streamline our budget. And we anticipate by bringing in more providers, we can generate more revenue and start to attack the debt that we kind of were inherited, so to speak.
Let me ask you, in terms of the employees, because I'm concerned about employees, and also Madam Chair, I had a question for the board chair also, because I have a question for the board chair also.
Okay.
In respect to the furlong employees, how did you go about that process in respect to who gets furlong, based on the type of services you provide, based on the needs of the patients? What did that process look like?
So exactly what you said. We looked at the numbers, realized where our deficit was, and then we looked at what everyone's job is in the center and how vital that piece is to the day-to-day operations of the basic needs of the patients. So we could not furlough providers because they need to be there to offer care, or their provider support staff because they need to be there to offer care. So in going down, person by person, staff by staff, we identified the staff whose services we could cut back on and still be able to provide even the most basic care to our patients, and that's how it was decided.
Okay, very well, Board Chair. Carl Wood, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
In respect to Executive Director, because see the interim, how long had that position been vacant?
That position has been vacant since March of last year, 2023.
And where are we at in terms of replacing or finding a new ED?
At the moment, initially, back in early 2023, there was an announcement made, and we collected resumes and everything else. Now, once I took over and we realized the depth of the infrastructural and the financial problems within the system and how and what would need to happen to rework and rewrite them, we went to the interim executive director process, and we've been following the guidelines under the Herscher handbook for both troubled FQHC and an FQHC that is in transition. So at the moment, we put together a corrective action plan. That corrective action plan requires about 2 years to fully implement. Before we go into putting in a new executive director that has to be brought up to speed and trained in the process that we're utilizing, we first have to finish building the process. And unfortunately, a lot of these things take time to put together and implement. The contract that we have right now with Dr. Richards would expire in January of 2025. So basically, October, November is when we'll start taking a look to see whether or not we're ready to go to a full executive director, so that by the time we get to the end of our fiscal year, we should hopefully have a candidate in place.
Honestly, I do not understand that process, because we know what's going on at SMCC. We understand the challenges they have, and the interim is doing her best to fulfill the needs, but at the same time, the board needs to do their part in terms of assuring and expediting that process, because I think that's a long time. What the average time it takes for health clinics in this type of situation to replace the head of the agency? I don't think it should take that.
There's actually no typical time frame, because when I've been attending virtual seminars with other FQHCs across the nation and things like that, and in actuality, there is a scarcity of qualified executive directors capable of handling a federally qualified health center. So some have gone months to over a year with their search with using just an acting person, not an interim.
But in closing, isn't Ms. Richard, isn't interim, the ED Richards, a doctor?
Yes, she is.
Exactly. So my point is, if you are looking for an ED, which comes with all of the requisite experience and or qualifications, I do not think it should take you that long in respect. That's just my opinion, Marvin Blyden. Okay, so please, from the board's perspective, I expect this to be more timely in terms of finding, but let me finish, Chair Calvert. Replacing and or bringing her on board, either or, but something needs to be done. That's way too long. The time frame you gave me is way, way too long. That's just my opinion. And thank you so much for your responses.
Thank you. We'll certainly work. We'll certainly get to work on that and give you back a report on how we're going to proceed with the executive director appointment.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Volkas, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the testifying panel. Now, we've heard that you reduced your payroll by $2.5 million. You cut back on other costs, significant reductions, including $250,000 monthly cut and a $40,000 rent decrease. But despite all of these efforts, you seem to still be in a deficit and are requesting more money than you did last fiscal year. So I'm curious to know what specific inefficiencies were identified for you to sort of justify the increase in the budget that you're looking for.
So, thank you. Part of the difficulty last year was that neither one of us was involved in the development of the budget. And I don't know if you remember last year us saying this budget doesn't make any sense. And that was exactly why. Just for the basic operations of the budget, $7.7 million is with us cutting everything back. Like I said, you just said, you've seen that we've cut lots of things back. And there's nothing really excessive here. The basic operations of the budget go at that $7.7 million. The projections from program income are based on the calculations that Mr. Mayers has done, looking at what has happened over the last 6 or 7 months. Here's what we've charged, here's what we've collected. This is probably what's going to happen for the remainder of the year. So while we're going to strive for much more than that, we want to be as conservative and as realistic as possible so that we do not run into a position that we were in when we met you here last year and when we were really, really, really struggling. So this budget, the request is more, even though the overall budget is significantly less, but it's just more realistic. And it's more truly what we need in order to function and take care of our patients than what was submitted last year. And like I said, Mr. Mayers can expound on that probably better than I can.
And why? Actually, proceed.
Just quickly, Senator Volkas, Stephen Mayers, CFO. I'm looking at last year's revised budget figure, and it says here that the government appropriation required was $3.4 million. We're asking for a figure that's much different from that. However, just in terms of payroll, the budget last year was $7.7 million. It was the same amount as the total budget we're asking for this year. So I just wanted to mention that.
Okay, and I know that the previous senator indicated a question that you replied to with old debt. Concerning that, there's also a window of a 5-year period that was mentioned to address potential budget deficits identified in the fiscal projections. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sorry, Senator, I didn't quite understand the question.
You wanted to address a potential budget deficit identified in the fiscal projections for the next 5 years. Was that not mentioned?
No, not that I remember, Senator.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, very well. Concerning your slide in fee discount program, how has that affected your overall revenue and patient accessibility?
Yes, again, Stephen Mayers, CFO. One of the things that we did when we looked at, we're always looking at both sides, and I want to just stress here that the focus is on balancing our budget. So we're trying to get from this constant deficit. We're doing $300,000 a month last year in deficits. We're trying to get this down to zero. So the plan is to get it to
1
zero.
minute.
So all of those things that we're doing in terms of reducing payroll, the furloughs, everything is to get us down to that zero number. And we're moving in that direction very quickly, and we expect to get that accomplished. So everything that we're doing now is really focused on trying to get us down to zero, cut the deficit out, and then we'll be able to address the backlog of debt.
So in addition to that, let me ask, there is somewhere around $3.7 million in grants that are available. Are any of those grant
30 seconds.
monies able to accommodate some of the setbacks that you're talking about here today?
Senator, in terms of our numbers, we have the grants that we look at is the 2.1 we get from this GVI government, from you, and the rest of it is 1.461 million we get from HRSA, which is our federal partner and regulator. We have some other small amounts that we get. One of them is this company that we talked about earlier, DG Med, and then we've had some other small grants that were not so significant. Those funds are available for us to run our normal business. Even the federal grant provides some payroll, and the rest is for the rest of our operations. So yes, all of the grants that we use are used for normal operations.
Okay, very well. Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. We have a point of information from Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Interim ED Richards, I want to go back to the point that my colleague brought up, the dermatologists. How long have they been there?
She started in November 21st of 2023.
November 2023.
Right.
Are they a full-time employee? How much days do they work a week?
She's not. She works 3 days a week.
And what's the salary?
$240. That's her whole salary, but that's not what she gets.
No. Annually, it would have been annualized to about 240.
250?
240.
240 annualized. However, she only works 3 days a week, so that is proportionally less.
I personally have a problem with that. Reason being, you're a health center, health clinic, and we have so much needs around here, and that's not a priority. We don't have a bunch of bumpy-faced people walking around here. We have a lot of people with issues walking around here. Many issues in terms of their health. I have a personal problem with that. That's a problem. That's a serious problem, honestly, especially what you're going through. That's a serious problem. We must prioritize our needs, and that's not a need right about now around here. I understand what you're saying with bringing in revenues, but you got to balance the two, though, at the same time. And healthcare is very much more important, and there are many more issues in that space than that dermatologist. So I just had to put that on the record. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
May I respond, Senator? Sure. So it's not about bumpy face. No, I know, but I'm just letting you know. Our dermatologist has actually found a lot of skin cancer in the last 7 months that has been going undiagnosed and untreated because no one has been able to go back to dermatology. So we are not, ignoring the primary care. The vast majority of our providers are primary care. We have added this specialty to help the center and certainly to help our population.
So, Mr. Mayor, as you said, the salary is listed at $240, but I think you further stated that it's prorated?
Right.
So what is the salary? Because this is not does this person work on an hourly rate?
Yes, she does. And there are no benefits. So it's
No. Respond to how I'm asking, because I want to make sure I understand. It's an hourly rate?
Correct, Senator.
So they work how many hours per week?
24.
So they work 24 hours per week?
Correct.
And
for now.
So what is the salary? What do you pay?
The rate is
in the post-salary report. It says $240,000 per year. So what is the salary?
the rate is $200 an hour, Senator.
Okay. So this is not a salaried employee. This is an
No.
hourly employee.
Correct.
And to date, I think you said that that doctor came on November? November of 23?
Correct.
So have you seen the return on investment with the concern that you have with regards to this is what we're paying for this service, this is what's being billed, this is what these are the revenues that we are bringing in? What are you seeing?
Yes, Senator, as we said, we are evaluating that program as we speak. One of the things that we look at is how much the volume of patients and just referring to Senator Blyden as well. We have tremendous demand for that particular service. So she's fully booked the 3 days that she's there. We are looking at our revenue cycle to see where it is that we expect it to be profitable. We are evaluating it as we speak, see if there are ways to make it more efficient, more effective in terms of our collections. But we expect that in very short order, we're going to take a full look at it and see if it's going to be something that's going to add net revenue to our systems. But we are looking at it right now.
Mr. Mayors, I don't add up quick, but I add up after, right? So you shared with me 24 hours, right? 24 hours a week, and they have 52 weeks in a year, right? At $200. That's $240. It's $249. You're misleading us. Yeah, you have to give us the information. It's actually $250,000. Yeah. 244 times 50. Yeah. If it's 50 weeks, it's like 240. If it's 52 weeks, it's 250,000. Which one is it? So you're saying, no, that's not the salary, but it is the salary and more.
Madam Chair, what I said was paid proportionally. She doesn't work every week because she does go away for her vacation, even though she's not a full-time employee. We don't pay for vacation time. Recently, she was off for a week again because she went to the training, et cetera, et cetera. So what I said was that we were paying proportional to when she's there. So if she comes for the 8 hours, she gets paid. She's not there for the 8 hours, we don't pay.
Yeah, but that's...
So in the end, we will not, I don't expect that for the year that we'll pay the 240. We'll pay less than that, certainly. Because on days, for example, when there are holidays, she works Tuesdays, specific days, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. I think last week we had Wednesday, last month or something.
So how long has
we
this
had 2
person
days
been
off.
practicing dermatology?
Oh, a very long time.
Yeah.
A very experienced person, yes, correct.
How long? Have they retired
she
from
is-
another jurisdiction?
Yes, they've been working. She's been working here in the islands for some time. St. Thomas, to be precise.
Okay. I just think that the responses that you gave, and I'm happy that my colleague drilled down a little more when you share with me that it's prorated. It really isn't. The salary is $240, between $240 and $250, depending on the weeks. It is. And when you look at the salaries of the other doctors, that is the highest paid salaried, doctor that's practicing at Eastern Medical. Is that accurate?
That is fair.
Again, Senator Blyden, point of information, and we're going to go to Senator Fonseca.
So how are salaries determined at STEM CC? Is there a scale? Based on what my colleague just stated, is there a scale when it comes to salaries? How are they determined?
So yes, there are board-approved salary ranges, and those things are typically based upon industry standards. So yes, you are correct. Dermatology is going to be higher than a primary care because it is a specialty, and that'll be nationwide.
Okay, thank you for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And do we have I'm going to leave this issue alone, but do we have can you give us how many patients you seen coming into CMCC as a result of this new employee, this new position? Because again, our concern is we know what the challenges are we have in this community with regards to health care. Do you have data on that?
So I don't have it with me, but I will get it for you because that is certainly one of the things that we were asking. We were asking, how many new patients have been coming in since she started? How many charges are being generated? How much money are we collecting? And I will say we have had a significant increase in the patients who come in who are self-pay, who are willing to pay her services, even when they don't want to pay for primary services, they pay. It's their face, it's their skin. They will actually come and give you the $200 and not want to pay the $50 for primary care. It's unbelievable. But I will get you that data as far as the new patients we've gotten and the money we have generated, the revenue we've generated. Okay. Yeah.
Senator DeGraff Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. And special welcome to the East End Medical Center administration. My first question is going to be for Mr. Calwood, the chairman of the board. I think the last time you gave testimony to the Health Hospital Human Services Committee, you had said that, you weren't reviewing all the documents in the last administration. Are you now reviewing and approving of all of the actions that is being taken at East End? Are you reviewing and signing off?
Those actions that are considered board actions, when we had the site visit last year.
No. Please answer my question.
Yeah, that's what I was getting around. That's what I was doing. Sorry. Sir.
No, you're not answering my question. I asked you, have you reviewed all of these actions that are now taking place? I'm not talking about last year. I'm talking about now.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so let me ask you, has anyone that's given testimony here, Dr. Richards or Mr. Majors, have they gotten an increase in the last year in pay?
Not an increase in salary. The CFO, we did have to make an adjustment correction to his salary, and that was only a few $1,000s, but we needed to bring it up simply because of how that weirdness that occurred where we found out we had this contract with this other person who was doing CFO duties. The duties somehow got split into two, and because we merged them back in, we did have to bring him up to scale, but we do have a published scale of pay.
Okay, so
And so that's the only thing that happened. It was not a raise.
I want you to give me a clear answer. A yes or no answer. Has Mr. Majors gotten a pay increase?
Yes.
Yes, okay. That is so interesting because, employee morale, I can talk to our president of the legislature. If you have low employee morale, it affects their performance. During the same time when Mr. Majors got a raise, have you fired any employees or laid off any employees?
I have not fired any employees or laid off any employees.
You're the board chair. Has the board approved the action to terminate employees?
For the layoffs that occurred last year, yes, and that was before.
Okay, and
we do have a slavery issue when you talk about not compensating a person for the work being done. So it isn't apple and oranges.
Okay.
Okay, we could not legally leave him at that salary, no matter what else was going on, simply because of how we looked at the law and the interpretation regarding labor standards.
Mr. Coward, please answer my question.
Yes, sir.
My question was, did you as the board chair sign off on the termination of employees at East End?
Sign up. We voted, the board of directors voted to authorize the release of those employees. We have one employee, and that's the executive director.
And did you sign off on that?
Yes, I did vote to have employees separate.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so now I want to ask a question. Does Dr. Tess is she trained as a executive director or as a medical provider? And what is her skills as an executive director? Because you gave testimony that it's hard to find an executive director. What is her qualifications?
Okay. One of the main reasons why she was selected for this job was because of the administrative functions that she was performing at STEAM-CC prior to taking on the interim director. She was working on our quality assurance and improvement, as well as various aspects of policy and what's the technical term for it? How we ensure quality care to our patients and ensure that our medical staff is fully credentialed and qualified. Those are the type of things that she was doing before. So she actually had a very full view and picture of how a center should be run, and she was already in communication with numerous of the federal partners
30
who we needed
seconds.
to engage for the corrections. So in other words, she was already performing administrative tasks as opposed to medical tasks prior to being brought in as interim executive director.
Okay, thank you for that question. Okay, so before being appointed interim director, was she seeing patients and bringing in revenue for the organization?
I'm not certain what she was doing under the former executive director, but now as our interim executive director, she has been seeing patients.
So you're telling me that you don't know prior to being the interim executive director when she was working as a doctor, you're telling me that you don't know if she was seeing patients?
No, that would not have been something that would have come to the board's, would have been a board's responsibility. And there was
Time.
no reason to
Madam
research
Chair,
that.
can
She
I
was hired
finish
by an executive director, not the board, for
Okay.
those duties.
Dr. Tess, prior to being appointed interim executive director, were you seeing patients?
I was not.
You was not seeing patients.
If you mean directly before, I was not.
Okay, one final question, Madam Chair. Dr. Calwood, Mr. Calwood, has there been any agreement or contract with Dr. Tess where she can work off-site? Any special agreement where she's able to work off-island or off-site? Is there any such contract?
Yes, there is, and there are numerous reasons for it. And part of it is that we do get her lobbying ability and recruitment ability when she is away on the mainland. Okay, and
Thank you, Madam
what we
Chair,
do
for the
is
time.
we pay her $1 a year. That's her salary.
Senator Volkes, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the board chair or the director, what is the status of your grant writer?
So it's a very good question. Up to this morning, I reached out to our grant writer candidate, and I'm waiting to hear back from that person.
When was the previous grant writer released?
April 12th of 2023. So in the interim, just for point of clarification, we have been submitting some grants. We've been working with Howard University, who facilitated the completion of our last grant. It's a $5 million 5-year grant. We have not heard anything back yet. We are also working with State University of New York and with Emory University on some grants as well. So we are still doing it, even though we do not have a formal grant writer. But that's where we're moving, is to get a formal grant writer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Board Chair Colwood. So the salary of our executive director, you said, is $1 a year?
The compensation that she receives for being interim executive director is $1 a year.
Okay, so just so you can understand, so that there's a compensation for your. What is your total salary?
My total salary is $225,000.
Right. Okay. So you have to be clearer when you respond, because then.
Well, that salary is for other work.
I
The salary she
understand.
receives for interim executive director is $1.
We understand. So, Dr. Tess is you're currently, just to clear this up, it's just because you don't want the wrong messaging to go. Dr. Tess currently serves as You're a primary care doctor?
I am.
You're a primary care internal medicine doctor?
Family medicine.
Family medicine. So you're currently seeing patients at Eastern Medical?
So that is not my primary job. Intermittently, I see patients. For example, Friday and all day Saturday, I'm seeing patients.
Say that again?
I don't see patients as my primary job, but just point of clarification because I'm hearing the grumbling.
Yeah.
The medical director's primary job is actually not to see patients. It's the quality and the policy writing and those kinds of things. So I'm still doing that along with the executive director stuff. So,
Okay, so-
most medical directors do not see patients as their primary job.
But she is seeing some,
Wait,
but
hold
not
up here.
primarily.
Hold up, please. Let's make sure that I think we are creating some little confusion. The question is, are you seeing patients currently at STEAM CC? I want to clear up any misunderstanding.
Okay, and my answer is yes.
Okay, good. And how many days a week?
That's what I'm saying. It is not a primary duty. It's as needed. So, for example, Friday afternoon, I have patients all day. Saturday, I have patients all day. But that doesn't happen all the time. It's an as-needed thing. If a provider calls out or we have a surplus of patients, I will see patients. It is not a primary duty at this point.
Okay, so then in essence, if it's not a primary duty, then we cannot represent that the
But
good
she is
doctor.
seeing patients
Can I
now when
please
she was
speak,
not
Mr.
before.
Coward? You cannot do what you're doing. Don't do that.
Sorry.
Don't do that. Okay, so within this is not necessary. I just want to make sure I clear that. I don't want a wrong messaging going out here about my sister. I want to make sure that we clear it up and we're clear. So, but when you represented $1, if it's as needed, then there must be a salary is being paid for something. You understand?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
basically, yes, she is performing 3 functions at the moment, and we are working on separating those out into their individual job functions by the time she departs her office.
Yeah, but how you're representing this ain't really the case, based on what you just shared. But I'm gonna move on to the next senator. Okay. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. One of my highlights were, do you have a copy of the post-auditor report?
Yes, we received that
Okay, on
today.
page 7 of the post-auditor report, federal funds. So out of your salary, you collect a portion under federal funds. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then on the general fund, you collect another portion under the general fund. $13,000 under the general fund.
That is correct.
Okay, because that's what had me confused when Chairman Carwood was talking about $1, when from the general fund she collects $13,000.
Okay.
You aware of that?
I haven't seen
May
a
I
copy of the post
clarify?
office
Look
audit
at
report.
the
I am
post
not,
auditor
I'm not
report.
certain what you're talking
Here you
about.
go.
Okay, look at the post-auditor report on the previous page, page 6 of the post-audit report.
page
Under
7.
general fund, there is $13,000, and under the federal fund, so the $225 total that you get is $212 under federal funds, I have no problem with, and $13,000 under general fund monies. That's what I said. So when Chairman Carwood mentioned about you getting $1, I was totally confused because under general funds, you get $13,000, but it seemed as if Mr. Carwood isn't, Chairman Carwood was not aware that you get $13,000 from the general fund.
May I clarify?
No,
Sure.
that's not,
Mr.
that's not
Collins?
what she personally.
Let me-
Yeah,
let me clarify.
one at a
Let me
time, one at a
clarify.
time.
One second,
May I
one
clarify?
second. So we need to understand, there's a lady here called our stenographer. Once the senator speaks, one person speaks at a time. If his time run out, I will allow you to finish. We can't all speak at the same time because she's not able to collect the information.
I thought it was
No,
directed
no,
to me.
please. You're doing it again. Senator DeGraff?
Yes, the executive director was going to speak first, and then you could speak after.
Okay, I'm seeing this.
Wait, excuse me, Mr. Coward. Chairman Coward, the executive director was going to speak first,
Oh,
and
sorry.
then you could speak after. Sure.
So the medical director's salary is $225,000. That was the first position that I started. When I started in the position in March, I did not want any extra money for the job. which is part of the reason that we said, have one person just do it. We don't have the money to hire an executive director. So I think his point of you're getting paid $1 to do it is because my salary has not changed despite the fact that I took on the second role. It's the same as it was before. And the reason that's being brought to light is because, of course, there are comments, she's getting 2 salaries, et cetera, et cetera. So we're just clarifying the fact that it is still one salary. It is still the medical director's salary. And all the executive director duties that are being done for $1. And all of the medical director duties, which are tremendous, are still being carried out. So it is both things that are being done. So that's the $1.
Before Chairman Cowell speaks, I'd like to say, one, I had no problem with paying you. I believe you're worth your weight in gold. I have no problem with paying you. I'm just saying, based on listening to what Chairman Cowell was saying about $1, and then seeing the post auditors break down federal and general fund monies, caused the question. So, Chairman Cowell?
Yes, sir. What you're looking at there is a line item for the executive director's position and not necessarily her salary. Remember, if we go ahead and fill the position with an executive director before the end of the year, we do have to pay that executive director a negotiated salary. So when you see stuff still, budget listing items still in there for executive director, it is because within our fiscal year, within the next fiscal year, we do anticipate hiring an executive director. So if we don't have that cost center filled in, we will not have the money budgeted to hire that individual.
1 minute.
Now, if the individual is not hired, of course, that becomes a cost savings, and depending on what rules and regulations are in place, we use it for other things, or you would have to come back to a body like this one for a reapportionment. But that's the reason why you would see a cost item for executive director, even though right now we're only paying her $1 as interim.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Executive Director Richards, on page 3 of the
30
post-audit report,
seconds.
I'll just rush it down. The total, if you look at the under fiscal year 25 budget request, the total that you came to for personal services, $4,643,541. You're seeing it, page 3?
I'm saying that.
Okay, and then you go down to fringe benefits, $1,125,267. Those two are accurate, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so now for utilities, $132,000. I think in your testimony you mentioned $189, and different numbers with capital. What do you have, or what is your request for capital outlay? I just go down this chart and finish.
Time.
Capital outlay, supplies, other services and charges, and utilities.
So $100,000 for capital outlay.
100 for capital.
Correct.
Okay. Next, supplies.
Hold on, it's a different page. Sorry, I didn't have that page up. I had the post-audit report up. Give me 1 second, please.
Because the total outcome is the same as you're requesting, but the breakdown is different.
$189,200 for supplies.
Okay, good for supplies. For other services and charges?
$150,500.
No, other services and charges.
I have here $150,500.
150. Okay, so what do you have for utilities?
Utilities, $132,000.
Okay, so what I say with the other services and charges in this chart is $1,644,100. You said 150,000.
I have $150,500.
150,000 for other services and charges.
Correct. With
Okay.
the explanation of the other services and charges listed here as to what we're describing as other services. We have it broken down. When you look at our budget components and justifications, we have everything broken down. So let me see if he is then adding on his.
Right. So so just in closing, Madam Chair. So then, if you total all of that, it does not come to $7,770,108. That was the actual number you mentioned in your testimony, also. So there's a big disparity in what you are saying, what you say the total is. But with $150K at other services and charges, it'll never add up.
Senator,
Sure.
sorry. Let me
ahead.
just make a.
Go ahead. It's not all listed.
It's a little unfortunately, we only saw the post-audit report today. We didn't actually get a copy of it previously. What Dr. Richards is reading from is our actual budget that we presented. So
Right.
there may have been, for example, one of the first things you mentioned was the salary for the executive director, which you said was 112 and 30.
13, correct.
And
yeah.
13.
Right. The post-audit
Okay,
report has
fine.
it. Right. You look
Okay,
at the
all right,
post-audit
fine.
report.
Yes, the
so-
total in the post-audit report appears to be correct.
Right.
So when she's reading her presentation, she's looking at our budget. She's not looking at the post-audit. So I just want to make sure there is
Right. No. So just in closing,
Yes.
Executive Director Richards mentioned 4,643,541 for personal services in her testimony. She mentioned now it's 100,000 for capital outlay. Post-audit report has 36,000. Fringe benefits, she mentioned 1,125,267. She mentioned for supplies 189,200. Other services and charges, she's now saying 150,000. And utilities, 132,000. But her numbers in the testimony also total was 7,770,108. Impossible. That's what I'm saying. The numbers don't add up, but your totals are the same. That's all I was saying.
I see why.
Okay.
Because when you look at our budget breakdown, we have broken it down significantly more. So, for example, I have here facility $886,000, but that's bundled into something else in here. So that may be why, because we have the same salary, the same fringe, the same supplies, but what's
Right.
not listed here is 886,000, 320,500, and 196,000. So that may be where it's
Okay.
different, because
Okay.
it's bundled into maybe that's his other, and I have it broken down so you can see exactly where our expenses are.
Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure based on listening.
that looks
Thank you for the
correct. That's
time,
it.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So you remember earlier when I said that you've reduced your, I think it's the facilities, rental, communication, etc., by 886. But when you presented your budget, you still included it.
No, our facility is 868.
Yeah, right. That's the number. I said
Okay.
886, but I meant 868. Going back to my colleague's point. So you represented in the beginning of your testimony that you reduced those categories by 868. So that I commended you. But then as you did your budget breakdown, that's what my colleague is getting at. As you did a breakdown on page 16 of your testimony, you do have miscellaneous. So it's supplies is 189,200 to his point. Then you have miscellaneous is 320,500. What's the miscellaneous?
Miscellaneous on page 25 lists insurance, training, recruitment, uniforms, marketing, promotional events, lab services, radiology fees, postage, dues, transportation, and equipment.
Okay, good. And then when you come down further now, you have, I gotta make sure this is lining up for me. Let me make sure I'm not, my eye isn't seeing this the wrong way. So miscellaneous is 320,500, correct?
Correct.
And then you have another 868 for those same items that you just shared. You said
Those are not-
marketing, transportation, training, recruitment, etc. So that 868, yeah, we have a little
868 is
confusion.
facility. And right next to it in parentheses, it says rent, repairs, and utilities. And in
We're
the
looking at-
actual, I'm looking at page 25.
No,
with
I'm
our
looking at page
breakdown?
16. So probably it's a little error. Yeah, we probably have a little situation. Okay, so we could just have to resolve it. So under the 868, you have on page 16 you have insurance, training, recruitment, uniforms, marketing, but then you have miscellaneous. That's why I keep saying, let me make sure I'm aligning this up correctly on the page. You do have 320,500. You see? 868 plus 320,500. But you're basically saying on another page, and let me look at your 25 that you're referencing. Page 25, you say? 25. Your breakdown now gives us something else. Yeah, that's, so, the 4,000,009 is personnel, right? You see what I'm saying, Mr. Mayers?
Good, no, go. So I don't have that.
Yeah, the testimony
On page
of
25.
Page 16.
let's start with page 16.
I'm trying to find page 16.
So the table, what my
What's the
colleague,
name of your table? Because I think maybe how things.
Go to your
printed out
page
is different.
16.
And I'm looking for page 16. Okay.
your page 16, yours, not our process report. So
Yeah.
your testimony on page 16 has added back the 868 that you testified earlier that was reduced from the
Okay.
budget. You see?
On the page 16 here, we're seeing there's a graph.
It's a graph. That's what I'm saying. I think maybe how yours printed is a little bit different. My page 16 is 2 graphs.
Oh, no. You said 16 of 26 on this document?
Yeah. And see,
It's not
mine is
East End Medical
34,
Center.
Right.
It printed a little different.
Yeah, it printed differently because that's not how mine is at all. So
Budget breakdown is the title of this page is budget breakdown.
Okay.
Okay?
That's our 25. That's why we're confused. Okay. That came out as 25 on my document.
Well, I don't know how that happened, but
I
anyway,
don't.
it don't really matter.
All right,
So
thank you.
what I'm saying is, when earlier in your testimony, right? Okay, right here, you said that you were able to reduce your budget, right? So now that amount is now, the total is now 868. Okay. So then this 320 that you have here is for, well, you said you have 320 for medical, for miscellaneous.
Correct.
You understand?
So they're totally different things. So the
Right, so
facility.
right, okay.
Yeah, okay. So our supplies will be our medical supplies, our dental supplies, our office
Not that
supplies.
category.
Not that.
Correct.
Okay. Miscellaneous? Okay. Insurance, training, recruitment, uniforms, marketing, radiology fees, postage, licenses, subscriptions, all those kinds of things.
Okay.
Next, facilities. That 868 is to run our facility. That's our rent.
Okay,
That's our
that's
utilities, and that's not in this other stuff. That's a totally different.
But look at how you
stuff.
presented it. Is the way you presented it is what the problem is. I figured it out.
Yeah, I'm not understanding.
So you didn't have, look at it. Look at the bottom.
Okay.
All the others, you laid it out. And that's what's causing the confusion.
But right next to facility, it says rent, repairs, and utilities.
It
Yours
rolls,
doesn't say
it
that?
rolls into it.
Oh,
That's
it rolls
why-
into it on your.
Yeah,
Oh, see, not on
that's what
mine,
it
so that's why
is.
I'm confused. Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay. And then
Yeah.
in the chart before, it does actually break down where you see we did save the money. It was 600,000 before.
Mm-hmm,
600,000 now. It was one, but that's where that $500,000 is there. Then there's $24,000 there less. Half of it there for utilities and electricity, and so there is a significant savings. So that 800 and change that we reported we saved, we did save because we cut out the land, we cut out the mall, we cut out all of our utilities related to
Understood.
that footprint.
Understood, but it's just the way the table is
Yeah, I guess
presented.
it's how it came out to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so how much did you invest in the land?
$268,000. The family was very gracious to give us a reduction and allow us to get out of the land because the contract was signed for the
You
next
mean
90 years.
a reduction meaning?
We didn't have to pay it in its entirety, what we
Okay.
actually owed. They worked with us and said, okay, if you can give us a little bit now, you can give us this much now, we will let you out of the lease. And so we were able to get out of that land lease, which is a huge blessing for us.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Chairman Colwood, are you aware of whether or not there is an Inspector General's investigation on the CNC?
Yes, I requested one.
You
I
requested?
requested one, and they have started the investigation.
Great. So, how do you reconcile, how do you justify giving raises while there's a termination and separation occurring there?
It was only a few $1,000s for the one individual, and the justification actually went back to our labor laws and uncompensated and uncompensated duties. So in essence, it was a legal correction that needed to be made. And because if a matter like that could actually go to Department of Labor, and if it goes to Department of Labor, we would have lost.
How many individuals were terminated or separated during FY24?
I think 17. I'm not certain what the total number is to the state, but I think that was the amount.
17?
It was 23.
23.
Yeah, 17 the first round.
And what positions were there in general? What positions?
So the first 9 were directors. We were very director heavy. I'm sorry, the first 7 of 9 were directors. We were very director heavy. And 2 of those were security people that were added on during COVID that we no longer needed because we no longer had the spaces. And then in the second round of the 14, we had some HIM staff, we had some patient access staff, we had housekeeping. Obviously, we shut down areas. We don't need the housekeeping. We don't need the patient access staff. But no one clinical, no revenue generators, no billers.
How many individuals were hired?
We have hired a risk manager and 7 total providers, including the ones that are starting next month.
Okay. In respect to the dermatologists, we're going back there. Well, let's talk about what is the most complaint or diseases that are being addressed by STEAM CNC? What are you seeing in terms of patient requirements?
Hypertension, high blood pressure, diabetes, obesity, asthma for our pediatric population primarily, and then from behavioral health, depression and anxiety.
Do you have an endocrinologist on board?
We do not.
Do you have a nephrologist on board?
We do not.
Do you have a dietitian on board?
We do not.
Those are the areas that you just talked about. Do you have a mental health person on board still?
We do. We have 2.
Okay. And there's a position of, so you don't see the need or a priority for that over the dermatologist?
No, not with our population, no. We don't have very many people who are on dialysis and who are in active renal failure. And with the nephrologists that are currently on island, adding another nephrologist.
Well, let's not use, let's forget about the nephrologist, endocrinologist.
We have tried.
Or the dietitian?
We have tried. We do have a relationship with the endocrinologist over in St. Croix for those needs. And we are actually trying to find a dietitian. I actually spoke with SRMC to get a reference.
How many times have the endocrinologist come over to treat patients?
She does not come over to treat patients. It's telehealth.
How much patients is she seeing right now?
Not very many. I mean, a handful. Most of our diabetes we can manage
Done.
ourselves.
Please, please. You just said that you have access to that person.
We
No,
do.
you say.
We do. We do. No, I'm saying we have access. We don't have to use her though. Yeah, we don't have to use her very often.
All right. You talk about the in-house laboratory. What is the cost of standing up that in-house laboratory?
The cost of the laboratory at this point is really just going to be our phlebotomist's salary, the supplies, transfer of the specimens, and everything else. The building of the interface is all handled by the lab, Quest. We don't pay for any of that.
Okay. So when you said an in-house laboratory, what are you referring to? Just being able to take the specimens and send them off?
Correct.
Okay. Does your board members receive stipend?
No.
They're all volunteers, total volunteers?
100% volunteer. We don't receive any compensation.
No compensation.
And if I may, your listing of board of directors in the post-audit report is wrong. 5 of the names are no longer board members. They've been replaced with other persons.
Have you received any philanthropy, any additional funding from ARPA, Office of Insular Affairs, any other means?
Yes, we did. Last year, we got, last year, a little bit of this year as well, $2 million. We applied for $7 million from the ARPA funds. We got $2 million.
Yeah, $2 million?
We're grateful for the $2 million.
I'm sure you would be. What do you owe in vendors payment at this time? In aggregate?
3.1 million.
3.1. And how much of that is local vendors?
I would say maybe half of it.
Half of it is local vendors. What's the situation with paying those?
One of the things that we're trying to do is that we try to make a payment here and there. But the goal of trying to get the balanced budget is so that we can tackle it. So at this particular juncture, we're trying to keep up with our monthly payments with the hope that we can tackle and on the back end, we can tackle the backlog.
Are you up to date with WAPA payments?
Yes, we are.
Okay. How are you receiving payments to your facility? What form of payments do you accept?
We are able to accept electronic payments at our front offices, and checks and so on.
Do you take cash as well?
Cash, definitely, we take cash.
Okay. A credit card?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have a telecheck machine?
No, we do not.
You don't. And how are you making your deposits?
We use what's the American Ranger to drop our deposits.
And that's done on a daily basis?
No, on a unusual. They determine when they come.
Okay.
For security purposes.
Very well. And Dr. Riches, prior to assuming the interim executive director position, what was your position?
Medical director as of January 9th of 2023.
And prior to that?
I was doing compliance.
Compliance. So at what point were you seeing patients in any of that time prior to recently?
So I really stopped seeing patients around 2021. 2021, middle of 2022, when COVID hit.
Okay.
That's when I stopped.
And you currently see patients off island or on island?
No, on island.
On island?
Mm-hmm.
The
When
ones
there
that
is
you
a need, I'll see patients on island, correct.
Okay, all right. There was some indication that you were being paid $1 a year for the purpose of being able to do recruitment in the mainland and elsewhere. What is your work week at STEAM CMC?
So, point of clarification, that $1 is just to say that I'm getting something for doing the executive director work, because I did not want a salary for that, because I'm like, I am already getting a salary, I don't need another one. But they had to put something in the contract, so that's the $1 that he's referring to. My work week is Monday through Friday at STEAM CC, and pretty much working on Saturdays and Sundays in my house.
Okay.
The contract to which Senator Fonseca was referring was permitting me to have 50% of my time between now and February spent outside of the center doing work. The hours are the same. It would still be, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 6 or 7 days a week. That does not change. And just for point of clarification again, because this is probably going to come up, if and when there is travel to the mainland, I'm paying for it myself. It's not on the center's dollar.
Okay. And my final question, my time has been called. Is there any litigation, any judgment, a lawsuit against your facilities at this time or the organization?
Yes, they are.
And is there a judgment pending?
We have not had a judgment on any of those.
Just a lawsuit? A lawsuit or litigation? Huh?
No action. Has there been a judgment?
They're all pending matters?
They're all pending.
Okay, very well.
Some of
Thank you
them
very
for
much.
years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Just tell us, because you made reference to the fact that there's some board members here that are no longer board members. So could you just run down for us?
Okay.
So, wait, no, before you go, let me do it a different way so we could capture the information. So we know that you're Carl Calwood.
Yes.
And there's a Gloria B. Calwood.
No.
So who replaced that person?
That would have been. We had 3 new members on. She was not vice chairman last year.
No. Mr. Calwood.
Who replaced her?
Yes. Just give us the information, please.
It doesn't work like that.
Okay. Who are the new people?
Okay.
Okay.
Adrian King.
Mm-hmm.
Joe de Blasio.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve.
Chris.
His last name slipping from my head.
Chris Popple.
Chris Popple.
Popple.
And we do have one other person right now who has applied. I won't give the name because that person may or may not be approved.
Okay, good. So Carmen White?
Carmen White is off the board.
Okay, Calvin Gottlieb?
Calvin Gottlieb off.
Laverne Slack?
Laverne Slack is on.
Okay. Clifford Charleswell,
Charlesville is on the board.
Leslie Evelyn,
Lyle Evelyn is on the board.
Maria Francis.
Mario Francis is on the board and vice chair.
Okay, Vice Chair. Marilyn Hayes,
Marilyn Haynes is on the board.
Francia Brent,
Francia Bryn is off the board.
Hans Oriel,
Hans Oriel is off the board. And Dr. Callwood is off the board.
okay, and Cerise Smith,
That's 5.
She's on the
Cerise
board.
Lewis,
She's on the board.
Teresa Lewis Smith. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Okay.
Yeah, she's on the board.
and Dr. Gloria Callwood.
She's off the board.
Okay, all right, got it.
I'm sorry if I may, I didn't hear you say Noreen Fletcher. Is she on there?
No.
No, she's not on the list. Yeah, Noreen Fletcher is a board member, but she's not on this list. And she's an old board member.
Okay, got it. Okay, so now we have a better idea. So we're going to ask Post Audit to please update the information as it relates to the board members. As well as, is it on your website? These board members are represented that way?
No. Let's have a
Can I
staff
answer?
member send him the complete. Dr. Richards.
Yeah, your website does reflect. as
It's
we-
incorrect.
Yes, because so that's where we pull the information from naturally. So please update your website as well. Okay.
We've been trying for a while. That's
No
an
problem.
issue, a big issue.
All right.
Unfortunate.
Why is that an issue? Are you paying for a website developer? Are you paying an annual fee?
We had somebody in-house. Dr. Richards, you can go into the,
Um,
try and give you the history better.
We are in a position at this point where we have to start over. We do not fully have access to that website that we should. So we have to get a new website and kind of get rid of that one altogether. So we're in the process of getting some rates to get that done.
Okay, so our post auditors did do their job. They went to the website to get the information. So, all right, Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the people from East End Medical Clinic. What's the salary of the CEO, or for that position?
So there is a salary range from 135 to 170.
To 170.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So you currently are getting paid more than the salary range.
I'm getting paid for the medical director position. Correct.
More than.
More than the ED position. Correct. Correct. Because remember, my title is medical director / interim ED. So I was hired as the medical director and then took on this role. So they didn't take money back. Yeah.
Understood. Understood. Okay. When was the last audit done by, the last audit?
It's just been completed for last year's, and this current year is nearing completion for
So that's-
2024.
Okay. So you had the last one from 2023.
It's just being completed now, correct?
Oh, so it's not completed yet.
It has been completed, it's in draft, but it has not been finalized and formally sent to us, but they told
Okay.
us that they're done.
So the one that you do have is the 2022.
Correct.
Great. And what's the findings?
The findings, if you can go into them a little bit more, but go ahead.
Yeah, the findings are various. One of the things that the main finding was that there were concerns about us being there was a going concern issue that resulted in us having some challenges with our funding from the federal government, minor challenges for the time being, but our cash flow situation created an issue where this going concern came about.
So they made some recommendations, and you guys have made adjustments or making adjustments?
Yes, and if I may, two of the going concerns, one was that the audit is always late. So we're addressing that for this year. And one of the other concerns that they had, or findings that they had, was that how our eligibility was being determined for the sliding fee discount program. They weren't sure it was completely accurate. We have done some technical assistance. We have done some training. So we anticipate that those types of findings will no longer be on our report for next year's.
And that audit is done by who?
So historically, it's been done by a firm called Cohn Resnick. This year, we actually switched our auditors to Smart Solutions.
Okay. Very well. And I want to commend you. Congratulations on your score on the compliance with the HRSA, right? So congratulations for that. I think that's really cool. So you're going back to having the in-house laboratory, right?
Correct.
When is that starting?
We are just waiting for Quest to come this coming week to do their final inspection, and then we expect to be up.
Okay. What are you projecting in revenue for that?
Oh, that's a Mr. Mayor's question.
Let me just.
$100,000.
Our expectation is that initially we start a little slowly, but they should grow into $20,000 or $30,000 a month. That's the hope.
20 or
30, between $20,000 and $30,000 a month,
$30
by the end of the year.
Okay.
Hopefully more than that, but that's what we expect.
Your fiscal year runs just like our government calendar
No.
year? You have to
March 1st
March 1st.
to February 28th or 29th.
Okay. Outstanding receivables. So let's talk about your billing process. What's your period for that? So how quick are your bills going out to your patients, clients?
Okay, what does the billing system work? We have an EHR that allows us to be able to bill directly out of the EHR through various exchange platforms. If we send out a bill today and it gets to Medicaid, we should, in maybe 2-3 days, we should be able to get back a response as to whether that claim is successful or not. For most of those billing, they're all been done electronically. As long as there is no issue with the actual claim, then we get back a very quick response.
But how quick do you bill out?
So we
With
bill
a
out,
month time?
we
3
bill out
months
every
time?
day.
Daily. For that
So-
day.
So if a patient comes in today, by the end of the day, you're billing.
Correct. Once the provider has finished her notes and she put it in the system, we can bill. We bill the same day.
Okay. And what figure are you expecting, or do you have outstanding in receivables?
30 seconds.
Our receivables at this stage would be about $1.3, $1.4 million.
1.3 4. Okay, and your payables?
Our payables is 3.1 million.
3.1.
Correct.
And what's the oldest that you have within that payable account?
A lot of it is rent, which is about a year and a half going out. Some of it is about
1.3 million.
2022 or thereabouts.
So you're behind on rent.
That's correct.
Okay. Regards to your actuals, because you're asking for an increase of you were 2.1 last year, asking now for 3.2, right? 3.6. But Madam Chair, if I may, just have two more. But you've reduced employees, so you're asking for more because of the increase in salary, because you have also reduced your footprint. So I'm trying to understand, if you're making all these cuts and reductions, why you're coming asking for more funding?
Because one of the things that I want to keep in mind is that that's how far we were. We were losing $300,000 a month a year ago. We've reduced that considerably, that difference, and we think we only need that additional. There's still going to be a small gap of about $100,000 per month. So we moved from 300 plus to $100,000 a month, and we think that $100,000 a month is what's going to make us balance our budget.
It would allow you to manage.
Correct. Bring us to a stage where financially we're in good stage.
Okay, and because of that, you were behind in your payables and so forth.
Correct.
So this will put you in a position where you can manage. Now, I do have a question with regards to your furlough. I understand that your employees were in the GRS system before.
No, we don't.
So the employees were in the GES system several years ago. That's prior to our leadership. And then they were pulled out and switched over to a 403B.
And then the ones that were pulled out, they received then their contribution.
Correct. The employee contributions, yes, they did.
What about the employer contribution? That you, within the agreement of an employee, the employer stated that was going to pay a certain amount.
I'm sorry, I really don't like having this answer, but there is a case going on right now, so I'm not sure how much we can actually talk about that. And I know that sounds like just an answer, just to not answer the question. But because there is a case, that's what I was just conferring. I don't know how much we can talk about that.
Okay.
But what I will say is that we are very aware of what happened to the staff, and we are trying very hard to address it as much as we can because we're trying very hard to address it now.
And any severance pay to any individual that was furloughed, any of that?
Well,
any packages?
Yeah, so there's no severance pay for them because they were not severed, they were not terminated.
Okay.
Their hours were reduced, and they can actually try to get that gap filled from unemployment insurance. But we're hoping that this is a short-term fix. This was not an easy decision, but the numbers told us what we had to do. And looking at it as a business, we just kind of had to do it.
And lastly, the amount of employees that were affected by that?
So 14 were furloughed with a savings of $293,000 if it's an entire year, and 21 members had cuts in their salary, totaling $210,000, for a total of $503,000 in savings.
Senator, just a quick note. The 100,000 that we're talking about, that additional 1.2, 1.3 million we're asking for, is going to allow us to make everyone whole again and regularize our operations as well.
Okay. Thank you,
If I
Madam
may,
Chair.
Senator. If I may, Senator. The board has also imposed monthly reporting from the CFO regarding our financial situation and the interim executive director regarding employee status, and the furloughs are not to last more than 6 months. They have to come back to the board with either a fix or get a reauthorization. And right now, the attitude of the board is that we probably would not extend the furlough. They come back at 6 months, and the board will take a full look at it again.
Okay. Well, I want to commend you for the internal work that you're doing in some of the areas where you're doing some savings. So that's commendable. I wish some of our government agencies would do the same. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, so let's talk about the billing. Because, I hear your passionate plea about needing additional dollars. However, we need to understand, how are you dealing with your billing? We had the hospital before us, right before you. And one of the things we learned, and I've visualized for myself, is once someone leaves the emergency room, they could just walk out. So there is no patient, I forget what you call them, that person that, the patient.
Checkout person, like a registrar? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I forgot the name. It's been a long day, but there's no one that assists that says, once you come out of the emergency room, you have to stop here. They stop. They can stop, but it's a counter. People just walk out. But there should be a room that you go, like a patient counselor. That's the word I'm looking for. So how are you, are you doing anything different to generate the additional revenues? What does your billing look like? Do you have a billing agency that's assisting you with the billing? What is it that you're doing? Because it's one thing to ask for additional revenues, but we need to have a clear understanding or appropriations as to exactly what you're doing internally to generate additional revenues from the billing side of the house. Okay?
So we kind of talked about the things we're going to do, but you're right, we didn't tell you how we actually bill. So our bills are sent out pretty much every day. But our concern is probably the same concern that you have. We're sending out these bills, but where is the money? How are we tracking it? How do we follow every dollar? We were having issues with that, and that's why we brought that team in this week to look and say, where is their money? Are they sending everything out? Is something getting stuck in a bucket someplace? Is something not getting submitted the way it should? Is there sufficient follow-through? Are they coding properly? So they are looking at every single thing, from patient check-in to scheduling to following to flow, to see what we're doing. Because we need to make more money, and we are very well aware of that. And we are hoping that their assistance can get us there. That's one. From the day-to-day, the self-pay. Last year, $180, $200 a day, and what we learned is that the staff wasn't comfortable asking the patients for money. So we switched around the staff a little bit, we provided some counseling, and that number is significantly different right now, just from that one little change, as far as what the self-pay patients are paying. So we are looking into it. We are definitely paying attention to that. That is our everyday, literally everyday conversation. And we're hoping that at the end of this week, when the revenue cycle team leaves, they give us some good, strong suggestions and an actual plan so that we're not just talking about this, but we're actually doing something to make a difference in our billing.
Well, thank you for your response, because for me it's important that you also basically do your part. So it's very easy to come before the legislature and ask for additional resources.
Correct.
But based on what I'm hearing is you have not, other than shifting around the employees who did not want to ask, which I find that to be, I don't understand that. But
Agreed.
you know, there must be work that you do on your end in order for us to have this larger conversation. You have to, it's called show and prove. At this point, you have to show and prove that we've done everything in our power to generate these revenues, and we're still short. And I did not hear that in your response.
Okay, so can I continue with it though? So, you know, the biggest thing that I think that we did was bring on the revenue generators. So that's one. And then we try to expand services. We're like, okay, let's expand our 340B program. We know that brings other entities millions of dollars every year. So we're working on that. These things just take a lot of time. So we're now completing them, so haven't quite seen the benefits of them. Our lab, we were actually making quite a lot of money when the lab was in-house before. That's now just getting started up again because we have to get a new system. We have to get a lab to approve us, et cetera. So we are trying to do those types of things. And once we get the revenue generation, then we will expand our services, have Saturday hours, evening hours. And I know that we see this kind of differently, but one of the big things we thought was, okay, we're going to bring in a specialist. That's why, you know, other entities were dying to get her in there, the dermatologist, because they know dermatologists bring in a lot of money. But once we build the money, then where is it? And that's the point where we're stuck now. That's where we're bringing in the specialists. We're like, we're doing all of this stuff.
But you said something
Where is
different
the
to me,
money?
though.
What's that?
You said the specialists are more so individuals who are self-pay and folks who have commercial insurance, right?
No, so what I'm saying is the specialist benefit that we see is the self-pay people. Even the ones who don't want to pay other stuff are paying. The ones from the private payers, we know it will attract private payers because they can't go anywhere else. That doesn't mean that the Medicare won't pay and the Medicaid won't pay. We're just saying we're trying to shift our payer mix so we're not so heavily relying on the government, so that we have more private pay, so that our self-payers that do come in actually pay us something for the services they receive. So we're not really saying different. I'm just kind of expounding on it a little bit more and saying this is why we thought it was a good idea to bring in that specialist. Like I said, she was very heavily sought after. This was a fight to get her because other entities know that dermatologists make a lot of money. We're just trying to get them to be paid now.
So I understand, but you have to show, like I said, we have to show and prove. So we need to see that you are actually generating those revenues. And based on the questions that we ask, you don't have the data to show that you are actually generating those revenues, and at least not from the responses that you provided thus far. Mr. Mayers?
Yes, Madam Chair, you're right. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. And I just want to share one number here. When I first came on board in April of last year, we used to sit and say, how much money did we get for the day? We'd get less than $200 a day for the entire center in terms of collections at the front. Last year, we collected $699,878. We made a concerted effort. It's not that we shifted people. We made it a goal. We talked to our staff. We trained our staff. And that front-end staff have been remarkable, absolutely. And I want to give special thanks to them. We actually received $699,000. I just checked it again this morning.
So
amazing number.
I'm going to ask you a question that my colleague always asks. So, commendable. So you're now in a new fiscal year as of March, correct?
That's correct.
So what are your KPIs for your fiscal year 24? So you have to establish KPIs. So you got to move the goalposts. So last year you collected 6 and change. What are you projecting this upcoming year? And what are the things that you're doing to ensure that you're able to collect those additional dollars in the upcoming year? Because if you're doing things, then this $1 million that you're asking for should be eliminated, or we should see it whittling down. Because it's not only about you cutting services, it's also about you generating additional revenues. So you have to show that your KPIs, your key performance indicators. So do you have KPIs?
Let me start by saying that the way we do our budget is almost like the government, which we focus on cash base. So the budget that we're presenting right now, the 7.7, this is what we expect to receive, less that amount that the additional amount that we ask in year 4. This year we expect to receive the $6-point-something million, $6.5 million. That's what we actually expect. So we're focusing on cash. Every month, one of the things I present to the board is a cash projection. So we look at, until the end of the year, this is what's coming in, this is what's going out, this is what we're spending it on, this is what our projection is, because we're focusing on cash. This is an organization with some financial challenges. So that is why we're focusing so much on cash. And so the budget, all of the numbers that we put in the budget are numbers that we expect to be close to cash, not just accounting numbers.
Mr. Mayers,
Yes, ma'am.
what did you, I asked you about KPIs and you tell me all kind of other thing. Right?
No, I'm just giving you the
I understand, but
framework within
we have
which
to.
we're working.
But if we ask a specific question, we're asking for a reason because we're trying to understand how do we make an informed decision. Do you have KPIs or not?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yes or no?
Yes, we do. And all of our...
Wait, sir, wait.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you measuring your KPIs? So last fiscal year, how much did you project that you would generate in revenues for East End Medical Center? And what's the difference in that amount as opposed to the 6.4 million that you're projecting for this fiscal year?
Okay. Last year, for example, and I have the 24 budget right in front of me, and I have the numbers that we actually collected, because these are the kind of things that we're looking at on a regular basis. Last year, our budget was $12.2 million. It's more like $12.8 million. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayers, how much did you project in revenues for fiscal year 2023? Just give me that number. Because we're trying to align something.
sorry.
If you give us all of the other stuff, then the information gets lost.
No, I'm sorry. When I say FY20, I guess I need to use the correct term. Remember that our financial year is different from yours. So when I say FY 2024, I'm really referring to 2023 into 2024. So it's the period that ends February of 2024. Okay, so that year.
Mr. Mayers?
Sorry.
Your FY 2024, whether the fiscal years are different or not, is a simple question. You shared with me that in FY 20, what fiscal year are you in right now?
25.
You're 25, right?
Correct.
So in your FY 25, you are projecting that you're going to generate 6.4 million, correct?
Correct.
So all I'm asking is, how much did you project in your FY 2024?
Remember that last year we were the ones who did the budget. So that's how I'm reading it for you. The FY 2024 budget was, we weren't involved.
It don't matter.
Well, that's what
How much did you generate?
We generated $6.6 million in terms of patient revenue and some of our...
You have to stay focused on the question, because what's happening is the information is getting lost. So you generated 6.7 in fiscal year 24, right?
In 2024, correct.
Okay,
we
good.
generated 6.6 million.
Say that again.
In FY 2024, we generated $6.6 million in cash.
6.6 million in cash.
Correct.
And I asked you specifically about the KPIs because you talked about the work that you did to generate that money. However, in your FY 2025, you're only projecting that you're going to generate 6.4. You understand? That's what I'm trying to understand what's happening.
Okay.
6.6 is what your actuals were in revenues, correct?
Correct.
Good.
And one of the reasons for that, is that out of some of the revenues that are included in that is the ARPA fund, some of the ARPA funds.
No, you can't count that.
No.
What are your revenues, your collections? ARPA is a federal grant.
Correct. So let me reverse that a little
Okay,
bit.
good.
All right. So let's make sure we understand one. In our Medicaid Last year, we received $2.8 million. A total of full Medicaid receipt. I'm just going to run through it quickly. Medicare, $170,000. Or cash, as I said, was $700,000. The total is 6.6 less 500,000, so it's $6.1 million without the ARPA funds in there.
Mr. Mayers, what is your cash that you generated in fiscal year 2024?
Total cash generated for 2024 is for FY 2024 is $8 million, including our grants and government amounts. If you're asking about patient
The committee
revenue,
stands in recess for 2 minutes. Let's give it another try. All right, the committee is back on the record. We needed to have a little sidebar so we could make sure that we were speaking the same language. So I think we've figured it out. And sometimes you just have to, take that recess so we can understand what we're doing. So I think we're have a better understanding. So the term that I was missing is the program income. So what are you projecting as your program income for fiscal year? And remember, just for the sake of this discussion, this fiscal year of the health center, the East End Medical Health Center, starts in March. So they don't align with our fiscal year, right? But we provide the resources regardless, right? So there's a carryover. We have a little bit of that going on here in the legislature as well, although we are on the same fiscal year. But what happens to us is as we change legislatures, we have to make some adjustments. So you'd have to backstop the spending and then restart. So I totally understand what your challenges are. Well, not challenges, but how your fiscal year runs.
Okay.
So your program income for fiscal year 2024.
Okay, the program income for Madam Stephen Mayer, CFO, our program income last year, FY 2024, was $4.1 million.
Mm-hmm.
We had a good year.
Good. And this year, you're projecting how much in program income?
Okay, we're projecting 3.6, anywhere between 3 and 3.6. And the reason for that is because in FY 2024, we had a full psychiatry program. We had a psychiatrist on board. The funding from Medicaid and private insurance for psychiatry is excellent.
Mm-hmm.
So we made a lot of money out of that one. That program is no longer there. It's in a very reduced role, so we expect to lose a lot of that income. And correspondingly, although we have new providers coming on board in August, but we won't see the cash benefits of that till later down in the year.
Okay, so now so we have a better perspective, and you're not going to receive. Did you receive all of your ARPA money?
Yes, we did.
So you did receive all your ARPA money, and there's no additional commitment to provide you with any additional ARPA money?
No, there's no commitment now.
Right, so you will see, how much did you receive in ARPA dollars?
We got $2 million.
Okay, so you're not going to see that $2 million.
That's correct.
So now we're on a better playing field and understanding this. So we're going to go to Senator Potter. Senator Potter, you recognize for your...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to extend greetings and good afternoon to Dr. Richards, Mr. Mayers, and Chairman Calwood of STEAM CC. Thank you for spending a couple hours with us this afternoon to defend the budget, the FY25 budget of STEAM CC. I wanted to start by asking you, Dr. Richards, whether or not STEAM CC has made good on any and all outstanding obligations for those employees. Remember when you were here the first time last year?
PTO?
Yeah.
Yes. All PTO has been paid. Yes.
Okay. And all the severance package, the accumulated annual leave for those separating employees, all of that has been pretty much resolved as far as what they were all entitled to.
So the PTO has been resolved in its entirety. Severance things we are still working through. We have completed, finalized things for one, and are in the process of finalizing things for the other right now.
So we're making progress.
Absolutely.
In closing the books. on that.
Absolutely.
Okay. I really believe that we have to work collectively to ensure the growth, the development, the survival of STEAM CC. Ultimately, just to think about the implications of STEAM CC not being around, as far as just healthcare in the territory, as far as the strain on our hospital system, it will be enormous. So we don't take what you do lightly, and I think it is in all of our best interest to identify strategies to ensure your growth and your survival. I wanted to ask you, well, first of all, the dermatology strategy, I think, is a good one. It makes sense. The strategy of identifying a specialty that is in demand and that is not available in the territory. The fact that STEAM-CC could pretty much corner the market when it comes to dermatology, in theory, should steer a large number of clients, anybody in the territory who needs dermatology care. In theory, that should be steered towards STEAM-CC. So it makes sense. I myself have utilized the services of STEAM-CC, so I want to commend you, Dr. Prince, and her assistants, Ms. Brooks. They developed or they delivered exceptional care. But I don't think that people are aware of it. So that is my question to you. What are we doing to advertise the fact that these services are available? So that's a question.
So I agree with you. There are two issues here. One, we are actively working on marketing, working on outreach. But what I've been saying since last year, and since we had our conversation a little bit ago, was that we need to change our payer mix. You walked into the center, so you saw what the center looks like right now. It's in a bit of disrepair. And so we need to change the aesthetics of the center. And one, to attract a different payer mix, but two, because it's the right thing to do. I don't care if you don't have insurance. You should come to a place that looks clean and welcoming and comfortable. You're going to be sitting there for a while waiting to see the provider. We want it to be a place that you feel that says, thanks for being a patient here. We respect you. We respect your time. Have a seat. Take a load off.
A warm, inviting
Correct.
atmosphere.
But what do we need to do to get to that point? We need revenue. So that's why that one area under facilities is actually higher, because we do need to invest that into the center to repaint and make it look a little bit better and look more inviting to attract that different payer mix. So it's just there's so much that is involved in getting us where we need to do. We get the providers on, we do the billing. The billing has to be good. The collections has to be good. The revenue generation, the whole cycle, the flow, the aesthetics of the place. All of those things must be addressed and can only be addressed with funding.
Absolutely. The staff reductions, that has salary reductions. What's the time frame? What sort of, when will that cease? Is that a short-term strategy, or is
so we're
are the
hoping
salary reductions permanent?
We're hoping that it is a short term. Again, Mr. Callwood alluded to the fact that we give monthly reports, and we'll be giving a formal report on December 2nd of this year regarding where we are. But we want everybody to get their 8% back. So we're not expecting that to be a permanent solution.
But the reality is, if your financial situation
Correct.
will dictate
Correct. If the
when and
numbers dictate it, that's what we follow. It's
Okay.
not about feelings, personality, godchildren, and friends. This is a business. So these are all of these decisions are dictated by the numbers.
Okay. Are all of your providers full-time? I know the dermatologist, you said it's a 24-hour per week.
Correct.
Are all of the other physicians full-time, or do you have a mix of full-time versus
No.
part-time?
2 other providers are part-time, but the 3 that are coming on next month are all full-time providers.
Okay. What about telehealth? Is telehealth a part of your service delivery mix at Eastern? Are we leveraging telehealth and other technological advances to enhance patient care?
Not optimally right now, but the grant that I referred to that Howard University did is a telehealth grant, and specifically a telehealth behavioral health grant to open up our services and increase our access to people in the territory.
Okay. I heard you mention the grant writer, I think to my colleague over there, that you are in the process of onboarding.
We are negotiating with the grant writer. Yes. We're
Okay.
hoping to get this person to come to work.
Okay.
Because that is, if there is a vacancy, it's a grant writer.
I know you said that the Howard University and it's sort of a collaborative approach to grant writing. That was, I guess you implied that that was working, but you're still saying that you're going to be onboarding
Yes.
the grant
Yes.
writer.
We want someone who's really looking just for the grants that apply to us. Howard University, because we collaborate so much, they said, hey, can we send our PharmD students down? I said, sure, bring them down. They can get clinical experience. Because we said yes, they're like, hey, there's a grant out there. Did you guys apply? We don't have a grant writer. Okay, we'll do it for you. But that's not going to continue
Absolutely.
indefinitely. But they were gracious enough to do that for us this time. Yes.
It makes sense to have a permanent grant
Correct.
writer on board without question.
Right.
My final question, how does STEAM CC plan to diversify its funding streams to ensure financial stability?
So a couple of things we mentioned, our 340B program is one. We know that that's a big revenue generator. The addition of our lab, which we know is also a big revenue generator. The grants, that's a means of revenue generation. And finally, by changing our payer mix. I know dermatology has been a point of contention today with people with differing opinions about how good a decision that was or how it's going to financially impact us. And thank you, because it means that you're giving us things to think about. So we are going to continue to look into this because this is something that we do every day, literally every day. But having that specialty added, I am very confident that that's going to be a revenue stream for us. The other things that we are obviously thinking about are things like our foundation, any revenue generation, so any benefactors, anything for donations that any of you all know about, please share that with us. We are open to any and everything, and we're willing to do whatever work it takes to increase our revenue at STEAM CC to get the community taken care of.
Thank you, Dr. Richards. The addition, colleagues, of the dermatologist makes sense. I really think it does. It is not the primary service that's delivered at STEAM CC, but it's a specialty that is in demand here in the territory. And if STEAM CC is the only game in town, it is going to steer business in that direction. So I don't want us to discourage them from pursuing that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your generosity.
Absolutely, Senator Potter. And I think that all of us want to see STEAM CC succeed. And I know that you've experienced a fitness test as far as, your financials, challenges with your staffing, this is what I'll tell you, how I feel about what happened at STEAM CC. Do you remember when the CBON expanded to all the Caribbean countries? Fast expansion. And the capacity and the funding, et cetera, wasn't there. So you had to dial back. So I see that that's some of what's happening with, or has happened with STEAM CC. So this is a new team. And I believe it's important for us to give the new team an opportunity, a chance to do the necessary right correcting. I think what's important is they have to do it in a fair and equitable manner. We are not here. I'm not here to just tell you how to run your operations because that's not what I do or what we do. But I think we should give you an opportunity to. How long have you been at this?
15 months.
So
16
a little over
months.
a year and 4.
A couple months.
Give or take. So we have to give them an opportunity to right correct. So it's my fervent hope that next year when you have the same conversation, that we'll see the improvements in STEAM CC. We know that the Virgin Islands, the St. Thomas, St. John district in particular in this instance, this is a small community. And we want to make sure that our citizens are able to have jobs, but we have to be generating the revenue. So the billing component, the collections, etc. And this is not only for you, but this is just overall healthcare. We provide universal healthcare. So that's something that we've chosen to do as a territory. So it impacts an agency, an entity like yours and our hospitals, Department of Health, etc., just throughout the Virgin Islands. So when you have the ask, we just need the proper justification in order for us to make sure that we are able to, we understand and are able to make an informed decision with our limited resources. So I'm going to turn the meeting over to Senator Blyden to wrap up for us, because we have, I believe some of my colleagues have some other quick burning questions, but I just want to thank you for what you do. I want to thank you for what you do. It's not easy work, especially when you're not doing it. You're not a central government agency where you meet payroll regardless. You have to see those revenues in order to meet your payroll. So I totally understand why you're very passionate about making sure that you're able to fill the deltas in your revenues. So that's why I make sure we are on the same page. We had a little bumpy spot there because we weren't really communicated and didn't understand. But I think once we took the recess, it kind of smoothed it over and we really understood. Program income is a key word. That's your operative word.
Yes.
So I'm just going to allow you to, but what we're going to do, I'm going to just go to, I think Senator DeGraff has is it a burning question? Or tell me what you guys prefer to do. One burning question. Senator DeGraff has a burning question. Okay. All right. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. In just wrapping up, right now I'm looking at the personnel listing in the 2025 post-audit report, page 6 of 7, and it goes on to 7 of 7. Federal money shows the executive director salary. Okay, so at one portion, and then general fund shows another portion, 13,000. What is the executive director's salary? So there is none. Then to wrap up, you're the medical director. So you don't want the executive director position.
We have not discussed any of that.
Okay.
My role right now is to get the center back to where it needs to be.
Okay.
And then they can think about filling positions.
Okay, because I don't see medical director position in the personnel listings also. I don't see it. So I wouldn't want you to come out and then you don't have a position because it's not funded. So you could explain that for me, please.
Yes, Senator, I think the slash was missing. So it's interim executive director / medical director. You not have fitted on there.
No, but you can't do it like that. What I'm saying, based on what Chairman Carwood was saying, they're in active hunt looking for an executive director. If they find one tomorrow, Dr. Richards goes back to being medical director. I don't see a medical director here. So you say the slash was missing on our part or on your part?
Well, on our part, it may be both, but this is a spreadsheet and it has,
okay.
So maybe it just got
because I want that if she doesn't get it and she go back to medical director, the 25 budget, we have to make sure she get paid. So that's what I say, it's not in here. So let's look at that. And then for the executive director numbers, there's only a salary, one portion of a salary under the federal monies for an executive director. Then there's only 13,000 under general funds for an executive director. So let's look at, so we can make sure we have monies to cover an executive director and monies to cover Dr. Richards if she chooses to stay at the medical director. Okay, it's not in your personnel listing set up that way.
Senator, and just to be clear, when I was preparing the budget initially, sorry, my expectation was that Dr. Richards would be there for the entirety of this financial period, which ends in February. So I may have interchangeably moved from executive director to chief medical officer while preparing the report. But for the most part, it's seen as slash position. So she has two positions, but there's just one salary attached to it. The federal program from HRSA allows us to pay $212,000 of her salary from HRSA's allotment to us. So that's why it's there that way. And the balance we put in the program income from the government.
But I'm saying you and your 25 budget, this 25 budget from the government has not been passed yet. So we don't have the monies in, the money don't exist to give you when October 1 comes around, when you're already in your 25 budget, then where you going to get the money from to cover? That's what I'm looking out for.
Okay.
Okay?
That's you.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Before I go to you, Senator Fonseca, let me just put on the record, in respect to dermatology and dermatologists, there is a dermatologist specialist at a facility, but I'm not going to give the name to promote it because, of course, we're trying to raise funds for our government. But nonetheless, there is another dermatologist specialist here in the territory. I'll tell you afterwards. Okay. And before I go to Senator Fonseca, let me ask on page 6 of the post, out of report, there is a position for operations manager for 85,000 that's filled. When was that position filled?
That is not filled.
In the post, out of report, do you have such a position? Operations manager.
We will potentially have that position, but that position is not filled. That's an error. That is not correct. There is no operations manager.
Okay, very well. What I would want through the chair then, can you please send a new listing of all of the different positions filled and vacant, please, to the chair, okay?
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to go back to the furlough of the employees. So due to the furlough, I just want to be clear, some of the employees has lost their health insurance benefits. Is that correct? And also some have lost their pension, their retirement benefits?
As far as the Senator Stephen Mayer's CFO, we are still at this minute paying for the health benefits until the end of this month.
Okay. So, Chairman Calwood, you made a note that this furlough is to last 6 months and then it have to come back to you for review, right?
Yeah, it can last no longer than 6 months. And then it has, if they need more, if they need more time, they will have to come back to the board for an approval. And at this point, our pressure on them is that don't come back to us to extend the furlough, figure out how to generate those funds and get our employees back to full pay and full time.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. So, Dr. Tess, how does it look? Is this furlough going to last more than 6 months, or the employees have to plan to go somewhere else for a job? Because they need to know if they're going to be rehired or if it's just a pie dream in the sky. How is it looking now? Because it happened June 16th, June 24th. When did it happen?
No, we notified them, but on your recommendation, we submitted the letter that you recommended, and I held out for another 4 weeks. So
Right.
we're really only starting to do the cuts in the beginning of July. We waited an extra month.
But no, I didn't want to interrupt you.
So we are, as we mentioned, doing everything possible to try to get this back. None of us, all of us are affected by the cut. So we're working just as hard to get our percentage back. And our hope is that with the addition of the new providers, we were hoping with the addition of an appropriate allotment from the government to help us support our services and our business, that we would be able to bring them back on full time. And we would be able to put everyone's salary back up to where it was before. So we don't think it's pie in the sky, and we work every single day to correct this. This is not something we take lightly, and it's not something we're going to sit around until December to figure out. This is literally every day.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. You got like an additional $400,000 from Medicaid just last week or a couple weeks ago. Is that true?
It's not an additional.
Oh, you got your billing.
We got correct.
Does that help? I mean, with being able to bring the employees back on?
That does not help bringing the employees back on.
help.
That's probably going to help us pay payroll.
What's the total outstanding for Medicaid now to East End?
About 680, thereabouts.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
our outstanding for Medicaid is usually a little over $500,000. It could be 600,000 thereabouts.
So you got 400,000, $500,000. You're saying it's 100,000, or it's still $500,000?
No, it's usually around $500,000. When that 400,000 that we got this month was for previous periods.
So if you get the 500,000, you'll be able to bring the employees back. Is that what you're saying?
No. we need additional income. This is just regular income that we've already budgeted for.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. CFO Mayors, it was just brought to my attention that the information that came back to us last week to the post auditor is stating that the operations manager is recorded as being failed.
Right,
And he just got that information last week from STEM CC.
Right. So like I said, it is an error, and it will be corrected. We do not have an operations manager, and no one is receiving that salary, and that position is not filled.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you.
And also, for those employees that have been furlonged, do they have insurance? Did any of them have insurance, or any of them on the system?
They have insurance up to the end of this month. Couple of the employees, 2 of them have left for other opportunities. But as stated earlier, Chair, we are trying our very best to get everybody back as soon as our finances improve.
So what happened after this week? That's it?
For health insurance, yes.
Wow. Senator Boquez, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the understanding that HRSA provides you with grant funding, and you currently have a high compliance score with HRSA, and the fact that you have reduced your professional services from 1.2 million to 623,000. Do you foresee that reduction that has been decreased as a hurdle concerning maintaining that high compliance score with HRSA?
No. So when HRSA comes, they're looking at things like policies, documentation, quality assurance, quality assessments. So those things will not be adversely affected by any of our decreases.
Okay, very well, very well. And concerning your reduction in the communication upgrades from 60,000 to 36,000, and understanding that, that's marketing and promotions and whatever internal communications that you have within the clinic, there's also other services, and I'm curious to know if that also includes communication, or what is the other services bracket? What does that detail usually look like when it concerns other services?
Chair, the communications that we're talking about there is telephone communication, internet, that kind of thing.
Okay.
What we've done is that we've changed our system to a new one that allows us to be able to save on regular telephone communication expenses because we've moved into a voice over IP type arrangement.
Okay.
And that reduces our cost.
That's internet phone, basically.
Yes, sir.
And if I may, we also had a number of kind of extra cell phones, a tremendous amount, that we were able to return to VIA and actually get some money back for that, and we no longer have that bill as well.
Okay, because the concern is just communications is huge, because we want the general public to be able to access and get information from you easily and accessibly. And lastly, there's a reduction in your utilities, which I'm assuming is power, from 239,000 to 132. Now, this one, for me, is concerning because are you sure that 132 with the emergency situation that we have going on, in addition to WAPA's rates?
Yeah, so remember, we've cut by half our physical footprint, so that's why it's less.
Okay, so that reduction is
that's a
because
real
of the-
reduction.
of the
yeah.
footprint.
We
Okay.
cut by about 10,000 square feet.
Okay.
9 or
okay.
10,000, something like that.
Okay, very well. All right. Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Boquez, for your line of questioning. Before we wrap up, do you have any IT personnel?
We have IT consultants, but no, and one person that comes in for like 3 hours a day, but no full-time personnel.
So you have consultants.
Correct.
How much are we paying for those consulting services?
$90,000.
How much were we paying the IT employee for those services? How much were they getting paid? $90,000.
Altogether, we had two, so $164,000 between the two.
So, question: what were the name of their positions? The two IT
IT
employees?
IT director.
How much
and
was
IT
the
support
director?
staff.
How much
I think
was
he
the
was
director?
I believe he was 110.
The director's salary was
I believe he
110.
was 110.
And the other employee, what was their salary and what was their
50.
position?
54, and he was the IT support staff. So the 3 staff that we have now for our IT consultants, we're paying $90,000. And it's pretty much 24 hours a day. We can call them, and they come and they handle things, and they deal with things remotely. And they've done a lot of upgrading, installing of firewalls, putting things into the cloud so that we are protected when there are ransomware breaches and those kinds of things. So they've actually done a tremendous amount since they started.
Very, very well. Point of information, Senator Boquez. Senator Boquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the chairman's query, there's also a $24,000 IT staffing expense. Could you explain to me what that is?
Yes, that is, in addition to the consultants that we have, we also have contracted through them an individual who comes in, what Dr. Richards mentioned, he comes in for 3 or 4 hours, 3 or 4 times a week, and he does our local networking challenges. Your computer won't come on, your email, whatever it is, that kind of thing.
So that,
And if I may, that's not a flat fee. We had a tremendous amount of issues with our system. So you're probably going to see that those numbers were maybe a little bit higher because we were calling them in so frequently. But I don't anticipate that it stays at that 24. I mean, I wouldn't think so.
so you're foreseeing that that is going to inflate and go higher than the 24,000 that you're requesting currently?
I don't. I
You
think
don't?
it's the other way around.
You don't?
I think it's
Okay.
the other way around. Right.
Okay.
Right. And once we get our cleanup, our IT has been in kind of a state of disarray. And once we get things cleaned up, the demand for the IT consultants and the IT extra body will not be as grand. But at this point, we have to have access. We have to have our EHR. We have to have access to the internet to do lots of other things. And so it was very important that we bring people on that were going to come in, listen, relate to the staff, listen to the staff, address our needs, and get us where we need to be from an IT perspective.
Okay, I would also encourage you to be sure to include cybersecurity measures, as we know how that is becoming such a very big issue throughout the whole entire nation, if not the world. So,
thank you for that, if I can answer that. We actually are a part of a group called Primary Care Association of Puerto Rico, because we don't have a primary care association here, and it's through HRSA. They actually sent a team over here to provide cybersecurity training for us. They will be developing a true disaster response plan. We have a little something right now, but we want a formal, approved, board approved, board recognized plan for cybersecurity. We're actually meeting with that same team next week for other reasons, and that's one of the things we're going to be discussing is their cybersecurity.
and Mr. Chair, I don't want to abuse my
Sorry.
time, but just one more, please. Thank you. I would also encourage you to reach out to the Bureau of Information Technology and look into possibly opting into the GNOC system. It's going to help you be able to monitor and protect a lot of the issues that exist out there concerning cybersecurity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Boquez. Let me ask, in respect to the consultant for IT, we need to be clear, though, because at first you said 3 hours, then you said 24 hours. Which is it, 3 hours or 24 hours?
So two different things. The primary IT consultants.
What the name?
It's Fusion Solutions. Fusion Solutions. So we have access to them 24 hours a day. We can call at any point. But we also have someone who physically comes in for about 3 hours. So what they are, both of those things are in fact correct. One who comes in for 3 hours, but we also have access 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to that team.
Isn't it the same? Isn't it the same company that works at the hospital?
It is.
That service for the hospital?
It is.
Okay,
Which has
very
actually
well.
helped us as far as our HIE and conversions and those kinds of things. So when they build an interface, we already have some insight, and that actually can kind of work together and talk to each other.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to wrap up for the day. So what I'll have you do is put a closing statement before you leave. Point of information, Senator Fonseca, before you wrap up.
There was an axe for Eastern. It was read already? Okay.
They're going to give them all of the ask, and I'm sure they're going to respond back to the chair. You may proceed with your closing remarks.
Okay, just my 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Okay, let's go. So what I would say is we're kind of at a crossroads at this point. You know, year after year we come with the same requests. Not just us, but kind of all of us. We're kind of all working towards improving the healthcare system in the territory. We come with the same issues. We come with the same requests. And I guess my ask is that we not just discuss this. We really need to start to act. We need to do something. All of us do something. Or we can just continue to have kind of mediocre access to care for our community. My hope would be that everyone in this room, all of our decision makers, everybody who has purse strings, will really begin to prioritize healthcare. Like I said, not just with discussion, but what we actually do, where we actually put the funding, so that our community can be taken care of. Because this DMCC ask, it's not for DMCC. We're a nonprofit. We're not looking to make any money. And it's not like for me directly, because, you know, I have insurance. And I said directly for a reason, because it is for me, it's for you, it's for everybody in this room, because this is a community health center. So everybody in here benefits from this. So I just ask that we think about that when we think about where we put our funding, so that the people that are listening, the people whose hands you shake in the grocery store, the people you vote for, the people that need to come to STEAMCC every year, have someplace to come where they receive quality health care. Thank you for indulging me, and thank you for having us present testimony this afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Richards. Of course, our healthcare center plays a critical role in our community, and we as public servants, representatives, do our best to assure that we support those centers. I would like to thank our staff, colleagues for being here all day, media, security, and all of our employees here at the legislature, the Committee on Finance, Budget Finance, and the Committee of Budget Operations and Finance. Okay, guys, let me do my thing. The Committee on Budget Appropriation and Finance is hereby adjourned.